Eileen all looking at her and making speculations because at some point she'd apparently zoned out. "Do you think she's mute?" one skinny kid asked, looking just a little too red-eyed to not be regularly inhaling some type of smoke. "No, no, no," Maria chimed in. "She's just shy." Ren knew her face had gained a light red tinge as she fought not to clench her jaw down on the sucker she'd started a few minutes before lunch without thinking about it. She wasn't usually one for hard candies, but she'd forgotten when lunch started and had been too lazy to check when she'd gotten a sweet tooth. The sucker had been the first thing she found in her bag, so artificial cherry was what she settled for. "Is shy your way of saying she's slow?" a girl with meticulously straightened brown hair questioned. That one actually stung a little, all things considered. Ren knew she could get a little spacey, and she didn't actually move really fast, but damn. "Amy." Maria gasped, and Ren felt marginally better that she was at least being defended. Amy just waved her hand though, and looked away. "I was just joking." Ren sucked harder on her candy, deciding to just sit this one out. Maria had exhausted all of her socialization energy for the day, and even just sitting there was making her uncomfortable. Every time someone new sat down, Mariah would introduce her and they'd all move on, which was nice but nerve-wracking all at once. One set of eyes on her was too many. "Sure you were Ames. Just like you were joking about wanting to take a bite out of Hale's butt last year." Mariah shot back, seemingly enjoying playing with her friend. That did have Ren snorting a little in amusement, though. She hadn't had anyone in her class with the name Hale yet, so she had no idea who they were talking about. Still, she assumed that if the person was attractive enough to warrant some girls' lascivious attentions, then they were someone she'd want to stay clear of. Her and people didn't do well together, but her and attractive people? It was a no-go. Most attractive people knew they looked good, and even if looks didn't generally faze her, their attitudes did. With that thought in mind, she took her sucker out of her mouth and tapped Maria's arm lightly. When the girl turned, Ren leaned up so that she wouldn't have to shout above the crowd. "Who's Hale?" If she knew what to look for, she knew what to avoid. Ren was quickly learning that Maria was one for gossip, and if that held true then Hale was some serious gossip by the look on Maria's face alone. She was beaming. "Well, to begin with, there are actually two Hales. They're twins. The one I was talking about was Jasper, the guy, and his twin is a girl named Rosalie. Don't get me wrong though, they're both gorgeous." Well, she thought, now I have two people to stay away from, then. This time it was a girl with hair almost as wild as her own shoulder-length locks that spoke. "Their whole family is gorgeous." She's not exaggerating, Maria laughed. "There are actually 5 of them here. They're all adopted, and they've kind of got this dating thing going on. It's sort of like their dad, who's a doctor by the way, matched them all up. There's Rosalie and Jasper Hale, who are the twins. Rosalie is dating Emmett Cullen, and Jasper and Alice used to date. Now that they're over though, that leaves Edward, who's the youngest, and Jasper free." The dreamy tone Maria trailed off with as she mentioned the single siblings was a little off-putting, but Ren just added it to the list of things she was planning to ignore right along with Jasper, Rosalie, Emmett, Alice, and Edward. That entire family sounded like a disaster waiting to happen, and she did not want to go anywhere near that. Who adopts a bunch of beautiful teens and puts them in a house together? Who would let them date? Are there reality show cameras somewhere? She really didn't want to find out. In that moment, she really was quite happy to stick to her plan of not getting involved in any crap. She had 1 more year, and then she'd be off to college, out of her auntie's hair, and working to repay everything the woman had done for her thus far. She had a plan. It only took a few moments for that plan to get blown to pieces. It only took a few moments that seemed to last forever, because that little piece of her that said important things must be savored slowly came to life with a burning passion before it died in favor of something that was much too fast. "Bro, I think you guys should be a little quieter. The Cullens are only a few tables behind us," the stoner guy from before put in. Ren's stomach momentarily dropped before she realized that even if they were close, the Cullens wouldn't have been able to hear their conversation over the loudness of the cafeteria. That was the only reason she even bothered to turn around with Maria and Amy to confirm Stoner Dude's suspicions. That was the reason why, as curiosity burned dimly and she pushed her now sticky sucker against her lips, she was able to immediately pick out the table of teens that looked like they'd been ripped out of the nearest magazine in their perfection. That was why as the taste of sugar once again hit her taste buds, she caught the honeyed gaze of the most beautiful male she'd ever seen. That was why she froze like a deer caught in the headlights, because she couldn't believe she had the most unfortunate luck ever to have turned at the exact wrong time. Oh my God, Jasper's looking this way. That was why time slowed, everything around her seemed to fade, and what couldn't be more than 15 seconds stretched into an eternity, and she knew she was in for the longest year of her life. She knew, as her sucker fell from her limp fingers and hit the ground, her cheeks positively blazed, and she came back to her senses in a humiliating rush, that she'd just fallen victim to human biology in a rush of hormones and lack of social interaction. Because in that moment, in that forever stretch of a sliver of time, she'd never wanted anything as much as she wanted Jasper Hale. It was in the way her heart stopped, her hands trembled, and warmth she only ever let herself feel when she was alone slid through her body and settled between her thighs. It was in the way she knew she was going to do everything she could to avoid him as thoroughly as possible and crush the far too confusing feelings rushing through her body. It was in the way she knew looking into his eyes for a few seconds was going to stay with her forever, but she had no idea why. It was in the way she watched a boy who had to be one of his brothers abruptly shoot up, grab his arm, and drag him straight out of the cafeteria. It was in the way his face morphed into an expression she couldn't describe beyond the fact that it scared the living fuck out of her. Then, as he cleared the door and the young man with pale skin and golden hair was out of her sight, the intense emotion she'd been feeling faded, and she was simply left with a bone-deep confusion and the certainty that she really didn't want to go back to school the next day. Anyways, I know it's not much, but tell me if anyone's interested? Partners, hey look, guess what I did? I wrote another chapter. The next morning she woke to white walls, the feel of new sheets against her sleep-warmed skin, and the blaring of her own alarm clock. Groaning, she rolled over and rubbed the sleep from her tired eyes, simply letting the radio alarm play for the moment. She was still disoriented enough to not completely tell what was even playing, but she was up nonetheless. Carefully she reached over to her nightstand for her glasses and slid them on, making sure to lie still as her vision adjusted. Generally, when she had deep sleeps like the one she'd experienced the previous night, getting up the next morning was always a strenuous task. She could hear her aunt shuffling through the hallway getting ready for work, though, and she knew that she had to get up as well. Even if she really didn't want to. It turned out that the blonde conundrum that was Jasper Hale had continued to get more and more odd as the day went by, as he hadn't shown up to any of his classes after lunch. She knew because she's heard both of her teachers call his name during roll, and no one had replied. Somehow, the fact that he wasn't there had relieved her in ways that didn't make sense because she hadn't even said a single word to him. But he had caught her staring, and that was awkward enough. If that was the reason he'd flipped at lunch, then she was pretty sure he would call her out on it, and she did not want that to happen. All she wanted was to lie low and get through the year, not spark some strife between herself and the cool kids. If anything though, she figured a boy as pretty as he was had been subject to countless stared. Logic said that there had likely been some other reason for his behavior. Perhaps a bad text or something one of his siblings had said. Whatever it was, she wanted to stay clear of it, so she would. With that thought in mind, she finally swung her legs out of her queen-sized bed and allowed her toes to dig into the newly cleaned carpet on her floor. Her aunt didn't have a ton of extra money, but they weren't exactly hurting, and so when she could, Angel provided Ren with a few of what she considered luxuries. Her bed and her iPod were two such things, and she loved them both immensely. In fact, she was loath to leave the soft mattress and warm sheets, but she located herself by switching off her alarm and docking her iPod to put on some of her preferred music. While she wasn't really picky with her music taste, she still had songs she was in the mood for at certain times, and at the moment, some Panic at the Disco was on her mind. The band was fairly popular, and she enjoyed their unique sound even if her aunt did tease her for being so emo sometimes. After stretching just enough to loosen any stiff muscles, Ren finally got up and let her music play as she dressed. Please, leave all overcoats, canes and top hats with the doorman. From that moment you'll be out of place and underdressed. I'm wrecking this evening already and loving every minute of it. Ruining this banquet for the mildly inspiring and Ren loved a beat, no matter how it was formed, and quickly found her fingers drumming against her thigh to the rhythm as she sorted through her closet. She and her aunt had managed to unpack in record time, and so all of her clothes were neatly tucked away in her drawers and closet. All of her shorts and tank tops were confined to one drawer, though, as Forks wasn't exactly known for its heat. Her aunt's comment on her liking the weather was accurate, though, as she had always preferred the cold and the clouds. Some may have called it dreary, but she found it calming. After peeking outside, and seeing that it was indeed overcast, she opted for one of her many t-shirts with a long-sleeved thermal to go under it. The thermal was snug enough to show the rounded curve of her stomach, but since it would be under a t-shirt and over her jeans, she didn't pay too much attention to that. The t-shirt she'd chosen was a bright yellow, but she'd picked it more for the moose printed on the front. The moose was made up of the forest itself, the stark black lines creating the shape rather than the features. It was a gorgeous print, and she'd immediately loved it when her aunt had given it to her for her 16th birthday. Now she wore it as a nod to the forestry surrounding her new home area. It was more to amuse herself than anything. Finally, after grabbing a sports bra and some boy shorts, she plucked her Dr. Martin boots from the bottom of her closet. They were another of her prized possessions, and the regular black pair had seen her through a couple of years already. Her feet had pretty much stopped growing at 14 when her aunt had presented her with the expensive shoes, and Wren had loved them ever since. Sure, they were a little scuffed, but to her that just showed how well loved they were. When you're in black slacks with accentuating, off-white, pinstripes, whoa, everything goes according to plan. As she slipped on her clothes, she absent-mindedly mouthed the lyrics along with the song playing. I'm the new Cancer, never looked better, you can't stand it, because you say so under your breath. You're reading lips, when did he get all confident? After slipping on her socks, she decided against putting on her shoes quite yet and instead walked over to her vanity to figure out what she wanted to do with her hair. The thick curls were only about down to her shoulder blades, and had already begun to frizz out of the braid she'd done the night before. Chunks around her face were completely free. Her hair was generally a mess no matter what she did, since perms and flat irons had never appealed to her, so she decided to forgive the trouble of trying to do much at all with it, and she simply brushed some coconut oil through the locks, and twisted them up into a bun. Her bangs hung around her eyes and the curve of her face, but she left them. She'd put on a beanie before leaving, which would help somewhat. Haven't you heard that I'm the new Cancer? Never looked better, and you can't stand it. For just a moment, Wren studied her face. She tried to see herself as she knew the students at Forks High must see her. Next is a trip to the ladies' room in vain, and I bet you just can't keep up with these fashionistas, and tonight you are a whispering campaign. I bet to them your name is cheap, I bet to them you look like shish. Brown skin with red undertones splashed with a healthy smattering of freckles from the bridge of her nose, well down to the edges of her jaw. Dark brown eyes that were wide and rounded behind her glasses, and lips that were on the thicker side of the spectrum, though nowhere near her aunt's own plump pout. Chubby cheeks, a button nose, and thick eyebrows. Her auntie liked to tell her that she looked like her and Wren's father, but privately Wren knew she looked like a careful mix of both of her parents. Her father's African-American features blended with the Haitian-Filipino-Caucasian roots from her mother. She was a mix and match of genes and ethnicities that all came down to one pudgy girl with too much hair and not enough height. Baby girl. Her auntie called, snapping her out of her appraisal, you almost ready? Wren glanced back at the mirror for a second, and then snatched up a tube of chapstick to swipe quickly over her lips. Talk to the mirror, oh, choke back tears, and keep telling yourself that I'm a diva. Oh, and the smokes in that cigarette box on the table, they just so happened to be laced with nitroglycerin. 5 minutes, she called back. I'm the new Cancer, never looked better, you can't stand it, because you say so under your breath. You're reading lips, when did he get all confident? She knew she didn't exactly look like the rest of Forks's predominantly white population, but she looked like herself, so that was all that mattered. Not everyone could be tall, pale, and gorgeous. Haven't you heard that I'm the new Cancer? Never looked better, and you can't stand it. She slipped on her shoes and beanie along with a large black hoodie, grabbed her keys, phone, and backpack, and she walked out of her room, snagging her iPod off of the dock between her steps. History and science. Those were the classes she shared with Jasper, and even if she had managed to forget his name coming from her teacher's lips the day previous, there was no mistaking his literal prescience. When she walked into 5th period U.S. history almost 10 minutes early, she'd done so with the intention of not having to see him walk in. She hadn't bothered to seek out what most everyone she'd heard dubbed the Cullen table, and instead she once again sat with Maria and her friends. They were a lively group, yet not so out of pocket that she was uncomfortable sitting with them for the most part. Still, some of her more prominent avoidant tendencies had risen up as the lunch hour had gone by, and she found herself nudging Maria to tell the girl that she was going to head on to our 5th period. She'd gotten a smile and a few "see you laters" as she shouldered her bag, and then she'd stuck her hands in her pockets and her headphones in her ears as she found her way towards the hall that housed most of the history classes. History wasn't her favorite subject to begin with, but she'd known just on the first day that she was going to have trouble. She was a mathematician at her core, and history couldn't hold her attentions well enough to keep her mind from wandering. Still, it wasn't a completely terrible class, as she could tell that her teacher did actually care about his subject, which was always nice to see. All in all, she didn't exactly hate having to go to history, but when she'd gotten halfway through the door she'd still felt the strong urge to turn around and leave. She was ashamed to realize that her need to leave had everything to do with honey-eyed blonde seated near the middle of the classroom. His long limbs were relaxed, a leg extended beneath the desk in front of him, and he'd evidently been gazing out of the window next to him right up until she'd entered the room. She'd thought her steps had been quiet, but with her headphones in perhaps she'd been louder than she thought, since she couldn't figure out any other reason why he had snapped his head around to look at her quite so fast. It was probably one of the most awkward moments she'd ever experienced, and it was made up entirely of her standing in the center of the doorway staring at him, and him staring back. This is fucking weird, she thought, and then her common sense kicked in and she looked away. Without a word, she found a desk on the opposite side of the room and sat down to set her things up. That had been the second time he caught her staring, and he probably thought she was a complete freak. She didn't blame him, all things considered. Then again, if he had an issue with the awkward moments, maybe he shouldn't have stared back. Minutes ticked by, and Ren did her best to ignore his presence and completely erase any trace of her less than stellar moments from her mind. She knew she sometimes made a big deal out of little things, and she could feel that happening now. She refused to get bent out of shape about a couple of awkward glances, though, so she forced herself to let it go. Slowly, students filed into the room and she settled back into school mode, giving her attention to searching for the mechanical pencils she knew were somewhere in her bag. For as sure as she was that the writing tool was in her bag, she was having a hell of a time finding it. She was still searching when her teacher, Mr. Shaw, called the class to attention and began speaking. Since she only had one pencil with her today, she continued to look and listen to the man as she sifted through her things. "All right, class, I'm sure by now you've all heard of my infamous projects," he began, obviously assuming much of his class had been at Forks High in the years before. He was right, of course, but Ren still felt a slight stan of irritation at being left out of the loop before she dismissed it. Some things just weren't worth feeling. For those of you that don't know, I'm talking about my timeline projects. These will be worth half of your overall grade in this class, and you will be assigned a partner to work with throughout the year. Most of the class groaned, and Ren could understand why. In her experience, partner projects usually ended in either one person doing all the work, or a shitty project overall. On the rare occasion that you got a good partner, things worked out okay, but that wasn't very likely. Add that to the fact that Ren didn't like being around too many people anyways, and partner project may as well have been spelled D-I-S-A-S-T-E-R. Yeah, you all hate it already, I know. Quite you're complaining because it won't faze me. I've been doing this for years, and when someone else's grade is on the line, I find my students tend to motivate each other. It also helps some of our more antisocial friends learn how to handle life better, so pack up your stuff so I can assign partners already. You all will thank me for this when you take your finals and actually know the material. For some reason, Ren felt as if that little comment on antisocial tendencies was aimed at her, but logic said that it was more of a general populace thing. A lot of teens tended to hate interacting with people outside of their chosen group of friends so closely. Still, a lot of her class seemed to take his comment personally, and many shot Mr. Shaw dirty looks. He just stared smugly right back at them because they all knew he was in charge here. They couldn't do shit other than complain. Which they all would. Resigned to her fate, Ren simply held her notebook and textbook in her arms, and resolved to resume her search for her pencil once she was reseated. She rocked back on her heels as Mr. Shaw called the names, not really too interested in the pairings. Some people seemed happy, some seemed pissed, and some seemed to just take it as it was like she did. Honestly, even though it was only her second day and she wasn't fully through it yet, Ren was pretty tired. She tended not to sleep well to begin with, and the tiredness had followed her through most of her short life. She knew that bags under her eyes wasn't a foreign look on her, and it had even ceased to worry her aunt. Her lack of sleep wasn't necessarily at a dangerous level, and Ren wasn't a fan of sleeping pills, so as long as she functioned okay, her auntie left her alone. Usually it didn't bother her much, but on the days it did, she always needed a quick nap before she felt like doing anything. From lethargy sweeping through her body, she could tell that today would be a nap day. In order to make room for a little shut-eye, she began to mentally catalog what she had planned, her eyes going unfocused as she sorted through her mind. After school she'd planned to head home, which would take 20 minutes. After that she figured she would get a snack and do the little homework she'd already accumulated, which would be maybe an hour or two depending on how distracted she got. Her aunt would probably be home by then and they'd watch whatever show the woman had set to record while Ren cooked, so that knocked out maybe another 2 hours. Those things alone pushed her up to 8 p.m., so she figured she'd have to shove her nap in around 5. Maybe she could. Ren Kit. Ren was immediately startled out of her thoughts, and she found a faint embarrassment buzzing up as she covertly glanced around the room. Mr. Shaw had said her partner's name first, and she'd missed it. The man continued to go on, and saw that he just stuck them in alphabetical order, so all she had to do was figure out who was before her in the alphabet. She tried to see if anyone was walking towards her, but she didn't pick anyone obvious in the shuffling crowd. Frowning, she tried her best to remember if any of her classmates had last names that started with J. No one came to mind, though. Sighing, she rubbed her index finger and thumb up along either side of her nose, pushing her glasses up slightly. She really should have paid attention, as asking Mr. Shaw to repeat himself was likely just to get her sass. He seemed like the sassy type of teacher. "Were there any eyes?" she muttered quietly to herself. She hadn't really been expecting anyone to hear her, let alone answer. "No, there weren't, but you might want to try H, darlin'." Even with the knowledge that she should have been, Ren still hadn't been very aware of her surroundings. So when a deep southern drawl rang clear in her ears while she was standing in some whitewashed suburban school in nobody knows where, Washington State, she had a very inappropriate response to the very out-of-place accent. "Who the fuck?" Her hand came up to slap over her mouth about the same time she caught sight of Jasper Hale staring down at her with one golden eyebrow raised. Her heart just about stopped when 3 things registered. He'd gotten way too close without her noticing. At 5 feet 2 inches, someone as big as him should have never been allowed near her because she felt like a literal ant. And finally, if the actual words out of his mouth were anything to go by, he was her new history partner. For the entire year. Anyways, Ren is an awkward noodle who's just trying her best. "I'm still not sure if I'll be able to write from Jasper's POV," and I scream. "Low-key need someone else to write his POV for me, LMFAO. Don't worry, I'll figure it out, I got this. But actually I'm gonna try to do the next chapter from Jasper's POV, so more jazz, yay. Fate and free will. Where's the line? Low-key I should be writing for my Batman FIC lol. Anyways, here's Jasper. This is just him explaining some stuff, and then we're back to Ren and we get more Cullen interaction in the next chapter, but I promise next time I write Jasper we'll get to see Ren, Jasper interaction from his POV. I've never written him before, and I'm not sure how this came out, but IDK. She smelled like sugar. From what little he could remember of his time before immortality, Jasper knew that he had always been a reserved man. He had a strong moral sense that not even vampirism had stolen, and it lived within him when a beating heart could not. He knew when respect is due, and how to show it appropriately. He knew when to step back and keep to himself, and he knew how to conduct himself when something needed to be said or done. At his core, Jasper was a pacifist. Most of the time. But, for all of Jasper's calmer tendencies, there was still a part of him that was a little bit wilder. That part of him was what had allowed him to break free of Maria's clutches despite the attachment he'd had to her. That part of him was what craved knowledge, tactic, and order. That part of him was what allowed for his brutality in battle. That part of him was what created the soldier that was in his very soul. That part of him was the major. And when Ren Kit had walked into Forks's unimpressive little lunchroom smelling like some old granny's kitchen right after she'd finished making dessert, he'd stood at attention without leaving any room for dismissal. It had been right then and there, when his disappointingly amber eyes had met startled brown, that the Major had developed a sweet tooth. Jasper, for all of his reservation, hadn't had it in him to do anything about that evening, knowing how dangerous it could be. Now at nearly 164 years old, he did no better than to let such an unpredictable variable go. A good tactician knew that wild cards could spell disaster in the long run, and it was always better to be safe than sorry. Jasper was nothing if not a shrewd planner, but this time he knew he couldn't eliminate the threat. Because even if Alice hadn't told him of Wren's existence the very first day they'd met, he'd have known what she was by the way she made his dead heart ache to beat again. They'd been surrounded by too many scents for him to notice at first without actively looking for her. There had been too many scents, too many noises, and just overall too much for him to focus on for him to notice her when she'd first walked into the lunchroom, but once he'd heard her. Once he'd heard her voice, soft and slightly raspy as she posed her innocent question about who he was, he'd been caught. She hadn't said anything more, but her acquaintances had spoken, and against his usual behavior, he'd turned to look. As soon as he'd pinpointed her location, he had been able to find her scent, and all of his carefully won control had been shot. Wide eyes, an innocent face, and a scent so sweet it made his mouth water had triggered an instinct in him that he had never been aware of before. And for the first time, he realized just why the love he felt from Carlisle and Esme was so intense. Why the emotions from Rosalie and Emmett when they were around each other trumped anything else. Why Peter had been willing to forsake Maria for Charlotte, when the former had an entire army behind her. He'd discovered what it felt like to find the other half of your soul, and before he could stop himself, he'd projected his need to simply claim her right then and there. Focused as he was, he'd been able to feel the second her mild curiousness had been flushed out in favor of the pure need he'd unintentionally projected, and he was ashamed at how easily having her project his own desire back at him had broken his control. Afterwards, when he'd been able to clear his mind, he had been thankful that Emmett had managed to drag him out of the school and away before he tore apart everything between him and his mate. While it had happened, though, he'd wanted to tear Emmett limb from limb and toss every piece into a blazing fire. As it was, Jasper had actually severed the other man's left arm, torn out a chunk of his neck, and broken off all of his fingers before he'd calmed down enough to realize what he was actually doing. Jasper knew he should have felt more guilt for injuring his adopted brother, but the Major's pride prevented him from truly feeling bad. He had a reason, and no one got to manhandle him like that and live. Emmett was lucky, and their entire family knew it if the way they'd been treating him for the last few days was anything to go by. He'd worked hard to maintain his diet and temperament, but he'd ruined all of the trust he'd built with the Cullens in a matter of seconds, and they all knew it. There had been apprehension in their acceptance of him at first, but Alice had fixed that. Alice, who he privately had considered his own guardian angel for some time, had showed them that he was not just the monster his history made him out to be. He was the god of war, yes, but he was also just Jasper. There was a man behind the madness, and it had even taken him a long time to realize that. Some days, he was still realizing. It was a process that required effort and support, but he'd been well on his way. For years, it had been Alice who had guided him, and he had loved her for it. In some ways, he still did. She had shown him a new way out of his darkness, and had offered a light in her ever-present happiness for him to focus on. She was his beacon, and his reason for continuing on some days, and he had loved her for it. He had fallen in love with her for it, and after they'd met, he'd been adamant in taking her for his mate. He had seen that she loved him as well, but it hadn't been like he loved her. For a while, that he'd been hurt over that, but he had understood. From their very first day together, she'd warned him that he had something better coming. She'd warned that she was just the beginning of his happiness, of his personal peace. At the time, he hadn't been able to see beyond the peace that she offered him, but even there she had shown him his way. While Alice had been his beginning, she could not be his end. She did, after all, have a mate of her own who she was determined to wait for. After decades of being companions sharing time, space, and even intimacy when she was sure he understood that it could not last, he found himself adapting to the Cullen clan when it was time and all it had to offer him. It was then that he also realized that even if it had hurt him at first, Alice had been right in her choices. A part of him ached for the fly-like creature he'd come to love, but beside it was the part of him that was hollow in a way he hated. And now, as he sat amongst children who were only just beginning their much shorter lives, He watched a girl with earth-toned skin tap her pencil against her desk and wondered what exactly about her was meant to fill him in a way that Alice couldn't. Ren was his, of that there was no denying, but he didn't know why. He had hardly said a word to her, and knew little more than her appearance and her name. Even from those things alone, he could safely say that she was nothing he'd expected. Alice was already ecstatic for him, and it was only by his request that she hadn't yet tried to befriend her. The rest of his family were less enthused. They were afraid of him, which was something he'd spent years trying to prevent, but the truth was that fear of him would always be there, and for good reason. He would never be able to get rid of that, but he had managed trust, and more importantly, love. Those things were something he was only sure still existed because not only were his family afraid of him, but they were afraid for him. At first, after Rosalie had calmed down slightly from her almost rampage at the sight of her own maid being nearly shredded, his Carlyle had been intent on the possibility of them moving. He had assumed that Ren was his singer, and while they still loved him, no one in his coven trusted him to resist temptation. Honestly, he did not trust himself to do such a thing either. It was only by Edward's assurance that Jasper didn't see the young girl as a meal that Jasper was even allowed back to school. Still, Carlyle had almost had one of his siblings transferred into the classes he shared with Ren to ensure nothing happened. It was there Jasper had put his foot down, even knowing that it would not help him get back in their good graces. He may have been willing to do whatever it took to maintain their lifestyle and keep them safe, but he still had to do what was needed for himself as well. Edward had confirmed his suspicions that Ren was withdrawn, and Jasper had figured that having another of his kind in the class would set off her instincts, and possibly keep her farther from him. The Major rebelled against that idea violently, and so Jasper had stood his ground. While Carlyle may have served as his father, they still had an understanding that Jasper was his own man as well, and that if it ever came down to it, there would be no way for Carlyle to win even with his superior age. So Jasper remained unaccompanied in his last 2 periods, his family remained in fear because of his rash actions, and he was left with a new maid and no idea what he wanted to do with her. He knew what he should do, and he knew what fate had decided for him, but at the end of the day Jasper had worked hard to obtain the freedom to do what he wished, and he wasn't quite ready to let fate take that from him. And a part of him wasn't quite ready to let go of Alice either, even if she had never truly been his. But he wouldn't completely reject what was put before him, he couldn't. He would test the waters, even if it was something he wasn't sure if he could handle. He would try and be this girl's friend, and perhaps figure out the will of his own heart along the way. Okay, so here's the deal. I actually love Alice. I like Alice and Jasper. I love the idea of soulmates and true mates and all that. But I also like OCs, and I like different, and I really like to play with developing relationships. I think that love takes time and effort, and yeah, some people can just do the love at first sight thing. But Jasper isn't the same as Edward. Jasper was more mature, he had to be because of where life put him as a human. He always seemed just more to me than Edward did. Edward was okay, and yeah, I guess Bella worked for him, but not everyone can just go right into it. Not everyone can just be like, wham, I'm gonna drop everything for you. So that's not what this story is about. This story is about learning how to move on, learning what love is, and learning about the true meaning of forever. This will follow the books, but it will also be an AU that focuses on Jasper and Alice, and even Rosalie because I freaking love her. I'm going to take the idea of true mates and run with it, twist it, and make it something we don't usually see in the Twilight fandom. So tell me what you think, and hopefully I'll be able to pull this through and you all will enjoy the ride. It comes in waves here we go. One thing that was very obvious about Ren was that she wasn't a social butterfly, and she had no issue admitting that she never had been. In California, her friends had been limited to a few casual lunch buddies, some long-distance people, and the few people she talked to in her classes. There had been no long-lasting, ever-enduring childhood friends. There had been no ultra-strong connections made as she passed from elementary to middle school, and then from middle school to high school. She simply wasn't one to form such strong attachments, and while that may have worried her aunt, Ren had always been fine with that. She got enough interaction in school, and coming home for some time to herself had suited her needs just fine, though to some it may have come off as a monotonous and lonely existence. If she looked at it objectively, she could admit that perhaps it had been, but such a way of life had its merits. It was really hard to miss what you never had, and generally when one kept to themselves, there were less people to worry about when it came to keeping secrets. Now she didn't have anything really huge to hide, not really. She didn't have a dark, dirty secret, or anything that she was truly ashamed of. There was nothing she felt would be damning or lead to disaster if people found out, but there were some things that she didn't particularly like talking about. These were the things she personally felt weren't so terrible or uncommon, but they were experiences she knew others would see differently than she did. So she kept to herself, and she kept her secrets. As she sat through a continued lecture on thermodynamics and its properties, Ren determined that it was probably her own experience with shielding certain pieces of herself from the world that allowed her to see when others were doing the same. Like things tended to be drawn together after all, and at the end of the day her own guarded eyes saw right through his. Or at least, she saw far enough through the way he conducted himself to see that perhaps there was more to him than just a pretty face and all too perfect family. "All right," her teacher announced abruptly, breaking her out of her errant thoughts, "don't forget we have a lab tomorrow." Surprised at the fact that the class had ended in the time she'd been lost in her own thoughts, Ren glanced down at her paper to see a chicken scratch mess of notes that had been taken on autopilot. Letting out a soft sound of distress, she ended up just closing the notes into her notebook and putting it all away. She was used to zoning out, but lately her mind seemed to wander towards one direction every time, and it was starting to get troublesome. She had been telling herself that she was so drawn to him because of the mystery he presented, but she'd seen people with secrets before and hadn't found herself reacting quite the same way. There was part of her deep down that said there was something more to the way her eyes were drawn to him whenever he was in the room, no matter what. She probably should have listened to that, and tried to figure it out, but the truth was that she was almost afraid of what she'd find. Jasper had looks, money, status, and that air of untouchable perfection to him that was edged out with the tiniest bit of danger, and she knew none of those things were for her, so she tried to calm her mind and keep her distance. Tried was the key word there, because there were times where she was sure the world had it out for her. As she walked out of her chemistry classroom, she figured now was one of those times because Jasper was leaning his long, lean body against the wall just outside the door, and she unintentionally caught his eye as she passed. His eyes seemed just a little bit darker lately, closer to liquid gold than the amber tone his family sported. At first, she thought they all wore contacts as some sort of weird family connection thing, but these days she wasn't so sure. "Hey," he said simply. Though he hadn't said but one word, he still seemed to demand all of her attention, and she found herself standing just a little straighter. Still, her first instinct was to try and brush him off and move on with her day, but she knew she couldn't. She'd been looking at him dead on when he spoke, and it would be an asshole move to duck out. So she bit the bullet, raised her eyebrow so that he knew he had her attention, and tried to fight the urge to fold in on herself. She knew technically her response came off as a little haughty, and he did too if the way he raised his own eyebrow in response was any indication. "You know, darlin', I'm starting to think you're avoiding me." Now Ren still didn't fully understand why, but there was just something about that slow drawl and the inflection on his words that made her want to swear to the high heavens. Even if his accent was much more subtle than it had been the first time she'd heard it, the southern twang was still there. She couldn't even distinguish if the weird thrill that shot through her was nervousness, irritation, or excitement. All of them made her very, very uncomfortable, and contributed to the heat quickly moving from her cheeks all the way down to her chest. What embarrassment didn't come from the reaction in her voice made its way from the fact that he was actually calling her out. After they'd been assigned as history partners and she subsequently made a fool of herself and probably offended him, they'd spent the rest of the period in near silence. It had suited her just fine, especially since Mr. Shaw had just explained what their assignment would be and she didn't have to interact at all to begin with. Since then though, Ren had hardly bothered to follow up on any project plans with Jasper, and she tended to leave every class she had as soon as possible anyway, so she always left before him. She understood that if she wanted her grade not to die, she was going to have to work with him, but she had figured they could just push it off. She took her notes, and as far as she knew, he took his. There was no need for either of them to do anything else, in her mind. He was apparently thinking differently though. "Okay," she finally said, deciding to get the arrangements out of the way before her nerves were completely shot. "Firstly, my name is actually Ren." The whole him calling her darlin' thing just wasn't going to work. She wasn't a fan of nicknames to begin with since her name was so short, but him calling her darling was just way too out there. It was too familiar, and the way he said it wasn't helping. She'd shifted out of the way of the door and to Jasper's other side, and now that he had her attention, Jasper took it upon himself to push off the wall and face her, standing to his full height. They were close enough that she would have to tilt her head back if she wanted to look at him, so she opted to just move farther away. It was a little daunting. "I'm well aware of what your name is, I just need to know if I'm doing something that's bothering you." She wanted to tell him that him just standing there and breathing bothered her, but many conversations with her aunt had taught her that telling him what she felt would be rude, so she went a different route. "You're not. I'm sorry I made it seem that way. I don't know. I'm sorry, what did you have in mind for the project?" Thinking was easy for her, but talking was another thing entirely. Oddly enough, he seemed to get it and he just nodded. "I hadn't thought on it too hard, and I figured it should be something we do together since it's for both of our grades." Ren felt herself begin to relax just the slightest bit, but the anxiousness she was feeling began to ebb away at the calm, and so she banished them both. Instead of letting her brain dwell on emotion-twisting things, she brought her mind over to a more academic standpoint and let that be her center. "That's probably what Mr. Shaw intended anyways. Are you, free today?" She felt awkward asking him that, but given the context she felt that it was necessary. Besides, she didn't truly know him, so there was no reason for her to expect the worst of him yet. Jasper could feel the discomfort radiating off of the small girl in waves, and he fought off an entirely too inappropriate smirk. Normally he would have tried to help her, but her emotions shifted far too fast for him to keep up with. 1 second irritation rang sharp, then there was curiousness, or fear, or his personal favorite, an inkling of lust that denoted an attraction that seemed to confuse her all the more. It should have made him uncomfortable, as such a roller coaster of emotion usually made his head spin and completely overwhelmed him, but the abrupt bouts of calm kept it from being too much. It was like she felt every emotion vividly, but only for so long before she herself shut everything down into a startling calm. It left him wondering just what exactly she was doing and how she was doing it. More importantly, it left him feeling like he was on a controlled high every other moment that evened out to calm instead of having him crash by the end of it. He couldn't exactly ask her what she was doing without giving something that he didn't want her asking after away, though, so he decided to focus on her question instead. From what he'd seen, Ren was skittish and avoidant, and while the major and every animal instinct he possessed was screaming, "Chase," he knew she wasn't playing coy. She wasn't doing what she was doing to entice him, and she most definitely didn't want him coming after her like a bull in heat. There was something more to her behavior, and he needed to figure out what it was before he caught himself doing something that would screw them both up. With that in mind, he decided that he needed to get to know her better, and the perfect opportunity had presented itself. "I'm free whenever you need me to be," he told her as he tried his best to read beneath the calm she was presenting. Despite the fact that she was feeling one way, he had the oddest feeling that she was somehow layering her emotions, and if he just looked deep enough there was. "Ah, there we have it," he thought to himself. Emotions, for him, appeared in waves. It was as if the entire emotional spectrum was a shifting ocean, and he was a rock stuck right next to the epicenter of every ripple. Strong emotions crashed over him, and the weaker ones simply brushed against his edges. Unfortunately, with teenagers, almost every emotion tended to come in large, very nearly crushing waves. Luckily, he had just enough control to center himself amidst the proverbial storm of a high school. Ren, though, was a little different. Her emotions were still very much the same as everyone else's, but when she was at her calm and the surface was still, there were currents just beneath that brushed at the bottom of his psyche if he allowed himself to feel them. Most of the emotions he felt were nearly tangible, but what she was doing was the gentlest of caresses. It was startlingly familiar, but he couldn't quite pinpoint what was going on. After some moments, her soft voice broke him from his thoughts. "Right. Well, if you'd like, I guess I could get your email and we could figure out a plan later on tonight." There were many ways Jasper could have responded. He knew how to plan, and he knew how to manipulate to get what he wanted. He also knew that this girl, whoever she was, didn't quite fit anything he was expecting yet. He needed more information if he was to ever get anywhere with her, and he needed to be careful because with one look he knew he had the capability to destroy her. He knew a lot of things, while simultaneously not enough. Still, in the end, he'd led armies into battles far fiercer than one small human girl, and so he swallowed the irrational fear he had that he was going to do something terribly wrong, and he reached into his bag to rip out a spare piece of paper. Ren watched him as he wrote with her wide eyes, and he was reminded of Fawn he'd seen in the forest just the week before. He'd ripped out its mother's jugular not seconds before the creature had gone running, but he still remembered the curious innocence the creature had looked at him with. New eyes, just beginning to see the world for what it was. Predator and prey, hunt or be hunted. It was all the same, in the end, and as he finished writing, Ren reached out for the paper he held and he grabbed her hand, never bothering to break eye contact. Pupils dilated, her heart rate picked up, and he watched for the same realization that had come into the Fawn's eyes to alight in Ren's. The telltale realization in her eyes that she should run before she too was caught. He did not blink, nor did he remove his gaze, but he could still see the twitch of her hand in his as much as he could feel it. He could feel the sweat beading on her palm, the warmth of her blood rushing through her veins, and the smell of the sugary sweet chocolate she'd evidently eaten at some point on the tips of her fingers. Slowly, he slid his thumb onto her palm, pressing her small hand open, and he slid the paper against the soft skin. She really was small, and for just a moment he thought of Alice and his frozen heart tried its best to ache. Then he forced himself to look at the warmth of her skin in both color and feel, and to focus on the sweet-smelling blood gathered in her reddened cheeks. He leaned down just enough to make sure she couldn't look anywhere but straight at him, and then he gave her his most charming smile and closed her fist tight around the piece of paper. "See you round, darlin'." By them time she'd gained her senses back enough to stop staring at the space Jasper Hale had just vacated. Ren's hand had dropped to her side, the palm still tingling and her mind still tangled in the coolness of his skin. Embarrassed beyond belief, she abruptly tried her best to physically scrub any remainder of her reaction off of her face, and she rushed home, shoving the paper into her pocket as she went. All in all, it was a good 2 hours after she got home before she'd even bothered to look at the note he'd written. She'd finished her homework, and had done all the necessary prep for lasagna before putting her food in the oven and falling onto her couch in front of the TV. She was worn out from her day, and ready to doze for a while when she felt her phone vibrate from her pocket. She dug it out, a few random pieces of wrapper and paper falling from the same pocket, and idly read her auntie's text that she'd be home late. That didn't bother her too much, and she texted back an "okay," before settling back in the couch and flipping through the channels. Knowing better than to leave trash on the couch, she picked up what had fallen out of her pocket and glanced down at it. After a moment of blankness, she remembered that Jasper had given her the white bit of paper peeking out from beneath a mini Hershey's wrapper, and she plucked it out before stuffing the rest back into her pocket. Though it was a simple piece of paper, Ren looked at it as if it was going to bite her. It was stupid, she knew, but she still hadn't gotten completely over her reaction to Jasper just a few hours earlier. He probably thought she was a complete dweeb for freezing up like she had, but she wasn't used to her friends getting close to her like that, let alone big guys like him. She'd be over it in the morning, but for now she felt like an ass. She felt even worse when she finally unfolded the paper and saw the scrawl of digits instead of the email address she'd been expecting. For a second, she was pretty confused before it registered that the 7 digits on the paper were a telephone number. After she figured that one out, her confusion was for a completely different reason. What the ever-loving fuck? Lucky for her, her auntie wasn't home to chastise her for her language. Ahahaha idk what I am doing. What you waiting for? Fun fact. I sat down to write this and got distracted by drag queens. RuPaul's Drag Race will be my downfall. She didn't call him that night, nor did she plan on calling him any night. Instead, her insomnia had her up at 2 a.m. and her complete need to keep some type of distance between herself and Jasper had her outlining a diagram for the Declaration of Independence. She made a note sheet to go with it that mentioned doing a visual aid for each section, and then she found Jasper's locker and jammed it through the opening without a second glance. Finding his locker had been as easy as texting Maria and asking. Tall, blonde, and handsome would be prime pickings in any high school, and Forks was no different. He had a myriad of girls lusting after him, and lucky for her, they all did their best to stalk their heart's desire. As such, Maria the gossip monger had known exactly where Jasper's locker was. All Ren had needed to do was mention that they were history partners, and she was free to do whatever she wanted. Unfortunately for Maria's poor, mass media-fed romantic heart, Ren didn't actually want to write Jasper sweet little love letters or gush over how hot he was at sleepovers. She just wanted to stay under his radar because all the self-preservation she had told her that there was more going on behind all that southern charm. Then again, Ren had found that most people had more going on than just what they liked to put out at school. That was just the nature of life, after all. That had been 2 days ago, and in that time she dealt with the awkwardness she knew she'd have to face with her blatant avoidance. Still, it had been worth it once she got past his questioning looks. He'd taken the hint that she wanted to be left to her own devices, and as far as she knew he'd gone ahead and finished the project she'd started for him. Hopefully. Mr. Shaw had taken a load off of all of their shoulders by announcing that their first project wouldn't have to be presented in front of the class, and she could only be thankful for that. She knew eventually that she'd have to get over the weirdness she felt around Jasper both for her grade and for her own peace of mind, but for now she wasn't quite there yet. In fact, she was so far from there that when she left PE on the 3rd day after what she thought of as the commencement of her and Jasper's understanding that she was a weird chick who had trouble dealing with people and so he should stop with that friendly crap, a mouthful, she saw the boy in question strolling down the hall and immediately turned her music volume up to try and drown out any wayward thoughts, and swerved far away from their path. It shouldn't have been hard considering the wide path often left open for the Cullens to strut down, but even with her body physically on the other side of the hall, Ren still found her eyes drawn towards them, only to find 2 sets of amber irises staring back at her. The smart thing to do would be to play it off as a passing glance. Unfortunately, Ren wasn't always smart, and so what she did instead was blush and screw her face into what was undoubtedly a truly unattractive sight. To his credit, Jasper had the good grace to look away and let her die in peace, as she was sure he was over the reoccurring happening. Rose on the other hand, sneered and left Ren feeling about 2 feet tall. For fuck's sake, was all she could think without risking banging her head against the wall because of her own stupidity. Ren wasn't used to this, she really wasn't. She didn't have staring problems, and while she wasn't the best person with interaction, avoidance issues to the extent she felt herself leaning towards weren't something she had trouble with before. She hardly knew the guy and had only been in his prescience for a few weeks. She really shouldn't have been acting as she was. She didn't know him, and maybe that was the problem. She didn't know Jasper Hale, and her teacher had set them up with forced close contact for the oncoming months. She'd never really been put in a situation with a person who appeared so different to her in every aspect, and she could only theorize that she'd reacted badly on instinct. And the more she thought, the more she realized that there was only one way to fix it. Really, it was a way that Jasper had evidently tried but she'd rebuffed, but she figured while she may have slammed that door shut, Jasper wouldn't be too mad if she came knocking. He honestly seemed pretty easygoing despite what everyone said about him, which seemed to be another thing she'd let back her into the corner. She knew better than to listen to gossip, but she supposed subconsciously she may have still let the talk of how he always looked uptight and like he was in pain, and oh so above the rest of the populace cloud her perception of him. As far as she'd seen, Jasper was disgustingly charming, pretty as a picture, and had this playful edge to him that she was afraid to examine too closely. Playful sometimes spelled trouble, and she wasn't in the business to get played with. But, with all that in mind, she knew she should probably swallow her nerves and give him a chance. They needed to be organized partners, and she needed to keep a clear head before she got lost in her own mess. That was her life's mantra, really. Keep a clear head and you can fix any situation. It had worked for her many times before. She never expected to be holding onto her words over a boy, of all things, though. After everything she'd been through before, a single guy shouldn't have been able to rattle her so hard without doing anything at all, and yet here she was. But then again, it was all so very cliché as well. 17 years old and a boy had her messed up. She had to crack a smile at that, because if her auntie knew, Ren figured the woman would be jumping for joy. She always had been worried about Ren being a normal, healthy teenager. Hours later, when she was balled up in the corner of the couch in the living room clutching her phone tight in her hand, her auntie walked in and raised an eyebrow at her as she slipped her work heels off. Ren's music was blasting, but this was something her aunt was used to. Still, Ren knew she looked a little bit worse for wear. She couldn't help it though, especially with Gwen Stefani's voice seemingly taunting her through the speakers. Naturally I'm worried if I do it alone, who really cares, cuz it's your life. What's going on with you? Her auntie questioned, slipping onto the couch and rubbing her feet. Ren could see the tiredness in her auntie's eyes, and she could already tell that the woman would probably be skipping dinner in order to head straight to sleep. You never know, it could be great, take a chance cuz you might grow. Ren also knew that as tired as she was, Her aunt wouldn't dream of getting into bed if she thought there was something wrong with her niece. What you waiting for? But truly there was nothing going on with her other than nerves at asking her history partner if he wanted to get lunch with her and Maria so they could get to know each other better and working together would be less awkward. She'd typed out a text that said he should bring one of his siblings or friends or something, and she didn't come straight out and say it, but being in a group seemed easier. Maria probably wasn't the best choice considering her own slightly starstruck adoration of the Cullens, but Ren didn't really have anyone else. As it was, she needed some type of support since going right out and being blunt about her need to get to know him better had taken all of her strength. She'd cut any bullshitting to keep from getting anything misconstrued, and gotten straight to the point. What you waiting for? I'm fine, she told her aunt. Angel looked at her critically for a moment, and seemed ready to argue with Ren's answer, but after a moment she shook her head. Okay then. Ren let out a breath she hadn't been aware she was holding, but still found herself clutching her phone. While she'd typed out her message, she still hadn't sent it yet. She knew what she had wrote wasn't anything out of the ordinary though. She knew, and now that she wasn't alone and had the stable presence of her aunt, Ren followed her own mantra. She took a deep breath, unclenched her phone, and glanced down at the screen. She read the text, quietly listening to Gwen Stefani continue to ironically sing her song. Tick-tock 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 tick-tock. So, with a deep breath, Ren quickly moved her fingers and pressed send on the message that had been sitting on her phone for the better part of half an hour. For the rest of the night, the text read through her mind on repeat. Hey. I realize that I've been off around you lately and I'm sorry about that. I'm a bit weird around new people sometimes and I figured if we're going to be partners for the rest of the year that I should fix that, so how about we grab lunch one weekend or something so we can get a little more familiar with each other? I was planning on going out this weekend with a friend and if you're not busy you could come along. If you want to bring your sister or a friend or something feel free. Jasper almost missed her text. Not because he wasn't near his phone, which he kept on him and charged more out of habit these past few years, but because before he'd even received the text a tiny dark-haired pixie had appeared in front of him and snatched his phone out of his pocket. He'd been in his room idly toying with an old chessboard as he contemplated asking Edward for a game. And while his mind may have been somewhat occupied, he wasn't relaxed enough for Alice to truly catch him off guard. It wasn't that he felt threatened, necessarily, it was just that he couldn't remember a time where he'd ever truly let down his guard. He was always aware of his surroundings whether consciously or subconsciously enough that any threat to his being could be effectively neutralized as quickly and as efficiently as possible. As such, she'd barely managed to pull her hand away from his pocket before he'd caught her wrist on instinct and her gaze snapped up to his. Jasper cared deeply for Alice, and he made no effort to hide that. She knew he loved her, though admittedly he was coming to terms with learning to love her as one would a sister, and she knew that as one of the closest people to his heart, she had his devotion and he would never harm her. Even with that knowledge, though, she still froze, large smile, wildly excited eyes and all when he prevented her from stealing her prize and trapped her, fangs slightly bared on instinct. In the few seconds that she remained in his grasp, face just inches from his fangs, Jasper remembered yet another of the reasons he had allowed for Alice's insistence that he wait for his mate. No matter how strongly he felt, and no matter what he did, there was still that little bit of fear that lived in Alice of him. In those few seconds before his psyche registered that this was Alice and she was not, in fact, attacking him, Jasper looked into her golden eyes and despite everything, he saw the fear of a vampire who knew she was far outclassed in power and skill. He saw her fear of the god of war, because despite everything, despite Jasper loving the excitable woman, the Major had never been able to let her come close without wanting to snap. There were certain allowances the Major allowed with his own being, and Alice had just barely been given them. There had been times when they'd laid together where Jasper had to continuously push down the anxiety that came from being so exposed in that proximity to another vampire. So in those times, Jasper had kept the Major under lock and key. And Alice had never been able to fully accept the part of Jasper that could not accept her, because she knew as well as he did that if it came down to it, he could still utterly destroy her and everyone else she'd ever loved. That was who the Major was after all. A complete and utter monster. That was who Jasper was, at the end of the day. And when Jasper released her, face softening and fingers pulling his phone from her own slackened grip, he could not fault her for her fear. He could not fault her for not allowing him to let his feelings Grow for her, or return them at all. He loved her too much, already, so not wanting to deal with what he already hated was something he could understand. Suddenly the phone in his hand had vibrated, shaking him from his quickly darkening musings. This something important? He questioned, holding his phone between them. All at once Alice's cheer came back, and Jasper fed off of the happiness she was exuding like the leech he was. Alice was all bright bursts, and he let her overjoyed emotion wash over him, lifting his own spirits. Absolutely. You should answer back yes right now, Jasper, she gushed. Amused, Jasper finally checked the text, and suddenly found himself at an impasse. On one hand, he wanted to do what Alice asked because he knew it would make her happy. But, then there was Alice. He could admit that there was a part of him that was intrigued by the young girl who he'd hoped would reach out to him in the first place, but he wasn't sure if it was for the right reasons. He didn't just want a replacement to fill the place Alice had left empty. He didn't want that for himself, nor did he want it for Wren. She hadn't done anything to deserve such treatment. Yes, he was letting his love for Alice shift, and as the months went by he was beginning to think that perhaps his love for her had not been rooted in the places he'd originally thought, though it was true, but he was not finished figuring out his own feelings yet. He couldn't drag young, nervous Wren through on that journey with him. Jasper. What are you waiting for? Alice chirped, grabbing for his phone again. She wouldn't be getting it unless he allowed her to, of course, but it was clear she was getting impatient. For all of the foresight she was gifted with, she was often impulsive, and that had always served as a bit of an irritant to Jasper. How could someone like her not think before they acted? But it was Alice, and so it didn't truly bother him. Letting out a deep, unnecessary breath through his nose, Jasper stared hard at the words on the small screen, almost searching for an answer inside the question. He found none, and instead appreciated the truth in the carefully typed words for what they were. He didn't expect that there was any hiding, as she'd been doing before. She finally admitted that she was not comfortable with him, though he knew well enough after he'd found the half-finished project in his locker. That alone gave him enough to believe that the rest of what she said was true. She seemed shy enough, but she was not naive. She knew how her question would sound, and she made her intentions clear by adding the presence of her friends, and leaving an opening for anyone he wanted to bring. She showed her sincerity in the little things, and Jasper could appreciate that enough to offer her the same authenticity. Nothing half thought through. He would be careful with this, because he found that he did want to figure out whom fate had matched him with. The Major demanded it, because he was possessive over the things he dictated as his, but Jasper needed to know. But he wasn't sure about a lot of things, and Jasper knew that this time he needed to be sure. He had been skeptical of Alice, and had gone in on faith alone. He had found things he needed, true, but had been opened up to new holes in his being that ached all the more. This time, Jasper needed to be careful. I will have an answer for you tomorrow. Still curled up on the couch, but significantly more relaxed with her task done, Wren only felt a spike of anxiety in her chest when she received a new text. After she read it, that anxiety moved into her chest cavity faster than a new homeowner who'd just gotten their keys. I should have probably proofread this a couple more times, but I don't feel like it, so sorry. I'm tired and I need sleep. Anyways, thanks for reading. I hope none of you are disappointed. This story should pick up in a few chapters when we bring Bella in. That girl had enough drama for anyone to get twisted in, and unfortunately, Wren is no exception. Subtle collision. So anyways, I just went on a writing binge and I'm not fully sure this makes complete sense. I should be finishing up my other FIC instead of writing for this. BC, I honestly have no solid plot in mind other than like a base LMAO, so yeah, have no idea what I'm doing. I hope y'all enjoy. When he found her the next day, she was wearing a jacket that seemed to wear her more than she had, and the group she was in seemed to fit her even less. They were people, alive with thoughts and action, and so he cataloged them on instinct, but they weren't his main focus. It was the girl who sat silent in their aimless chatter that caught his attention, her face a twisted mask of polite interest and distraction that he could feel hid a bone deep unease. He figured that was her specific emotional spectrum coming to show itself again, though. Most people were unique in the way they felt, true, but he rarely ever felt the need to examine the nuances so closely. With her though, well, somehow it had become a necessity. It was through this necessity that he discovered that even with her ever-shifting, all too powerful undercurrents of emotion, at her center there was always a coil of discomfort wound tight. In his private thoughts, He wondered if perhaps that was the root of her ability to level herself so easily. Did she simply always come back to the unease that never let her be? What would happen if that carefully coiled ball came undone? What had happened to get it there in the first place? Had he been of the mind to share these tentative thoughts of the young woman, he knew someone would probably tell him that it was good for him to wonder such things. It was good for him to be interested in the soul that was meant to match his. He knew, and yet as he neared her, rigid in his posture as he kept tight control on the instincts that surrounding humans brought out in him, he thought that it might just drive him mad. He was able to catch a snippet of her ever-present music as it played through the device shoved into her ear when he stopped, a few seconds passing before she noticed him. Not shy of a spark, a knife twists at the thought that I should fall short of the mark, frightened by the bite though it's no harsher than the bark, middle of adventure, such a perfect place to start. His eyebrow rose at the lyrics, but he didn't have long to ponder before she'd paused it, yanking the cord so that the small bud fell from her ear as she turned around. Fear, anger, excitement, confusion, calm, unease. He saw the emotions flit through her large eyes just as much as he felt them, and he knew then, without a doubt, that she was going to drive him mad. Hey there, darlin'. Surprise, lust, irritation, calm. Maybe, just maybe, pushing her first would let him remain in control while she caught herself. Maybe. I think I will take you up on that offer after all, he told her. Then, with all the hard-wrought control of a soldier and a vegetarian vampire, he turned his back and walked away, paying attention to little else except for her reaction. For all the sugar-laden crap she ate, Ren was actually pretty healthy, and her body generally was in well-working order. Sure, she had what she considered a nice few extra layers on her body to ward off the cold, but she had nothing wrong with her cardiovascular, respiratory, digestive or any other system in her body. Still, in that moment, Ren was pretty sure she almost had a literal heart attack. One glance at the suddenly silent table of people around her, and she was pretty sure that they'd shared her experience. A few heavy seconds ticked by, and Ren saw it as a calm before the storm. Unsurprisingly, Maria was the first downpour. Oh my God, you have a date with Jasper. Blanching, Ren had barely gotten a no out before Amy piped in with her own particularly brutal clap of thunder. Why would Jasper go on a date with her? She's like 12. Ren could concede that Amy wasn't exactly wrong, and after a good few lunch hours spent in her company, she knew the girl wasn't necessarily mean on purpose either. She just had a way of very bluntly blurting out what she was thinking without bothering to see if it was in any way hurtful. Ren could appreciate her honesty, and to a certain extent she could relate, but still her thoughts were somewhere along the lines of, okay, listen, bitch. He's my history partner. I just figured I should get to know him better is all, was what she actually said. She refrained from saying that she'd invited him on her outing with Maria, as she had the distinct feeling that she'd get a lot of people she had no desire to be around outside of the lunchroom inviting them along. Lucky her, things calmed just enough that she no longer felt as if she was going to have her heart tissue start beat its weight through her ribcage. There were still some skeptical looks, and okay, yeah, there were a couple jealous looks too, but she only got one further comment. Hale's a little freaky. Good luck, stoner dude, who ironically enough went by Bud, had said. Bud was a pretty laid-back guy, and he rarely ever actually spoke ill of anything from what she could tell, so she didn't think he was just being an ass. He genuinely thought Jasper was weird, and when she glanced over to the Cullen table, she couldn't help but agree. Then she ended up caught in honeyed eyes, and she incidentally choked on air. Coughing, her heated face turned away to stare at the sandwich she'd made herself for lunch, and she waved off Maria's concern as she hacked her way through her embarrassment. Either that boy is going to kill me, or I'm going to fucking go nuts. A tiny, unbidden voice inside of her said that she was already a little nuts, and she really shouldn't be putting the blame on anyone else, or saying anything about their own brand of nuttiness. She almost felt bad, but then she remembered an all too irritating southern drawl calling her darling, and she told that voice to shove it. Days later, she ended up standing in front of a diner waiting for her company with green apple-flavored sucker close to cracking between her teeth. After an agonizing conversation with Maria that revolved mostly around Ren trying to convince the other girl that there was no suspicious behavior going on under her nose and that no one was going on a date of any kind, they'd eventually settled on meeting at the town's most popular eatery. It wasn't really a big place, and it kind of gave off that all-American trucker stop kind of vibe, but Ren had figured as long as they could give her a plate of fries she'd be good. Besides, the moment she'd told her aunt, the woman had been ecstatic. Ren had only been vaguely offended. Mostly she'd just been nervous about a certain blonde, and after texting him the information and watching the days go by, her nerves only got worse. It wasn't so much that she was worried about saying something wrong, or making a fool of herself specifically. Rather, it was that she was worried about everything. That was her biggest problem, really. She'd already done a pretty bad job at not making things weird with Jasper, and had just barely managed to create a friendship with Maria, who was naturally friendly. At the moment, as people moved with the flow of life around her, Ren's anxiety seemed to hike higher, and that fact that she was losing control only made it work higher and faster. It was the worst domino effect she could imagine. It was also one she was all too familiar with, and after she found herself flinching and ducking her head when a couple brushed past her to go inside, she bore down on herself once and for all. She couldn't afford to be a mess when either Maria or Jasper finally showed up. More importantly, she hated feeling so out of sorts to begin with. Slowly, Ren reeled herself back in. It was difficult, and that alone told her she was going to have a bad day overall, but she managed. She had her headphones in, and her foot tapped in time to the beat of her song, and she let it. The feeling of heel hitting pavement one more steadying sensory distraction. It was a double beat of heel down, tap pavement, then music bass on repeat, and to some it may have seemed rather neurotic, but it was her lifeline. The sound, the movement, they were all things she used to keep her mind from running with thoughts and emotions she had no desire to have. Most days it was a subconscious thing she did. The self-imposed distractions, but on her bad days everything was different. On her bad days there would be no tap of a pencil to keep her focused, no beat of a drum to guide her train of thought, no clenched fists to slow her emotions. On her bad days, her head pounded with what-ifs and theories and problems that all seemed to spiral into a tower that she didn't have the guts to climb, which was a problem in on itself. On these days, just being in public fed that cursed structure with anxiety and fear, a volatile mix that left her wishing to crawl out of her skin. What if that person spoke to her? What was she to say? Did she look weird? Would someone notice and call her out? How was she to respond? And so on the worries went until she could be found cornered in her own head, trying desperately to outrun herself. Heart beating faster than it should have, Ren let her eyes slip close and she focused. She breathed deep, listened to her melodies, and she pushed compressed hid. And then nearly jumped out of her skin when a cool hand brushed against her cheek. Her eyes snapped open, and the crunch of hardened sugar between her molars was as fast as Jasper Hale's retreat. Really, Ren felt as if she should be panicking, as if she really wanted to, but she wasn't. Standing tall and gorgeous before her was Jasper, and his gaze was as focused as hers probably wasn't. Put together where she felt scattered, Ren wished she could pull from that serenity. Idly, though, she saw the straightness to his back, and the soldier's stance in the clasp of his hands before him, and she wondered. Is this what I look like every day? He was a pretty, perhaps even expected picture, but was that really the truth? Or maybe she was just reading into things far too much. Generally speaking, Jasper wasn't usually surprised all too often. When you live as long as he had, in the conditions he had, you start to recognize the pattern to human behavior, and you can act accordingly. Still, there were some people that simply defied all expectation. Ren was one of them. Day after day he'd spent watching her while they attended the schooling he'd been through countless times. Day after day he felt the lapping of her emotions against the island of his abilities. Day after day he'd felt the rolling waves smooth over. Day after day he'd watched her, and in that time little Ren had handled herself with a sort of control he envied, despite it subtly. She was a very careful person, and very private as well. She even seemed to be burying things under that carefully smoothed surface to keep from herself. Aside from her scent, that was what seemed to captivate him the most about her. He found that even without her position as his destined and without Alice's pushing, she still drew him in. There was a strange sort of comfort that Jasper found in her appealing to a part of him that was outside of the vampire. Naturally equipped with a compassionate, inquisitive mind, Jasper found that he wanted to know just what it was that she needed to keep even from herself. That was why when he neared her, not moments after the appointed meeting time, and every emotion he'd ever felt brush against his ability from her direction came roaring out in a storm so crushing he felt his control start to slip and leave the major rising to the surface of his mind, Jasper was completely caught off guard by the automatic wave of calm he sent pouring her way. He was even more surprised by how easily she latched onto it, snatching the emotion and wrapping herself in it, only to echo it back at him like it had been her own in the first place. It was dizzying, maddening, completely unlike anything he'd ever experienced before, and it was the reason why he found himself unable to do anything but remain withdrawn when Ren's companion arrived. If propriety had allowed it, he'd have left right then to regroup, but as it was he'd been forced to stay. He hardly bothered to acknowledge the girl Ren used as a buffer between them, knowing her personality would be too much, and her name would push him. Ren he could only continue to watch, wondering how she'd pulled him back from the edge she'd placed him on. The funny thing about memories was that they had the tendency to sneak up on you at the oddest of times. Ren knew that well enough, and yet still she was caught off guard at the thoughts that assaulted her not 2 hours later. What brought about these thoughts, layered with emotions long buried and actions years behind her, was a simple thing. That was the way it always happened, of course. The littlest action could have very unexpected effects. For her, the upset of the tentative balance of friendly normality she'd managed was broken by none other than the same person who'd been getting into her head for days, Jasper. That alone would have irked her, but what truly was upsetting was that all he'd done was adjust his sleeve. That day, as with most, he'd chosen a long-sleeved shirt that rode high on his wide palms, and generally that was acceptable considering the weather patterns of their chosen state. To most, the long sleeves wouldn't have warranted a second glance. To most, the near-constant adjusting of his sleeves wouldn't have seemed so odd. To her, the supposedly inconspicuous sleeves triggered the image of a girl far too young to be bearing the weight of the scars crisscrossing her wrists. The girl whose memory seemed to linger no matter how hard she tried to erase her had worn long sleeves just like Jasper, and before Ren could help it, she found herself wondering if his hid the same shame that she remembered seeing on the face of a girl she'd once known. She knew the second he caught her looking, because he was far more observant than she had given him credit for, and his gaze tended to have the fine hairs on her body raising in alarm. Despite being caught in the act, though, Ren felt none of the previous shame or discomfort she should have. She met his strange eyes, noting the challenge in them. He was waiting her to ask what was probably to him an unavoidable question. Memories crept up in the corners of her mind, her own fingers drifted to her left wrist, phantom pains assaulting her being, and her lips parted. From the outside, she thought that they probably looked casual as they simply watched each other, if a little tense. Ren knew that this was anything but, however, because for one solemn moment, Ren saw something hard in Jasper shift, but it did little to change her actions. Her emotions, pesky things that they were, threatened to rise up, but of course she pushed them down, and she said nothing. So I'm aware that this isn't like super great or anything, and could have done with more detail, but IDK. We're still moving things along and I'm not 100% sure I'll be able to continue with this. If anything, I want to warn you all that this will only be updated sporadically when I'm feeling like writing for it. That may be every few weeks, every few months, every few years, or not at all. Okay, one thing I will say, though, is thank you all so much for your feedback. I keep getting follows, which is really why this chapter came to be. And the comments I've gotten both on fanfiction and AO3 are amazing, and I'm just wowed. I hope I can live up to your expectations. Feel free to comment, XOXO. Simple decisions. Where did this come from? I have no idea. All I know is that I got a new bomb-ass computer. Thank you to my lovely boyfriend, and got the urge to write some trash. Enjoy the heap, and let me know what you think. Ren had long dealt with the double-edged sword that was being the smart kid. Sure, adults praised her, kids would envy how she always had her homework done so easily, how she seemed to glide through classes without any difficulty. Of course, there were those who teased her, but for the most part being the smart kid earned her a lot of praise. The flip side, because of course she'd come to learn that there was a flip side to everything, was that being the smart kid came with a hell of a lot of pressure. And, for as easily as numbers and sciences and everything in between came to her, she was shit at dealing with people. See, she'd come to learn that no matter how much she knew, how many problems she could solve, how many classes she could breeze through, none of it mattered if she couldn't do something as simple as talk to her history partner. The world was founded on the arts, history, and sciences through and through, but you couldn't have any of those things without the people. It was a flaw in the basic fabric of human life itself, in her opinion. She'd learned long ago that her opinion generally wasn't worth a damn, anyways. Her complete and utter lack of ability to sit more than 20 minutes with Jasper Whitlock had reminded her of that sad little fact, because after those agonizingly long 20 minutes barely talking, she had come out with absolutely no idea what the plan was for their project. Part of it she could admit was Maria's fault, for the girl had served her purpose as a buffer in all senses of the word. Not only had she been a sort of physical lifeline in the bubble of discomfort Ren had found herself in, but it seemed without trying, she'd been an academic blockade as well. Normally, Maria was fairly easygoing in a way Ren had more often than she'd cared to admit caught herself envying. In the face of Jasper Hale, however, that normalcy had crashed and burned. Maria had run her mouth like a toddler hyped up on sugar and shot question after question at Jasper. To his credit, he took it like a champ. Or rather, he avoided directly answering like he was born to the art. Not that Maria had noticed. Seemingly overtaken by the chance to do what no one else had been able to and peek into the life of the Cullen kids, Maria had asked the type of questions people usually found out naturally over the course of friendship. Are you all really adopted? That was the case last I checked. Is it true you live in a mansion? It's a nice place for sure. How long have Rosalie and Emmett been dating? Long enough, I reckon. And so Maria's thinly veiled interrogation went, Jasper's cool facade strong as ever, a barely there smile making his face seem just the right side of unaffected disinterest. It had to have been a practiced mask, and from what she'd seen, it was one he wore well and often in front of the student body. Closed off and above everyone around him, he seemed almost far away from the hustle and bustle of daily life, and maybe that was a trait she envied as well. Still, maybe she had imagined it, but there seemed to be different light in his eyes whenever he had talked to her the previous few times. A more involved sort of look. With these thoughts swirling through her head, she thought she saw that same shift as she walked through the door of their 5th period class. As always, her gaze was immediately drawn to him, a moth to a flame. Dumbass, she thought to herself, you have better things to do than to get burned. In the month he'd had to acclimate himself to the latest change in his long life, Jasper found himself in much the same place he'd started. Usually quick on his feet and easily adaptable, there wasn't much he couldn't learn to deal with in some way or another. Yet, even with his natural skill and all the experience he had, every time he laid eyes on one small girl it seemed as if his entire world was thrown for a loop. Same tawny skin, same righteous curls, and same air of untouchable dissonance that drove him crazy. He felt everything and nothing from her all at once, every instinct he had screaming even as the calm waves of her emotions lapped at his consciousness in the storm he was constantly surrounded with. From his seat, could smell the sweet tang of sugared candy on breath, see every freckle on her rounded cheeks, and hear her heartbeat flutter like a frightened bird. It drove him absolutely crazy, and in a room full of humans, the lone vampire could only smile at the voice that whispered so surely she was his prey, despite the fact that he knew that was wrong. Lips hiding fangs, and dead heart hiding the monster, Jasper kept eyes on Ren as she made her way to her seat, never wavering. Hey there, little bird, he drawled, noting the jump in her pulse, and feeling a smug satisfaction as he felt a mixed wave of emotion before she hid it away. Without truly stopping to decide, he'd found himself pushing her in the little ways he could just to see if he could break the shield she had on herself. He'd thought it would be hard, but as he watched color rise high on her cheeks, he thought that maybe it was too easy. He hadn't been able to really try when they'd met before, her friend an awkward wall that he hadn't wanted to approach in a way that ran her off. He didn't much care for the girl whose name made something raw and angry rage inside him, but he knew better than to act out and put Ren off. He also now knew that if he wanted to get to know her, they'd have to be alone. As it should be, the possessive voice inside him growled. You know my name, she told him, cutting him a hard look from the corner of her eye. She wouldn't turn towards him, but he didn't hold it against her. Maybe things would be easier if she was more outgoing, sure, but many of the more extroverted girls he'd seen lately tended to be obsessive as well. He didn't want her to be obsessed with him, though that would make things easy. He wanted to see if she could know him, though the prospect was frightening, in a way. For so long, humans had been food. Though he didn't often share his thoughts, even with his vegetarian life with the Cullens, he still saw them as such. Spent as many years as he had creating newborns only to herd them into a barely passable army, and seeing humans as nothing more than cattle for slaughter wasn't a foreign prospect. He knew humans had value for sure, but they were still food at the end of the day. Granted, he didn't really see Ren as food, but he'd be a liar if he denied the call of her blood. Sweet and heady, he could smell the delicious liquid through her skin, but he had enough discipline to hold himself steady. Pretty as it is, he started, goading her on, I think little bird suits you just as well. She hid it under her desk, but Jasper saw her grip tighten on her pencil. Look, I need you to seriously knock it off. Stop playing with me, she said quietly, eyes still straight ahead. I just want to pass this class and move on. Now that reliable calmness of hers was rippling, something dark and wild skittering across the surface. Her heart was beating faster, and he could see her breath quicken. He debated whether to push her more, but so easily he saw her slipping in her own indecision. He'd thought she'd been set to treat him like any other classmate, but she was terrible at hiding her discomfort around him. That discomfort was beginning to make her lash out, and he was curious about what had her so defensive in the first place. No one's playin', Jasper finally told her, opting to be straightforward as possible. I'm just trying to get to know you and you're the one who's pushing back every step of the way. Higher and higher her color rose, the blood rushing to her face as she tensed further. Despite being in a room full of people, she looked trapped, and he felt no shame in knowing that there wouldn't be anyone to save her. Not from him, at least. Their teacher tended to be the type to encourage communication in the classroom, and he didn't much care if people talked so long as they could answer questions when prompted and weren't too disruptive. He and Ren were far from loud. Shaking her head, Ren turned towards him more fully, eyes finally meeting his. Though she often drowned her emotions, he thought that maybe she spent so much time looking anywhere but at him. Because those deep brown eyes of hers showed everything she didn't want to feel. Large and expressive, he could see how her pupils were blown wide, the darkness almost indistinguishable from the espresso color of her iris. He could see it, though, and it was a look he'd know anywhere. Look, she told him, I don't know you, and I don't need to. I get you're just trying to be nice or whatever, but I'm fine with the both of us just doing our parts of the project and moving on. I don't need any more friends, and honestly, I don't have the time. I just want to focus. Focus is admirable and all, darlin', he told her, but I call bullshit, if you can excuse the language. You brought your friend to our meetup, and unless I'm mistaken you met her about the same time you met me. I may not be the sharpest tool in the shed, but I'm smart enough to know there's something off there. Though her jaw hardly twitched, he could hear the grind of her teeth and wondered if fate would truly be so cruel as to send him someone who couldn't stand him. With all he'd done, he probably deserved it. Jasper wondered what Ren had done to deserve him. He couldn't imagine the small, awkward girl in front of him had done much at all. Maria is a handful enough, and I just don't have the energy to be all that social. I'm not a people person, Jasper. I wouldn't be much of a friend anyway, she said. As she spoke, for just a moment, Jasper thought he caught the faintest hint of bitterness. Sharp as a needle, he felt it cut her deeply as if he was the one being pierced. As quickly as it was there, though, it was gone. What was that? He wondered. He realized that was going to be a running theme with her. What, where, when, and why? He was curious, and the want he often felt when around her only fed itself. Ravenous in a way he wasn't sure he approved of or not. So many things he was unsure of when it came to her. Why don't you let me decide that? He told her. She looked at him, and he thought that maybe she was searching for something she'd find easily if she just took the chance to ask. Silently, he sat and tried to be as non-threatening as possible, putting on a facade of practiced ease and hoping he looked better than he felt. What's the point? She bit out. The point, he replied, is that everyone needs a friend. 1, 2, or even 3 are fine and dandy, but having people to rely on is something invaluable. Though he was one to talk considering how hard it was for him to trust people, he knew the lessons Carlisle sought to teach him well enough. Life was hard, afterlife was harder, but for once he wanted to rely on someone. He wanted someone to be able to rely on him for more than raising hell and letting blood. He wanted to feel human. And Renkit, despite all odds, was his, and he thought that of all people, taking a chance with her was all he had. I'm not very reliable, Ren said quietly, though he saw her shoulders slowly relaxing in a way they hadn't been before. Harsh words or no, Ren was drawn to him just as much as he was to her, and he could tell she wanted to trust him. Good decision or no, time would tell. Somehow I doubt that, he told her, smiling softly. Ethereal, golden, and poised in a way Ren would never be. Jasper smiled at her, and something inside the stubborn girl seemed to melt. Idiot, absolute idiot, she told herself. Confused as hell, and with more questions than answers, Ren made a decision that she couldn't know would change the course of her life irrevocably. Ren decided, in the middle of a history class on a cool Forks day and against all her better judgment, that she was going to move past any reservations she had and be Jasper's friend. A simple decision, sure, but a deceptively important one nonetheless. And there we have it. Lots of Jasper this time, which was a surprise to me. LMAO, see y'all in another 200 years. Please review, I crave validation. Suckers, this is short but it's progress. Happy quarantining everyone. LMAO. Being Jasper's friend was both surprisingly easy and expectedly hard at the same time. It was a contradiction, but the more she got to know him, the more she learned that everything with Jasper seemed to be a contradiction. On the surface he was beautiful, aloof, and more than a little intimating. All of those things were true, and yet they were not. Jasper wasn't necessarily the warmest person she'd ever met, but he was sneakily curious, he questioned everything he could, and he was more observant than she'd first given him credit for. The first time he caught her off guard also happened to be the first time they got any true work done on their project. Instead of meeting awkwardly outside of school, they agreed to meet in the library after school for an hour. With some strategic wording, she managed to avoid riding to the library with him, and instead used the time it took her to skate over to the public building to clear her head. By the time she got there, he had already grabbed a table near a windowless corner, and he'd spread their materials out with a shiny silver laptop sitting in front of him. It was a newer model, and her eyes zeroed in on it as she slid into the seat across from him. Nice laptop, she commented quietly, attempting to communicate more with her new friend. Too late, she realized that she probably had sounded just a little bit sarcastic. And this is why we don't talk, her brain helpfully supplied. Thanks, he replied, giving her a sly smile. Do I sense a little jealousy? His eyes seemed to sparkle in that moment, and she wondered if she'd missed a joke somewhere. She also, in same train of thought, hoped she wasn't the joke. Biting the tip of her tongue, she shrugged and slid her board under her chair, picking up her bag after. She focused on getting out her notebook and pens, and hoped he'd drop it before she dug herself into a hole. He didn't drop it. You got a computer at home? She didn't bother to come all the way up from her bag, and instead side-eyed him from the ledge of the table. What she wanted to say was, I'm broke as shit, of course I don't have a computer at home. What she actually said was, me and my aunt share a desktop. Luckily, her verbal filter wasn't completely shot yet. Her nerves, though, they were getting there. After her clipped answer, Jasper made a mental note to what he was beginning to consider a plan. Most things in life, he found, could be handled much the way one handled the battlefield. With a goal in mind and a solid plan. In order to better understand the confusing situation fate had put him in, he decided that he was going to try his best to simply treat Ren the same way he'd treated most things in his life. And so he planned. Step 1 had been getting her close enough to actually interact with. He hadn't thought it would be challenging, but he hadn't expected her to be so skittish or distrustful either. He'd made his progress, though. With her sitting before him still a bit standoffish, but more relaxed than he'd ever seen her, he called it a win. The next step was actually getting to know her, and that wasn't exactly something he expected to be easy either. So far, he only knew superficial things he could gather from simple observation. He wanted to know more, though, and as someone who wasn't up to sharing much himself, he knew it would be a challenge. Generally, when getting to know someone, it was a give and take. There wasn't much he could give her without scaring her, he knew. He also knew that as much as he wanted to just take anyways, he had to have better control. Instinct alone was something he'd gone off of for so many years, but Alice had taught him that there was more to the world than just wreaking havoc and collecting the spoils. She'd taught him that some things required finesse. She'd hammered that one home the past few weeks especially, warning him that he needed to be careful with Ren. Jasper knew Alice had seen something, but she refused to tell him just what. It annoyed him for sure, since he wasn't really a fan of being on the other side of Alice's cryptic warnings. He'd learned that she rode a fine line between being a true seer and simply an obstacle of fate. Alice had told him long ago that there were only so many ways you could attempt to change the future before the outcome happened anyways, and sometimes it was simply easier to let things play out. Sure, her bleeding heart tended to make it so that she often shared her gift with others in an attempt to help them, but even she had her limits. There were some visions that she didn't tell anyone about, except of course, Jasper. There was a point where Alice had told him everything, and being someone's confidant had warmed him deeply, knowing she trusted him that much was humbling, and so it was no surprise that her refusing to tell him what she'd seen about Ren hurt. There was a part of him that wanted to be bitter, and blame the small girl sitting in front of him for fracturing the relationship he had with Alice. A bigger part of him, though, knew that wouldn't be fair. Ren hadn't done much at all, and before she'd come along Alice had made it clear her own focus was going to be on her future soulmate. She hadn't found hers yet, though, and so Jasper was left on his own. He had a fairy at home who was never meant to be his, and a little bird in front of him who could fly away at any moment. Having a soulmate was supposed to be earth-shattering, and soul-completing all at once. In the moment, though, Jasper found that he had never felt so alone. Everyone looked at him as if he'd snap at any second and drain Ren dry. The one person who didn't constantly badgered him about said girl, but wouldn't tell him the meaning behind any of her warnings. You have to be careful with her, Jazz. Be patient, she has a lot of things on her mind. Don't push her too much. So many simple warnings from Alice, but so much more meaning stood behind them. And Alice refused to enlighten him on any of it. She insisted that he needed to let his relationship progress naturally, and work things out on his own. So far, all he was working out was that she had more bite to her personality than he'd initially thought. He found that the idea of her having more backbone than she actually presented pleased him. With that, he came to step 3 of his plan. Little things that she probably didn't even notice satisfied him, but he wasn't sure if she liked anything about him besides the obvious physical attraction. Things would be easier if she actually liked him, and with that in mind, he began a list of gifts. Most people liked gifts, whether or not they wanted to admit to being materialistic. Those same people also tended to like the people who gave them gifts. Call it a cheap tactic, but he had money in spades and whatever worked was what he was going to use. Right now his list was full of little things he'd seen she liked, such as candies or certain brands of school supplies, but with her offhanded comment he was going to add a laptop to his list. It was a more expensive gift, and not one he could give to her right away, but it was on the list for a later point. At their current point, he had an offering ready for her. Casually, he reached into his bag and pulled out a pack of lollipops. Without saying anything, he slid them across the table. Immediately her hand went to the bag, and he felt a burst of joy from her as she realized what they were. That joy was immediately soured when she realized what flavor they were, and he himself felt even more pleased because it meant that she realized what he'd done. "Cherry?" she asked after a moment of silence. His smile was maybe a little too innocent, but that he couldn't help. "I figured you'd like M." Jasper wondered if the sucker she dropped in the cafeteria the day she'd first seen him sounded anything like the sound the bag made as she dropped it onto the seat next to her. "Anyways, I love everyone who reviews and do know I read them and my heart bursts with love. Dreamers, where did this come from? IDK, but this is the most I've written in 5 ever. I hope y'all like it." Sleep was never something Ren had a problem with. Falling asleep, that is. Her days, while usually routine, tired her out. Between the brain crunch of school, the walk home, and cooking dinner, she was usually tired enough to slip into slumber at the drop of a hat. Hell, she'd been known to doze off in the midst of her daydreams if she is bored enough. So no, Ren never had a problem getting to sleep. Staying asleep, though? That was a whole different problem. Most nights she slept fitfully, her ever-turning mind unable to rest even in the darkness of the subconscious state. Her mind, chaotic as it was, just couldn't seem to quiet. But it hadn't always been that way. Ren had vague memories of exhausting days leading into blissful blackness. Memories of the quiet bliss of night enveloping her into its sweet embrace. The memories were faded, and some days she thought that maybe she'd made them up. Then, of course, she would remember her dreams. The root of her problems, her dreams were more often than not nightmares. Fleeting images and emotions she didn't want to face always seemed to find her in the dark, chasing away her rest and leaving her frustrated. The nightmares came, as they often did, in the dead of night, just when her body seemed to relax the most. At 16, a few nightmares keeping her up at night seemed laughable. She never seemed to be able to laugh about it, though. No, instead of laughing, Ren kept a steady supply of chamomile tea and other sleep aids about her constantly. She had for years. If she was feeling in a reflective mood, Then she could admit that the melatonin obsession had started after her very first nightmare. It had happened when she was 12 on her very first night living with her aunt. She woken screaming, her skin slick with sweat. If her aunt was to be believed, then Ren had looked more than a little shaken up. So, from then on out her auntie helped her find any natural solution to a more restful sleep that she could. They tried teas, vitamins, mediation, and more. It had been a process, and not a perfect one, but it had helped. Having someone who cared helped. What didn't help, however, was when Ren forgot to go through her nightly sleep routine. Her memory was good, but even she got distracted sometimes. That night, just a day after her latest study session with Jasper, was one of her more stressful nights. For once, it had nothing to do with her confusing feelings about Mysterious Blonde. Since the start of the school year, Jasper had been a distraction. She was always stuck in her head about one thing or another, but lately he had been dominating her thoughts. It was embarrassing really how much time she spent worrying over something so simple, embarrassing, but human. She tried to remind herself whenever she could that being young and hormonal was normal. That reminder helped her breathe a little easier, at least. It also inadvertently allowed her mind to open up again to spiral around its usual dwellings. One important one being her Auntie Angel. Her aunt was a public relations agent for a large company based in Sacramento. The company mostly dealt with chemical distributions, and had decided to expand and open a branch in Washington. The main office was in Seattle, and Angel had been offered a position there to help build rapport with the other businesses in the new area. It had only been a slightly higher pay, but the cost of living in Washington was significantly smaller than that of California. Forks, in particular, was very affordable according to her aunt. Ren was happy for her auntie and her career evolution, but she suspected that there were a couple more reasons for their move as well. Still, she didn't cry. She didn't care to. The move had been fairly simple, but from what she could tell, her auntie's new job wasn't. Because the company had put a lot of money into expanding, it was made very clear that their business endeavor in Seattle couldn't fail. So her Auntie Angel put in the work to meet those expectations. Quickly her usual 9 to 5 turned into 8 to 5. Then 8 to 6. That day had been an 8 to 7, and the wear was beginning to show. Ren had arrived home to an empty house, as usual. She'd gone about her daily routine, foregoing a nap in exchange for a couple hours of reading. When dinner rolled around, she'd made a hearty soup to combat the cold day, then waited for her aunt to arrive home for dinner. And waited, and waited. By the time Angel had finally come home, the woman looked exhausted. Her dark eyes, so similar to Ren's, had seemed dulled of their usual shine. Her hair, always kept in impeccable braids, seemed to frizz as if she'd gotten them done months ago instead of her usual maintenance schedule. Even her dark skin, usually soft and scented with cocoa butter, seemed dry. These things all worried Ren, and she couldn't help but voice her concern. "Auntie, you're ashy," was what she'd ended up saying. That, of course, made her aunt's tired visage perk up in indignation. "Excuse you? I stay baby smooth," she huffed with a pointed finger. Grinning, Ren had rested her head in the palm of her hand across from her aunt at the dinner table. "For real, though, Auntie. You look tired. When's your next day off?" The spark that had come back seemed to flicker and die before her eyes, and Ren felt her stomach twist. "Not until next weekend, baby. I'm working overtime to finish some projects we need to present next week." "Why? Did you need to do something?" Ren's stomach twisted harder, and she frowned. Her auntie was always like this, not thinking of herself. Ren was worried about her aunt, and Angel was worried about Ren. It was a funny cycle like that between the two of them, but Ren knew that there wasn't much she could do to help. Not near as much as her aunt had done to help her. "Auntie, I'm good, I don't need anything, but you need a break," she said. Angel shook her head, sighing. "Nah, next weekend will be my break and we can do something fun. I like my work, and we're almost done with the hard parts of our setup out here." Ren felt her lips pull tight as she stared at her aunt. "I like science," she thought. "That doesn't mean I want to spend my entire day dipping my hand in sulfuric acid." She decided against saying that aloud, however, knowing that was likely to get her nothing but sass right back. Her auntie was stubborn like that. So, not knowing what else to do, Ren left it alone. Their conversation moved on to simpler things after that. School, grocery shopping, The usual. They ate, talked, and eventually, Ren found herself in bed early. She usually slept around 10 or 11 p.m., but the day had both dragged on and gone quicker than she thought. Her auntie, as much as the older woman tried to deny it, had been exhausted. Ren found that after worrying about her aunt, she felt the same. Her homework had been finished earlier in the day, and dinner hadn't been much clean up. Without her auntie to sit with her, she hadn't much felt like watching TV either. Instead, she'd found herself in her bed around 9 p.m. looking at a list of relaxation techniques. She had decided that even if her auntie wouldn't rest during the week, they could take advantage of her promised weekend of and just relax. So far, she had the ingredients for homemade face masks jotted down in her notebook, and she had plans to pick up some of her auntie's favorite snacks as a surprise. She'd also found the address for a nearby Blockbuster and decided she'd grab a bunch of movies for them as well. Slowly, she planned their weekend, and somehow amidst it all, she found herself drifting. Lights already off, the soft glow of her iPod on its dock was the only illumination to be had. Her curtains were drawn tight, and her blankets had been haphazardly tucked around her legs. While the outside air had to be frigid, Ren found herself cozy in her t-shirt and fuzzy pajama shorts, the soft warmth of her comforter a welcome sensation on her skin. Before she knew it, her eyelids had begun to drift closed. Her pen, once gripped loosely in her fingers, slipped from her grasp to be lost among her blankets. She dozed, and maybe if she'd thought to take it off silent, the text that came in from Jasper at 9:14 p.m. might have been enough to wake her up. As it was, the phone sat buried underneath her pillows, fallen and forgotten. Forgotten, just like the bottle of melatonin on her bedside table. She feels small. She was never a large girl, but somehow, she feels smaller than ever before. Inside her, though, her lungs feel huge. They burn, a deep ache that sears through her chest, and she wants to open her mouth to breath, but something urges her against doing so, some deep instinct. She keeps her jaw clenched, and her eyes squeezed just as tight, but why are her eyes closed? The thought spurs action, and her eyes crack open, the light somehow blinding yet not enough all at once. Her vision is blurry, and the air stings against her eyeballs. Cold, and fouled with some odor that she can taste even through the clench of her jaw. Still, her chest burns, and she can't help but search for relief. Her hands come up to claw at her chest or at Leah's they try. She can't seem to move. She can't breathe. She can't see. She can panic. Her body, seemingly paused, moves with wild abandon. Thrashing in a hold she can't break from. Pain blooms beyond her chest, in her sides, on her legs, her arms, her face. She struggles still, the fear making her feel wild, the need to escape consuming. Her world seems to swirl, the strange light going dark, the area sharpening even as the edges fade. Her mouth opens, though she doesn't remember making that decision, and her mouth floods. Sticky, warm, heavy, thick. Her nose fills with the scent of copper. Her mouth tastes of pennies, liquid, warm. Her glasses are gone, she sees nothing, hears nothing. The liquid continues to rush, she feels more searing heat across her head, against her cheeks. Her vision sharpens, but not enough. Just enough. She sees thinned, cracked lips, bloodshot eyes the color of envy, and greasy hair the color of shit. By the time she came back to herself, Ren found that she was in her bathroom. The cool press of tile against her bare knees grounded her, and she took a deep, steadying breath. Her vision was blurry, but she knew this dance well already. Feeling around the ground, she picked up hastily discarded glasses. When she was able to see clearly again, she looked down and found her dinner staring back at her from the bowl of her toilet. Mouth soured with the taste vomit, she blinked away the moisture in her eyes and flushed. The sound of the water carrying away her sickness seemed loud in the silence of her home, and she wondered what time it was. Shaking slightly, she stood. She hadn't bothered to turn on the lights, but her auntie had long ago made sure every bathroom in their house had a nightlight. The one in hers was shaped like a squirrel. Its belly glowed a warm brown, and its cartoonish face smiled cheekily. Her auntie had said she picked it to match their environment. It grounded her. Taking a deep breath, she grabbed the mouthwash off the counter and poured a capful before swishing it. The burn in her mouth was cleansing, she knew, and she focused on that. She spit the filth out of her mouth into the sink, then washed her hands in. Quietly padded back to her room, she didn't bother to look in the mirror. She hadn't wanted to. She already knew she looked a mess. Her bedroom was directly across from her bathroom, so the trek wasn't long. Still, she was quiet. Her aunt's room was at the end of the hall, after all, and she needed her sleep. With her curtains closed, Ren's room was pitch black. Still, she wasn't ready to turn on any lights, and so she attempted to pad across the room towards her bed on memory alone. She made it mostly, only bumping into a couple things. She didn't fall into her bed as she'd wanted to, however. She wasn't ready for that yet. Instead, she blindly searched her bed, bypassing her forgotten notebook and other odds and ends until she found what she was looking for. Ren flipped open her phone without truly looking at it, using the light from the tiny screen to illuminate her room. It was just enough to allow her to see without fear of stubbing her toes or tripping down the stairs, and so she made the trip downstairs safely. Once, when she was little, she might have been afraid of roaming through a house in the middle of the night with darkness nestled in every corner. The meager light provided didn't quite banish the shadows the way a lamp would. These days, though, she was afraid of very different things. Her stomach, empty now, cramped in a way that had her releasing a soft huff. Still, she carried on, methodical in her approach to the kitchen. Once she was in the space, she went about making herself a cup of tea. Her stomach continued to rebel all the while, but she didn't stop until a mug was firmly in her hand, the smell of chamomile wafting out of the cup. The first sip hurt, almost too hot. It was just what she needed to pull her out of the autopilot she'd been in, and she closed her eyes and took a deep breath as the liquid settled in her gut, the familiar feeling soothing. Rather than pulling out a chair or going back upstairs, she leaned against the counter. Exhaustion, bone deep and stemming from more than just a fitful sleep, consumed her. Still, she wasn't ready to go back to sleep. Taking another sip of her tea, Ren's tired eyes finally glanced down at her phone, the half-hearted attempt to play a mindless phone game beginning at her fingers. Those same fingers paused when she saw her home screen. The little notification at her text message icon stood out red, the number 1 sitting inconspicuously. She clicked on it, wondering when she'd missed the message. She couldn't help the little skip of her heart when she saw just who the message was from. Jasper. He didn't text her too often, but she'd be lying if she hadn't come to expect a message from him every so often. She was lying to herself with the idea that every bit of attention from him didn't excite her. Nope, not going there, she decided resolutely, clicking the little icon. Jasper H. Watermelon or grape? Still sipping on her tea, Ren looked at the message thoughtfully. Jasper had taken to bringing her little snacks, usually candy. It was nice, if a little embarrassing for her. She wouldn't ever say no to free food, but she wasn't sure if he was trying to buy her trust or what. She'd come to terms with the fact that they were stuck together and he wanted to be her friend, but it just seemed wrong for him to keep giving her things like that. Granted, it was mostly cheap candy, but she still felt bad. Glancing around her darkened kitchen, she figured she could probably bring some snacks in exchange. It would make her feel better, at least. It was around 1 a.m., but she figured he'd see her message in the morning, so it wouldn't hurt to send it then. She'd probably forget, otherwise. Renke. Which do you like? To say the immediate response surprised her would be an understatement. The tea that abruptly went up her nose at the slight vibration was a much better indicator. Jasper H. What are you doing up this late? Okay, she thought to herself, shooting back a reply without much fanfare. Renke. Why are you up so late? Jasper's messages were always in complete sentences, the grammar impeccable. Ren, on the other hand, couldn't force herself to care enough to warrant the time it took to type full sentences. If she knew the shorthand, she was using it. She figured Jasper was just a much faster texter than her. Jasper H. I don't sleep well. His reply made her pause, and she stared thoughtfully at it. She hadn't put any thought into why he was up, late as it was. Maybe she didn't care, or maybe she was just too tired to care. That answer though. Renke. Me neither. Jasper H. Why not? The decision on what she wanted to tell him wasn't an easy one. It was less about trust, and more about habit. She didn't talk about her nighttime issues. The day was for different problems. But she wanted to know more about Jasper, and even she wasn't blind enough to miss the opportunity. There was just something about him. And she knew that sometimes, you had to give a little to get a little. Renke. My mind runs away from me sometimes. It's hard to stay asleep. Jasper H. You have nightmares? Ren had hoped to stay away from that topic, specifically, but Jasper always seemed to be able to throw her off her game. Lidly tapping at her phone with a short nail, Ren stared into her quickly cooling tea. She didn't talk about her dreams, and didn't want to. But, in the dead of night standing in the dark and texting a boy she never would have talked to without prompting, she felt different. They weren't saying anything bad, or doing anything untoward, but there was something less nerve-wracking about texting by herself. Talking to people was hard. They judged, and expected words to come from her that she could never find. There was something different about Jasper, though. Something calming. She spent a long time putting him above her, and away from her. Making him untouchable, like she did with so much of the world outside herself. Here, though, those walls seemed so much weaker. She wanted to tell him, she didn't want to talk about it at all. She knew what the feeling was, and she'd only felt it a couple times before. She wanted to know him. Ren K. Sometimes. Comes and goes. Jasper H. I understand that. Ren K. Do you? Jasper H. More than you know. Ren K. You have nightmares? Jasper H. More often than I'd like. You should get some rest. Ren knew avoidance when she saw it. It was what she was best at. Whatever was bothering him, Jasper didn't want to elaborate. Honestly, she wasn't too keen to tell him about what she dreamed about either. But the thought that he knew how she felt, it was humbling. And it was heartbreaking, because she knew how much it sucked to get betrayed by your own mind. It was a sad, terrible connection, but it was there. In that moment, Ren felt closer to Jasper than she ever had before. Ren K. I will eventually. I got some stuff that helps me sleep night, might help you? Jasper H. Maybe. We can talk about it tomorrow, if you want. The coming day was a Saturday, which meant no school. Usually she spent her weekends doing random things, taking the bus into Seattle to mill about, or just skating to clear her mind. Every so often Maria would ask to hang out, but she was usually busy with her other friends. Still, hanging out on the weekend was what friends did. So, hesitantly, she extended the olive branch. Ren K. Was planning to skate down to the beaches. You want to tag along? She doubted he skated, but even with the overcast skies she didn't know many who would turn down a trip to the beach. She, at least, found joy in simply walking across the sand and picking up little bits and ends she found there. Jasper H. I can meet you there. What time is good for you? She smiled softly, knowing that such a pretty boy wouldn't risk his smooth skin on a skateboard. Ren K. 2 should be fine. Gives us time for some rest. Jasper H. See you then. I hope you sleep easy. For the first time that night, the clench of her stomach wasn't so unwelcome. Dash dot 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 dash dot. Trauma bonding is sexy, right? Yeah. Anyways, I know Jasper wasn't really in this one, but hey, maybe next time. When will the next chapter be? I have no idea. I love y'all though, and your comments keep this story alive. Happy crying face. Beach time? I haven't written like this in years. It's wild. Please enjoy. This one has more Jasper. 0. The skate to the beach was a long one. Though it was the weekend, Forks didn't tend to have too many people on its streets at any given time, and so Ren had found early on that she could really let loose in ways the bigger cities like Sacramento just didn't allow. Besides the population density being what it was, she'd also found that many of the streets were paved smooth and even, which meant she could spend less time avoiding uneven pavement. It was a skater's dream, honestly, and she didn't usually squander it. She allowed her speed to pick up without thought, the feel of the chilly air nipping at her cheeks, but still somehow pleasant. Her hoodie kept her warm, and though she could feel her legs getting cold through her jeans, she wouldn't have it any other way. For a long time, skating had been the only thing she knew how to do that was just for her. No expectations, not worrying about what everyone else thought. It was just her, her board, and whatever she felt like doing with the two. She wasn't one for tricks really, but no one could say she didn't know what she was doing. So, she zipped through the streets, scuffed Converse hitting pavement hard every so often. Usually she went a little slower, honestly enjoying the scenery in Forks. She'd slept late, though. The long night had gotten to her, and when she'd finally dozed off at the crack of dawn, she'd slept heavy. She'd only managed to get out of the house because Jasper had texted her around 11 asking if she should bring anything. By that point, she'd turned her phone ringer on again, and the sound had sent her bolting up in bed. Her sleep-addled brain had seen the time and she'd felt just a little stupid. Her house was at the very edge of town towards the La Push reservation, but it was still about 15 miles out. That meant about a 2-hour trip on her skateboard. She had been looking forward to enjoying it, but she had also originally planned to leave with time to spare. That was definitely not what had happened. Instead of a leisurely stroll, she instead found herself skating twice her usual speed, avoiding every obstacle in sight with maybe a little too much aggressiveness. Curbs were jumped, stair rails were grinded, and maybe she spooked a couple of people and their dogs by zooming past them. She still made it on time, though. Was she sweatier than she wanted to be? Yes. But, after finally slowing down at the sight of the slim sandbar, she checked her phone and saw that she'd managed to get there at 1:56. Bless all those downhill slopes, she thought to herself. The small parking lot just beyond the beach had a few cars in it, and she wondered for a second if Jasper was already there. The times they'd met up, Jasper had always arrived after her. At school, they never seemed to leave at the same time or in the same vicinity. Because of that, she wasn't sure what his car looked like. Finally rolling to a stop, she kicked up her board and caught it in her hand. Breathing heavier than she would have liked, Ren decided to situate herself at a nearby railing. She leaned her board against it, took off her bag, and all but inhaled the bottle of water she had on its side. Finally feeling like her insides weren't going to melt into goo from overexertion, she pulled up her message thread with Jasper. Ren K. Just got here. The reply was immediate. Jasper H. I'm already here. I see you. I'm parked at the other end of the lot. Squinting into the distance, Ren tried to pick out which car could be his. Then she promptly crushed her now empty water bottle because of course. There, barely discernible to her terrible eyesight, was that shock of shiny blonde hair. If her blurry vision was anything to go by, then that was Jasper standing next to a shiny bike. Of course he rides a motorcycle. Jasper scented her long before he saw her. Sweetness in its purest form, but this time twinged with something salty. Not only that, but her scent was heavier than usual. Fuller against his senses. The moment he saw her, he realized why. The distance between them meant nothing to his senses, and from where he was he could see that she was near dripping in sweat. He could see that her breaths were harder than usual, but she didn't seem to be upset or in any sort of distress otherwise. Still, the sight of her set him on high alert, and he couldn't help but think that she looked absolutely delicious. Bet she looks just like that freshly fucked. The ping of his phone broke him away from that train of thought before it could take off. It was his, but not, and he definitely didn't have time to deal with it. Before he knew it, she was making her way over to him and he found that her proximity wasn't helping. He knew he needed to keep himself, all parts, under control around her, but she was so unaware of the situation whenever they were together that it nearly set him off too. Even now, walking towards him he didn't sense any fear. Nervousness for sure, but that was a given with her. Wide-eyed, damp curls sticking to her temples, and so unaware of the dangers around her. We could teach her. Closing his eyes for just a second, Jasper allowed himself to stop the unnecessary process of breathing, and tried to recenter. Already it was looking like he was going to have a hard time with their little trip, the voice in his head that he tried so hard to ignore louder than ever. He heard her stop and settle before she spoke. Hey, Jasper. Soft and raspy, her voice was just as he remembered. He'd seen her the day before during their shared class, but the limited interactions there didn't give him what he needed. He needed to talk with her, to hear her uninhibited by the confines of students and teachers and the fake propriety he forced on himself. He needed to hunt. More than anything, seeing her made him realize that he needed to tear something to pieces and let hot, liquid life calm him since he was having so much trouble calming himself. It was like that, sometimes. If he was dealing with a particularly difficult situation, or if he went too long without a meal in general, he found that controlling himself only got harder. True, his last hunt had only been a few days prior. But Ren had a way of making his senses go wild. Around her, he felt instantly ravenous, and the animal blood could only help so much. Hey there yourself, he finally told her. How long ago did you get here? she asked him. He could hear the dig of her nails into old chipped paint, and remembered that for as off as he felt, she was just the same. He wasn't sure why that made him feel better. Not long. I took my bike out on the back roads a bit before I got here. In truth, he'd been there for less than 5 minutes. She was usually on time, and he hadn't wanted to chance being there alone for too long. First Beach, while technically public, was on La Push property. As per the treaty with his family, he usually wouldn't have been allowed. The beach was public, though. While he wasn't afraid of the dogs, he didn't want Ren to caught up in anything. He knew as long as he didn't stir anything up or pose a threat they wouldn't bother him, but he also knew he was much more likely to be left alone in her prescience. Ren was anything but threatening. He saw her tilt her head in interest as her eyes zeroed in on his Harley. He hadn't been lying when he said he'd gone out earlier to cruise the back roads. Though he could run faster than any vehicle, he still appreciated the feeling of a good ride. Maybe that was residual from his days roaming the plains on horseback. "You ever been on a bike?" he asked her, moving towards the sandbar just beyond the railing. She fell into step at his side without question, and he didn't know what to do with the satisfaction that brought him. No, my auntie would probably kill me." That brought a small smile to his face. "She real protective of you?" The question was simple, but the wave of sorrow that washed over her was not. He fought the instinctual response to send calm her way, and instead let her simply feel the emotions as they came. He'd come to the decision that he would try to leave her emotions be as much as possible. If he wanted to get to know her, he had to let her be herself. "Something like that," the small girl replied hesitantly. His analytical mind told him that her could be an issue later down the line, but for now he was glad she had someone to look out for her. He could look out for her too, though. He decided to push his luck. "Well, if you ever want a ride, you know where to find me." The hot blush that immediately took over her face made him smirk, but when she missed a step and stumbled, well, he couldn't hold back his laugh at that. The sand shifted. She told him, that irritated little pinch of her brows only serving to prolong his laughter. She was difficult to understand, but way too easy to tease. "Death, please take me." Ren knew without a doubt that the longer she spent around Jasper, the longer her mind was going to live in the gutter. Desperately trying to force her embarrassment away, Ren scrubbed at her face with her free hand and decided that a break was in order. She couldn't ignore how pleasant his laugh was to her, though. "I brought snacks," she said, not bothering to even acknowledge the situation anymore. "I brought a couple towels too so we don't get sand everywhere." Finally done nodding at her, Jasper reached into a satchel he had on his hip. "I brought a couple things too, but I'm not all too hungry right now. You're welcome to whatever you'd like, though." Interests piqued, she got her towels out and spread them side by side. She left a reasonable amount of space between them, but unbidden a thought popped into her head. This looks like a date. Immediately biting her tongue, she tried to let the pain distract her from overthinking things. They were essentially about to have a picnic on the beach, but she had planned to do it all alone anyways. He was just tagging along. Too late, she realized how sad it was that she went and had lonely little beach outings. Jasper had probably only come out of pity. That embarrassment from before was back, but to Ren it felt 10 times worse. Jasper, despite every thought she'd had about him, wasn't that hard to talk to. He never seemed to mind her short replies or simple sentences, but now even those seemed to fail her. Her throat felt tight, and she was glad she was wearing a hoodie. In an attempt to find comfort, she flipped up her hood, and allowed her long sleeves to cover her hands. She wasn't sure why, but just being bundled up made her feel slightly better. "Cold?" she heard Jasper ask from beside her. He'd settled on her towel, his long legs making it seem so much smaller than she remembered. Not feeling up much to talking anymore, Ren just shook her head no before she could do anything else. She found a leather jacket being pushed in her direction. Her eyes went wide, and Ren sat up straight. "No, it's okay. Seriously, I'm fine, thank you though." She wanted to stick her head in the sand. It seemed like no matter what she did, everything resulted in further awkwardness. "Really, darlin', you should take it. I feel fine and you're starting to shake." If she was shaking, it wasn't from the cold. His chivalry, southern drawl, and just his general proximity were all prime contenders for the reasoning behind her nerves, but right then, she was far from cold. She didn't know how to say any of that and still sound reasonable, though, so, before she knew it, Jasper's jacket was around her shoulders. Not knowing what else to do, she stuck her arms through the sleeves. Her fingers barely poked out of the ends. "Thank you," she mumbled. "No problem." They sat in silence after that, and Ren didn't challenge it. She looked out at the ocean before them, focusing on the softly lapping waves. Jasper had known she wasn't cold. If his abilities as an empath hadn't told him, then her outward responses would have. The shaking, the avoidant gaze. All of it said what the waves of anxiety engulfing him spelled out clearly. She wasn't afraid, which was good, but she was uncomfortable. The sensations were beginning to get to him. In an attempt to break the tension, Jasper pulled out his secret weapon and tossed it into her lap. Startled, she jumped, eyeing him in confusion. She quickly changed her focus to his gift, though, and the next swirl of emotions was much more pleasant. Curiousness, surprise, confusion, and joy. "Gummy forest critters," she read off the bag. "You just moved to Washington, didn't you? I figured that would be a fitting welcome gift." Her grin was infectious. "Where did you even find these?" she asked him. "I have my ways." Head still angled down, she peeked at him incredulously from the top of her glasses. "If I'm going to bite the head off an owl, I kinda wanna know where it came from. I've never seen these in stores." "I'd probably go for the wolf myself. I don't think anyone would miss it," he told her without missing a beat. She huffed at him, sitting up straighter. "For real, these are adorable. Thank. My sources are going to have to remain secret, but if you ever want more, let me know," he told her with a wink. That got a laugh out of her, and he found himself relaxing despite the other humans he could feel around them on various parts of the beach. Well, he relaxed as much as was possible for him anyways. "If anyone finds out you're my sugar dealer, you're gonna get arrested," Ren told him as she opened up her snack and carefully picked out the different shapes. "I'll take my chances," he said, enjoying the fact that she was beginning to feel comfortable enough to joke with him. "You sure about that? Cops aren't too nice about illegal actives." "You know a lot about illegal actives, Ren?" He knew he'd hit a breakthrough when she looked at him, her usually anxiety muted and a playfulness to her tone. "Boy, I grew up in the ghetto part of Sac. If there's a law about it, it was probably broken in my vicinity at some point." The idea that she wasn't always in a safe environment sparked anger in him, but he pushed it down before it could spiral. These days, it wasn't so unusual for children to be exposed to the worst parts of society. Time had told him that it would only get worse. That was the nature of the world. "Do you ever miss Sacramento?" he asked, deciding to use the opportunity to learn more about his little mate instead of dwelling on things he couldn't change. For a second, there was that deep sadness again, and he thought he'd ruined his chances of having a real conversation with her. He thought she would withdraw, as she always did, and he'd be back where he started. Then she surprised him. Sometimes. It's where I was born. There's a lot that I miss, I guess. I think there's more that I don't." "Where are you from?" "Forks," he told her. He was very obviously not from Forks, but his answer had the desired effect. The lingering sadness was gone. "Really?" she asked skeptically. "No," he replied, deciding to tell her as much of the truth as he could. "I'm originally from Texas." "Now that I believe," she said, tossing a gummy squirrel in her mouth afterwards. Jasper wanted to ask her more about growing up in Sacramento, but just then he felt something shift in the air. Weather, while not too bothersome to his kind, was important when planning a battle. Weather affected the terrain, individual reactions, and so much more. Because of this, one of the first things Jasper learned was how to read the minute changes in the environment. His current environment was telling him that contrary to what the weatherman may have predicted for the day, it was going to rain. The temperature had dropped a few degrees in the past half hour, and the air was heavy with moisture. Looking up at the sky confirmed his suspicions. The clouds, which had before been light gray and moving slowly across the heavens, now seemed dark and heavy. Evidently having noticed his attention's shift, Ren looked up as well. "Oh crap," she said softly. As much as he wasn't ready for their little foray to end, he knew he couldn't keep her out in the rain. She was human, and humans had a nasty habit of getting sick when left in a storm. "Looks like we should pack up soon." Ren nodded, and immediately went about picking up her things. Her skateboard, a beat-up black and green thing with a design too worn down to discern, went under her arm. "I should probably go right now actually. I need to get home before I get caught in the rain and have to walk. I can't skate if there's too much water." The solution was out of his mouth without a second thought. Then let me take you home. Ren had a heart attack. Okay, maybe she didn't, but it felt like she did because with an impending storm and a 2-hour trek ahead of her, she was actually considering his offer. Ren liked the rain, but she wouldn't be able to go fast enough, nor would it be safe enough for her to really skate like she wanted to in such weather. And walking in the rain, it would turn 2 hours into 3 or 4. It was not how she wanted to spend her Saturday. She knew what she had to do, though she was still trying to figure out a way around it. Are you sure that's okay? I have a lot of stuff and you're going to end up caught in the storm for sure if you do that. One part of her wanted him to take back his offer. The other part knew that she had no one else who could help her since her auntie had already gone to work and wouldn't be back for hours yet. I'm sure. I've driven in the rain before and it'll be a lot easier knowing you're at home safe instead of stuck out here by yourself. The fact that he cared that much was touching, and with a final look at the angry sky above them she finally agreed. Besides, it wasn't like her auntie was home to have a heart attack over her pulling up on a Harley anyways. Once they'd packed up and gotten up to the bike, any courage Ren may have gained from her solid reasoning vanished. A ride home was nice in theory, but she really had never been on a motorcycle before and it was daunting. So how do you want to do this? She asked Jasper. He took the helmet of the bike's handle and handed it her, then motioned to her bag. Can you strap your board to your bag? This bike doesn't have any extra storage. I don't have an extra helmet on me either, so you're gonna have to use mine. Ren immediately blanched. Jasper, I can't take your helmet. That's not safe, I can just walk. He was already climbing onto the Harley, his legs situating and the bike being leveled. Trust me, it's safer than you think. The faster we do this the less you have to worry, darlin'. She didn't know if she was more upset with the idea of him riding without a helmet, or the fact that he called her darling, again. The drop of rain she felt against her face banished both thoughts, though, and she sighed. On his bike, the drive would only be about 15 minutes. Still tired from the rough night before, Ren decided to throw all caution to the wind and bite the bullet. Fine. Just please be careful. Instead of answer, she got the sound of a powerful engine roaring to life and she flinched. Maybe walking wouldn't be so bad after all. There's a footrest right behind my leg, you see it? Ren looked, and as the reality of the situation got closer and closer, she realized something. Use that to hop on the back, then wrap your arms around my waist. Walking was for sure the better option. Maybe, perhaps it was the hesitation in her voice, but Jasper cut her off before she could even finish. Ren, just get on before it starts raining and you get sick, he said, tone sharper than she'd ever heard it. It was a command more than anything, and he left no room for argument. She listened. Heart thumping steadily, she used the straps on her backpack to secure her board. She usually did it so that the board set vertically for easy carrying around school, but she made it horizontal so as not to hit his bike. Finally, she shrugged off his jacket and handed it back to him. He took it without a word and shrugged it on, looking for all the world like a model posing for a shoot. Fuck. Then she got on the bike. She was incredibly warm. Her small hands trembled as they went around his waist, her loose grasp barely touching him. He still felt her, and it made him burn. You need to hold tighter, he told her, knowing this was going to be just as stressful for him as it was for her. In the 2 months he'd been figuring things out with her, they'd never touched each other. Both by choice and design, they kept their distance. She was too nervous, too reserved. He just knew better. Now, it was a necessity. She was anxious, but for once he was 100% sure he knew why. He could feel her lust. The emotion confused her, embarrassed her, and it was a dangerous cocktail that was making his head spin. He didn't dare breathe, not knowing what her scent would do to him. He knew the breathing motion was important to his facade as a human, but his need to be in control trumped all that. Besides, he doubted she'd notice in the state she was in. What she felt was mostly her usual cocktail of anxiety, but something about seeing him on his bike had turned her on, and she didn't know what to do with herself. It made his ego swell, among other things. More importantly, it made him realize just how innocent she was, and that sobered him. She probably wasn't even aware of what she was feeling, from what he could tell. It wasn't his place to help her figure it out either. Isn't it? He shook the thought away, checking to make sure she was situated before he kicked off. She's young. She needs a friend, not a lover. He wasn't even sure if he was interested in her in that way. Sex is a good way to figure out things, not everything. I'm gonna need you to give me directions. Just tell me when to turn. Head into town. I live in the neighborhood towards the city line, she mumbled, her head turned away from where she was pressed into his back. He was thankful for the thickness of his leather jacket, putting at least a small barrier between them. She would feel better a lot closer. You need to shut up. I'm you. Clenching his jaw, Jasper took off. The initial movement made Ren gasp, her arms squeezing him much tighter. He'd known she would react that way, and it was a good thing. He didn't want her falling. Still, the proximity, it was wearing on him. Jasper wasn't a prude by any means. He wasn't as overtly sexual as Rose and Emmett, and nowhere near as loud, but he had a healthy appetite all his own. Alice had met him on that front for a long time, but ever since he'd met Ren, Alice hadn't touched him. She didn't think it was right, since he'd found his mate, but it was frustrating for him, to say the least. He had loved Alice for a long time. He knew her body well, and she knew his. That was why he could tell she still wanted him as much as he wanted her. But she'd set boundaries. Boundaries that he knew were fair, but difficult nonetheless. It was a tortuous dance, one that bothered Edward especially since Jasper honestly didn't bother hiding how much he still wanted Alice. There was a bigger problem brewing now, though, because he was realizing that as much as he was attracted to Alice, he was attracted to Ren too. At first he'd thought it was just her sweet scent. Alice had delicate features for sure, but nowhere near as soft and rounded as Ren's. There was just an innocence to her that discomforted him because some of his thoughts were far from decent. The more time he spent studying and just being around her, though, made him realize that she didn't just have a sweet face. She was thicker set than Alice, all curves and softness. It was hard to see most times. Forks was cold, and she tended towards jeans and sweatpants. Sweaters and hoodies. Beneath those, though, she had thick hips and a heart-shaped ass, emphasized nicely by her jeans. Whenever she needed to raise her shirt to pull up her pants or she stretched, he'd caught sight of her generous backside. He'd wondered more than once what it looked like without the obscuring clothes. Then of course, he looked at her face and all that sweet innocence made him falter. So he was in a hard place. Figuratively and physically. Sure, if he really wanted he could find someone to scratch the itch for him. He knew he was easy on the eyes, and charm had never been a problem for him. The problem now was that he didn't want to. The only people that caught his attention were Ren and Alice. Alice, who shouldn't even be on his radar now that he'd found a mate. Alice, who he'd raised the entire world for. Alice, who wanted nothing more than for him to be happy with his mate. Jasper knew he was a monster, but times like this reminded him the most of that fact. Left at the light, Ren's voice startled him out of his reverie. Without realizing it, they'd already gotten into Forks. They'd hardly spoken, but it was needed. Ren continued to give him directions. Until they pulled up on small two-story home. The grass was slightly overgrown, but the home looked well taken care of. There were no lights on, no cars in the driveway. Coming to a stop, Jasper said nothing as Ren quickly scrambled off the bike behind him. Sometime between the beach and her home, it had started to rain. Sorry I didn't get you home before the sky opened up, he told her. She unbuckled his helmet and just shrugged, the green of her hoodie turned dark with water. You're gonna be in it longer than me, she told him. His eyes couldn't help but track the fat droplets of rain that rolled down her cheeks, now chaffed red from the wind and cold air. She didn't look as if she minded. He wanted to tell her that he did. We live in Forks, darlin', the rain's a given, he told her instead. Her smile was genuine, full lips twisting up in a way that was much more satisfying than her perpetual frown. Yeah, I guess you're right, one of the rainiest cities and all. He knew it was time for them to say goodbye, but he didn't want to, not yet. Apparently neither did she. Maybe it'll stop soon. If you want to come in for a while and wait it out you can. The offer surprised him, but it seemed to surprise her more. A part of him knew it was polite to refuse. A gentleman should never impose on a lady after all. He knew a good chance when he saw it though, and didn't give her time to change her mind. I'd appreciate that. If you like piñas coladas, and getting caught in the rain. Anyways, we love a good cliché, but come on now. Smire gave Jasper a motorcycle and I'm not supposed to milk that for all it's worth? I think not. Please review though I live off of them. Opening move yo here we go. I wrote this instead of doing my discussion post for school. Sometimes, the simplest of things were the hardest. Ren knew this intimately. Deciding what to have for dinner could feel like life or death. A single step could feel like moving through the thickest of sludge. An easy homework assignment could feel like moving mountains. This wasn't always the case, but Ren knew all about the difficulties that could be found in day-to-day life. So, sometimes, even if she'd done everything right and she had nothing to fear, it was hard to breathe. Her heart would be a little too fast, her lungs would expand a little too shallowly, and she'd get dizzy in the way she hated most. It turned out that inviting Jasper into her home had that same magical effect. The moment she'd turned the key in the door, her chest had restricted painfully. She hadn't really expected Jasper to say yes to her invitation, but she'd had to offer. He'd given her a ride home in the rain, and she couldn't in good conscience just send him off. She'd been raised better than that. She'd slowly adjusted to the idea of spending more time with the blonde, but having him in her home was different. Her house was one of the few places that she felt like she could be herself. No rules, no expectations. Just her and Auntie Angel. The woman knew every part of Ren, good and bad, and never judged her. Maybe it was because they were family, but Ren liked to think that it was just because her aunt was a good person. Either way, her home was like her own little bubble. A bubble that was quickly bursting as Jasper trailed in behind her. In an attempt to distract herself from her nerves, she sucked her lower lip between her teeth. The sting wasn't pleasant, but it worked. "You can hang your jacket by the door, and I can bring a towel for your hair, if you want," she said quietly. She couldn't understand why her words seemed so much louder than usual. Maybe it was the fact that they were in a closed space now, no one else around. Anytime she'd been near Jasper, it had always been in public with people nearby. Here, it was just them and the silence. She desperately wished she could blast her music to fill it. "That would be nice, thank you," Jasper replied. He hung his leather jacket on the hook next to her door, shutting it behind him. The moment the cold, damp air was shut away, Ren realized how cold she really was. She could hardly feel her fingertips, and the end of her nose was probably red as a cherry. Even with her tawny skin tone, she had a tendency to go red fairly easily. That meant that if she wasn't careful, she'd end up with a cold and her aunt would probably freak out. Anytime Ren got sick, her Auntie Angel insisted on taking the day off work to make sure her niece stayed in bed. Huffing, she rubbed at her face and turned towards her guest. "I need to change before I get sick," she started. "Do you mind waiting? I can bring you something too." "You've got clothes that will fit me?" he asked her incredulously. Fighting back a blush that had little to do with her health, she shrugged. Jasper was way taller than her, but his build was closer to that of a swimmer's. He was lean, all corded muscle and elegant lines. Not that she'd been looking too hard, of course. The fact remained that despite their size difference, he would probably still fit some of the clothes she used as pajamas. She was heavier set to begin with, and she often bought shirts a few sizes too large. As far as pants went, anything she had would be far too short. Still, it was good to have a task to focus on. Busy work was sometimes a necessary evil. That, and it would give her a good few moments to collect herself. After moving into the living room, she moved to the side and gestured towards the couch. "You can wait here and watch TV if you want, I'll only be a couple minutes." He nodded and settled on the couch. She watched him for just a second, wondering what he thought of her home. They weren't rich by any means, but her auntie had collected enough things over the years to make a nice home for them. The couch was a little worn, but squishy and comfortable. The coffee table had a few scuff marks here and there, but it had seen them through many good meals and movie nights. The most expensive item in the room was probably the wooden chess table near the window. Her aunt didn't even play, but she insisted that it gave the space class. "I wonder what he's thinking," passed through her mind. It was a stupid thought, because she had been the one nice enough to invite him into her home. What he thought didn't matter, in the grand scheme of things. And yet she still wondered, and she still found herself hoping that he liked it. Her lip found its way between her teeth again, and she turned around and left him there. On her way up the stairs, she shot her aunt a quick text. "Ren K. Went out with the FRND. Started raining so we came back to the house." She knew she had to tell her aunt that she'd let someone into their house, but that didn't mean she had to share all the details. Specifically, the fact that her friend was a boy who'd given her a ride on a motorcycle. That would just get her a lecture and possible a grounding. Neither of those things sounded particularly enticing to her. Her auntie's reply was as expected. "Auntie. Sounds good. Love you." Sighing, she went to her room first. She rummaged through her drawers, frowning when she realized she hadn't done laundry in a while. The idea of going downstairs and telling Jasper that she didn't have anything for him to wear after all was embarrassing enough. Having to tell him that she didn't have anything for him to wear because she was lazy and hadn't done her laundry seemed even worse. Thinking quickly, she rummaged through her laundry bin, sniffing her shirts, and found the one that smelled the cleanest. Was it kind of gross? Yes. Would Jasper ever know she'd given him her dirty laundry? Hopefully not. Quickly stripping off her clothes, she realized the rain had soaked through all of her top layers and winced as she attempted to peel the wet, quickly tangling cloth. The hoodie and t-shirt came off easy, but her bras were another story. She had a thin sports bra over her regular bra, and at the moment it was like peeling off her like a second skin. The material caught on all the metal pieces of her wired bra, and she could already tell that the chafing was going to be terrible. "Motherfucker," she muttered under her breath as she yanked it all free. Her breasts came spilling out like a waterfall, and she thoroughly enjoyed that first truly free breath. There was nothing better than taking off your bra, in her opinion. Rubbing at the clammy skin, she bemoaned the fact that she was going to have to put on another bra. For a split second she thought about just not, but then she remembered who exactly she had downstairs and pushed that intrusive thought to the side. She enjoyed a few more moments of freedom, then threw on another couple of bras, t-shirt, and sweats. Noting that her hair was wet as well, she took it out of the bun she'd put it in earlier that day. She knew if she kept it up it would never dry. After running a brush through it, she let it hang free and messy around her face. Then, after a quick trip to the bathroom, she headed back downstairs with no idea what she was going to do with the blonde cowboy in her living room. Ren was unbelievably contradictory. The shyness was real. The nerves were real. The discomfort in their every interaction was very real. And yet here he was, sitting in her home, invited by the girl in question. She'd let him into her space, all the while looking like she wanted to be doing anything else. What she said and what she did seemed so at odds with each other, and because of that, he found it hard to figure out what she was going to do next. Settling forward, arms resting on his knees, Jasper let everything around him drift into focus. Most days he tended to block out the extra input his senses gave him. If he didn't, it could be overwhelming being around so many people in such a noisy world. It was a difficult thing to do given that his natural inclination was to constantly be on guard, but it was necessary to keep his sanity. It was a skill every vampire had to learn at some point. You either figured out how to focus and keep your head straight, or you went crazy from sensory overload. He'd seen it happen more than once. Now though, he wanted to experience everything. A person's home could say a lot about them, and to a vampire, it practically screamed. Ren's scent was all over the house, of course, but so was another. It was mellower than Ren's. A bit more bitter and floral. That had to have been her aunt. There was no trace of any other scent either, which meant they hadn't had anyone over since they'd moved in. Unless they were in the habit of bleaching their entire home periodically, he would have been able to tell if they'd had visitors. He could see every fingerprint, every smudge. Channel 7 was popular in their house if the slightly worn button was anything to go by. Either one or both of them liked to kick up their feet on the coffee table. He could tell from the slight scuffs, just about the size of a small foot. He could also tell that there was love there, too. Everywhere he looked he could see things that told him pieces of Ren's life. Pictures of her from when she was younger on the walls. Certificates of achievement hung here and there. A few pictures in particular caught his attention. Many were of Ren and a darker woman who had to be her aunt. Some were just of Ren. Some were just of her aunt. The ones he focused on, however, seemed old. Different. Getting up, he walked towards a shelf and stared down at a grainy picture. It had 3 people in it. One was definitely Ren's aunt. One was a lighter woman with dark, wavy hair. One was a large, dark man. None of them looked particularly happy in the picture. Yet there it sat, tucked behind a picture of Ren and her aunt at some kind of dinner. Glancing around once more, he spotted the other picture that caught his attention. This one was of a young African-American man. He looked to be about 20 years old, and he had eyes that seemed eerily familiar. Moving towards that one, he heard the stairs creak. Jasper realized that the man in this picture had to be the same one he'd seen in the other. They were the only two pictures in the living room that had a male in them, and it seemed to be the same one. In the picture on the wall, however, the man seemed much happier. His smile was wide and friendly, dimpling his cheeks, teeth straight and white against his dark skin. This picture was centered on the wall. Easily visible. Important. Slowly, looking at the man's features, Jasper realized why. He turned around just as Ren entered the room, and he took her in too. She was nervous still, but there was a sort of ease to her that he didn't see at school. She wore an old faded shirt that practically swallowed her, and sweatpants that cuffed at the ankle around her fuzzy blue socks. Shuffling towards him, gaze averted, and cloth bundled in her hands, she looked as sweet and innocent as she smelled. Perfect. Jasper closed his eyes and sighed. You okay? She asked him, stopped just feet away. Yeah, he said, nodding, I'm just tired is all. That was a bold-faced lie. He was frustrated with the whole situation, but he couldn't tell her that. Instead, he took the shirt she offered to him and shook it out. Immediately, her scent wafted out and his body went taut. She'd definitely worn it recently. He was going to absolutely reek of the girl when he got home, which meant he was going to deal with a lot of attention and a lot of irritating questions. He was also going to have to figure out what to do with the venom currently pooling in his mouth. Swallowing thickly, he tried to distract himself. Why do you have a shirt in? He paused, checking the tag, 2XL. For just a moment, he thought she may have gotten it from an old boyfriend and a hot, angry streak shot through him. It none of my business, he tried to tell himself. She is our business, a different part of him all but growled. They're comfortable to sleep in, Ren told him, cutting through his quickly devolving thoughts. That one sentence calmed him, and he watched intently as she crossed her arms, gripping her elbows. She wasn't comfortable, but she didn't seem as nervous as she usually was. Then, just because he could, and just to see what would happen, Jasper changed his shirt in front of her. Maybe he was still a little stuck on the thought of her with some other guy. Maybe it was the mischievous streak Alice was always teasing him about. Either way, the way her eyes went wide enough to pop out of her head and her entire body went red was intensely satisfying. The quick flick of arousal he felt from her though? Well, that was dangerous. I could have told you where the bathroom was. She shouted at him, quickly covering her face with her hands. This was quicker, he shot back, not bothering to hide the smirk on his face. She was so damn determined not to like him, even after their breakthroughs, so it was nice to get her flustered like this. That, and it was actually kind of funny. It's not funny, she said through her fingers. Too late, he realized that he'd let loose a chuckle. It was too bad for her that her response only served to make him actually laugh. Sorry darlin', it is kinda funny, he told her, outright grinning. Instead of replying, she moved her hands to the sides of her face, squishing her cheeks together as she glared at him. That only made him laugh harder. God be damned, but everything she did was adorable, and then Jasper's laughter trailed off as he realized he had a type. Instantly sobered as Alice edged into his thoughts, he decided to change the subject. Comparing Alice and Ren would only be inviting trouble. All jokes aside, thank you for your hospitality. You've got a nice home, he told her. Looking at him skeptically, she slowly moved her hands away from her face. Thank you, she said, still frowning. Careful to keep his damp shirt in his hands, he nodded towards the pictures on the wall. Been looking at your pictures. Y'all seem happy. It was obvious in particular which picture he was referring to, and if he hadn't been interested before, then the way her entire disposition changed certainly caught his attention. And it immediately made him regret saying anything at all. The color seemed to drain out of her, her eyes narrowed, and her lips pulled into a thin line. The silence stretched for a long time, but he didn't say anything. He'd overstepped somewhere. If the way she'd physically shut down wasn't enough, then the almost crushing wave of pure sorrow was enough to tell him. She was staring past him, towards the picture, and she hurt. She hurt so badly she wanted to cry. He wanted to cry. But she didn't. She just stared past him, her emotions rolling, confusing. He wanted to calm her, to soothe her, and he couldn't stand it. He projected a wave of calm, hoping to settle what he was sure was an impending breakdown, and he cursed himself for pushing too far, too fast. Straightening, he focused on her, on helping her get through what she was feeling, on keeping it from taking him under too. For a moment, he thought it was working. It had no reason not to, after all. But then, as he pushed and fought with her own personal emotional spectrum, he experienced something he'd never felt before. He felt her push back. She pushed away the calm he was projecting, seemingly embracing all of that pain. He watched her eyes slide shut, watched as she trembled. Dumbfounded, he pulled back and felt as she was absolutely crushed by so many negative emotions he could hardly keep up with them. And then he watched it all disappear into a dull ache. "That's a picture of my daddy from when he was in college," she told him quietly, not meeting his eyes. Then she moved around him, going towards a chessboard and pulling out one of the wooden ornamental chairs next to it. She sat down, her hand going to toy idly with a polished wooden piece. "You play chess?" she asked him. He was almost too shocked to respond. He'd figured that the man in the picture was her father from the features alone, but the confirmation and the emotions it came with had been heavy. The fact that she had somehow pushed away his power was concerning. But Jasper was a military man. He knew when to push forward, he knew when to retreat. "Me and my brother dance round the board every now and again," he told her. She still didn't look at him. "You want to play a game with me?" As far as he was concerned, their game had long since started. "Sure, but I won't go easy on you, darlin'." This time, she looked him in the eye. "Oh, I wasn't planning to go easy on you either." And so he sat, rain still pattering on the roof above them, and they played. OHP. What's going on now? Drama? Mystery? Watered down cliches? The answer is all of the above because this is Twilight, y'all. Family matters, so no Ren this chapter, but I feel like this is a nice little segue into some plot points for later, plus this one has some Cullens. Finished this chapter instead of an essay LMAOO. Jasper did not go out of his way to talk to his family about Ren. It was partially because he didn't have much to say, and partially because at this point, he felt it was none of their business. They were well-meaning, but nosy. If he wanted help, he would ask. He'd made that clear, and maybe it was a little ungrateful of him, but there were just some things a man needed to do on his own. Getting to know Ren was something he needed to do on his own. Besides that fact, the girl was shy enough as it was. Though she didn't know of his true nature, he was sure having the attention of one vampire was more than enough to set her on edge. The attention of 5, though? That would send her for the hills. Still, some things couldn't be avoided. Coming home with her scent so strongly clinging to his skin made keeping to himself absolutely impossible, and the moment he stepped through the door he had already prepared himself. Alice was waiting in the living room when he entered, her excitement filling the area. She was always so overjoyed when she knew he'd been with Ren, and Jasper still didn't know what to think of that. Even now, just looking at her reminded him of everything he'd lost for someone he hardly even knew. He desperately wanted to reach out and pull her into his arms, to feel her fitting perfectly into his form as she once did. He'd always thought that everything about her, everything she did was perfect. "So, what happened?" she asked him, at his side in an instant. He could see every shift of gold in her eyes, her gaze focused solely on him yet still so far away. She'd always been like that, her gift allowing her to gaze far beyond what he could ever imagine. Still, the years had taught him that her habits were only partly due to her visions. Alice had a way of looking through a person, and he often wondered what she had been like when she was human. "You don't already know," he said, deciding that teasing her would be easier than letting his mind run wild. Edward was near, after all, and he could do without the pointed looks. The younger vampire knew better than anyone how he felt about Alice, but his opinion was the one Jasper cared for least. "No, Jasper, I wouldn't be asking if I did," she pouted at him, getting into his personal space. Her hand came up to tug at the hem of the shirt Ren had lent him, and he watched as she leaned in close and took a deep breath. He knew she didn't mean any harm, but there was still something about another vampire so obviously scenting him for Ren that grated at him. Not wanting to hurt her, Jasper gently untangled her delicate fingers from his shirt and pushed her away. Everything about Alice was delicate, and even knowing she was a vampire didn't keep him from thinking that she was breakable. Then again, to him, most people were breakable. "You gotta give me some space, Allie," he told her quietly. For a moment, she looked as if she was going to continue to argue, but then she got a faraway look in her eyes. He knew that look well and knew that she was looking into the future. The immediate fear told him all he needed to know, and it seemed it did the same for her as well. She gave him his space, and Jasper did his part by sending a wave of comfort and calm to her. She didn't have to say it for him to know she'd gazed into the possibilities to see what would happen if she continued to do whatever it was that she planned to do. He knew that whatever she saw hadn't been pretty, it was a dance they'd long since perfected. She pushed his boundaries, he gave her a warning, and she looked to see how far she could get before he broke. It had always reassured him, the idea that she would always know how to handle him. It was also how he knew she'd never be able to completely shake the fear of him. Edward knew his intimate thoughts, but Alice was the only one who could see the aftermath of what he was truly capable of. The moment she felt her emotions settle, Alice basked wholeheartedly in the comfort of Jasper's gift. Alice experienced the world strongly, every visual like a live wire to her senses, even as she bordered on a sort of numbness to the present. This, of course, was a result of her abilities. When one could look into the future, there had to be a certain mindset at hand. Most people thought Alice could look forward and see an immediate outcome, but that wasn't quite true. What Alice saw were possibilities, and she'd come to learn that nothing was more upsetting than a possibility. At one point, she'd had trouble finding any direction in the vast infinity of time set before her. She'd be sent into visions at random, the images confusing her more than anything. Still, Alice had something that even the chaos of the future couldn't rid her of: optimism. The world at its core was a harsh place. People made decisions that could have terrible effects for people they didn't know. The flip side to that, though, was that they could make outstandingly good decisions as well. It was those that Alice chose to focus on. Still, though her mindset served her well and allowed her to stay somewhat sane, she was still just as susceptible to emotions as anyone else. She'd seen it all. Pain. Suffering. Carnage. Even if she'd never outright experienced everything the world had to offer, she'd seen it, and sometimes it was nice to know that she had someone on her side who could help her organize the after effects of seeing so much. That was why all those years ago, when she'd looked ahead and seen Jasper, she held on to the vision like a lifeline. Her visions could only tell her so much, but she'd just known that being with him would be one of the best decisions of her life. She knew his powers, had spent countless hours focusing her abilities on him and soaking up the information. This, of course, meant that she knew what he could do. She knew what Jasper was capable as both Jasper and the god of war, but her optimism had beat down any apprehension. She'd known he was good, and that he'd be good to her. And he was, truly. Jasper was attentive, kind, and loyal to a fault. She'd expected that, though. What she hadn't expected was her own reaction to being in such proximity to him. Jasper was lethally attractive in every sense. It was one thing to see something, and another to experience it. So, though she knew he wasn't meant for her in that way, she ate up everything he'd given her. His love, his attention, she took it all. For a girl who'd been on her own for so long, her past a mystery but the future literally at her fingertips, how could she not? She'd fallen for him hard and fast, and for a while she even forced herself to ignore the thought that it wouldn't last forever, a tiny voice telling her that it absolutely could. Every so often, though, Jasper did something that broke her out of the daydream she often found herself captured by when it came to him. For all of his good qualities, there was absolutely something dark that lived in him that she couldn't understand. Jasper struggled with his duality, she knew. Even so, he often exceeded expectations. He fought hard to do the right thing. Alice understood that, at least. As a vampire herself, she understood the lure of those baser instincts. What she didn't understand was why, even with all of his progress, all of the effort he put in, and all of the time he spent trying to do good, Jasper still wanted. He wanted the pain, the violence, and of course the blood. He looked like an angel, but he wasn't made to be anyone's saint. It had taken a long time for her to accept that, though she'd realized it from the start. Alice operated on an energy level that many didn't. She liked to go high speed and high intensity at every task, understanding that there was no point in squandering her joy when it could so easily change. Many people saw her approach to life as a little excessive, though. She was a force to be reckoned with at times, and while she knew Jasper loved that about her, there was a part of him that sat on edge because of it. Not even he was immune to annoyance, and no matter what he was taught, his first instinct was always violence. Jasper had never hurt her, never even raised a hand against her, but he could. There were times they'd lain together, and he'd gotten a bit too rough, conversations where he'd had to leave before he lost his temper. Even worse was that if he lost his temper, she would too. Both the best and worst part of being pathokentic was his ability to make people not only feel emotions, but his in particular. Alice wasn't one to fight, but when Jasper wanted to fight, well, it was a hard situation. She'd seen the possibilities of that, and while he was always able to stop himself before he killed her, it was scary nonetheless. Alice had learned early on that even if she was free with who she was, she needed to second-guess sometimes when it came to him. Mostly she still did what she wanted, but if there was something she knew might cause a rift between them, she looked before she jumped. Ren was definitely a rift. It was almost funny, in her opinion, that a girl who was so unassuming could hold so much power in her hands and not even know it. For a long time Alice had fought with herself over how to feel about Ren. Meeting Jasper had bred a sort of selfishness in her. Oddly enough, it was that same selfishness that also gave her the power to let go. It all came down to one thing, really. Ren was absolutely adorable. Alice loved freely. Her affection easily given. Jasper was charismatic, but Alice was a people person. She enjoyed people watching. The act different for her since she could see the futures of the people she focused on. She loved learning little tidbits, the lives of others filling the space left by her missing human memories. Alice also got attached easily, but rarely did she ever let her interest grow into something big enough to hurt her by the inevitable end. When she'd seen Ren, though, she'd let herself hope. Some subjects wear hard for her to see clearly. Over time, she'd learned that this depended heavily on proximity both physically and, oddly enough, emotionally. As Ren hadn't even been born yet by the time Alice had first seen her, there was no chance for such closeness. Beyond that, Alice knew that she couldn't interfere with the natural flow of time too badly if it wasn't an emergency. Still, the small glimpse had been enough. She'd never told Jasper what she'd seen, and he had never asked. Even if he had, he'd have been disappointed. Still, she could remember the image as clearly as she remembered the day she met Jasper. In her vision, Ren was a young woman. She was seated on a couch, Jasper's arm thrown easily over the small woman's shoulder. Jasper's head was leaned back as Ren talked, his eyes closed. Alice herself was in the vision, but she was seated on the floor between Ren's legs, while Ren continuously ran her hands through Alice's hair. Her features were soft, the entire image slightly out of focus. Still, Alice could feel the contentment. She could feel the love, the bonds shared between Jasper and his mate. Most importantly, she could feel the love between herself and the other girl, and she craved it. There was just something so right about the whole scene. It wasn't often that Alice could sense specific feelings from visions, but when she did it usually meant that the particular outcome was firmly set. She couldn't read them as comprehensively as Jasper could, but she could still sense their strength. She had no way of knowing what any of it meant, but she knew that in that future, she was happy. Really, all Alice had ever wanted was simple, pure happiness. It was there that her selfishness kicked in. While Alice loved Jasper deeply, she knew very well that they both had mates. She'd never before been able to clearly see hers, but she just knew that he was out there. It was a feeling, more than anything. She knew, just as she knew Jasper had his perfect half. From that knowledge came the realization that even if she had Jasper's love, there was more waiting for her. It was selfish, really, but how could she possibly settle for having one person to love when she could have more? It was what drove her to find the Cullens, knowing the reception she'd receive. The connections, the assuredness that these were her people and she had a place and beings who would care for her and allow her to care for them in turn. It was a heady feeling. She couldn't remember her past, but she could remember the crippling loneliness. Jasper had given her the first taste of the connections she so coveted, and after that she'd been ravenous. Her family was made up of so many different people, and she loved them all. Adding Ren to that group of people was so tempting, and if it was fate, who was she to say no? Jasper was the problem, though. She'd been so blinded by her own excitement, she'd failed to see his resistance, and it was driving her nuts. Every day he interacted with the girl but kept her away from Alice was like a stab to the gut. Now that Ren was in the picture, she gave them space to get to know each other, but it wasn't easy. Jasper still wanted her and he made no effort to hide that, and Alice would be a liar if she said she didn't miss him in her bed. Still, she knew that if she wanted to bring Ren into her family, she had to let nature take its course, with a little help from her of course. "I'll give you space," she told Jasper petulantly, "but only if you tell me why you're wearing her shirt." Alice couldn't help but feel her excitement climbing back up. Jasper had warned her off, and while she wouldn't push him past his limits, she still wanted to know how that had happened. She'd been able to see that they would spend time together that day, but she hadn't quite been able to tell everything that would happen. That was the thing she'd come to realize about Ren. She was an awful decision maker. For Alice, clear visions meant definite decisions, and Ren almost always seemed to decide things last minute. Either that, or she changed her mind an awful lot. While Jasper was usually cagey with his interactions with the human girl, it seemed he knew he wouldn't be getting out of it at that moment. "The rain caught us and she was nice enough to offer me something dry," he told her, running his fingers through his hair and refusing to make eye contact. Alice zeroed in on that, hitting him with, "Is that all that happened?" "Yes, Allie, that's all." She softened at his nickname for her, knowing that it meant he wasn't quite as volatile as he'd been when she'd grabbed at his shirt. She'd forgotten that Carlisle had told her once that when a vampire found their mate, they could get a little possessive in the period before claiming. Jasper was already possessive all on his own, so she could imagine that the past few months were doing a number on him. Before she could continue grilling him for details, another voice echoed loud and proud from the direction of the garage. "Damn, my man, what happened to all that charm?" Emmett teased. Jasper's eyes rolled immediately, but Alice could only laugh when he said, "What do you know about charm? Your idea of a pickup line starts and ends with flexing." Emmett's head popped through the doorway and he pointed at Jasper, face serious. "I have the most beautiful woman on the planet as my wife, so obviously it works." Jasper just shook his head, but Alice was able to see the small smile on his face. Emmett was always good at cheering up the blonde. Jasper had just decided to follow Emmett out to the garage to see what he and Rosalie were working on, mostly Rose, probably, when Carlisle decided to come out of his study and greet them. "Making progress, I see," he commented lightly. Jasper knew that he was, of course, referring to the fact that he was wearing Ren's shirt. It all came back to that. "Something like that," Jasper responded, not wanting to get into it when he just managed to throw off Alice. Carlisle was less pushy than the seer, though, and he took Jasper's shutdown in a stride. So long as Jasper wasn't actively causing their family trouble, the other blonde wouldn't intervene. It was one of the things Jasper appreciated about him. He was a very calming presence at the best of times, and often good at puzzling out problems and making the right decision. It was for that reason that before he could think better of it, Jasper decided to finally voice the problem that was currently stumping him the most. "There is something I'd like to ask you about, though." Carlisle raised one pale eyebrow, nodding for Jasper to continue. Conscious of the fact that everyone could still hear him, but not wanting to wait, Jasper tried to figure out how to voice what he wanted to say. "I've noticed lately that my abilities don't always work well on Ren, and I was wondering if you had ever seen anything similar with other humans." Jasper knew anything was possible, but between the two of them Carlisle was in more of a position to have experience with such things. His reply made Jasper's blood boil, though. "What exactly are you trying to make her feel?" Carlisle's tone didn't change, his doctor's facade an impenetrable mask of impartial calm. Still, Jasper could read between the lines and the insinuation wasn't a nice one. "Nothing sexual or romantic," he said point blank. Carlisle may have had the tact to not outright accuse him of trying to assault her, but Jasper was going to force him to face the crudeness of his real question anyways. It was insulting at best. Never in his life had he used his abilities to enthrall another in that way. Besides the fact that he didn't need to, he didn't find any appeal in a partner that had been coerced into waiting him. "I had to ask," Carlisle tried to placate. Maybe he had, but it was just another reminder that Carlisle didn't fully trust him either. If he'd had faith that Jasper could control himself, he wouldn't have said it at all. That wasn't an issue he wanted to push, though, so Jasper just stared. "Well," Carlisle eventually continued, "every human is entirely unique. Just as Alice can't see every single future in the world, there's bound to be some who don't respond to your abilities." The answer, on the surface, made sense. But it still didn't satisfy him, because instinct was telling him that there was more to it than that. Jasper always trusted his instincts. "Are you sure that's all there is to it?" Instead of answering, Carlisle turned to go back into his study. "Sorry I can't offer you more right now," he said. "I have a lot to work on. I'm glad you got to spend some time with her, and everything seems to be going well." Without a doubt, Jasper knew Carlisle could feel his gaze burning into his back. Jasper knew because he wanted the other man to be uncomfortable. Carlisle had been around for centuries. You don't live that long by being oblivious, and besides that was the fact that Carlisle was a scholar at heart. He collected knowledge like he collected children, it seemed. This was why, beyond any doubt, Jasper knew that Carlisle had at least some semblance of why Wren was able to resist his gift. The older man knew, and wasn't telling. And Jasper wanted to make sure that Carlisle knew that the longer he waited to share, the bigger the problem they were going to have. Carlisle wide sir. Lol for real though please review. I've never written Alice before and I'm nervous. I wasn't planning on writing any POV other then Wren or Jasper but it just happened and I'm not sure how I did. A letter this scene got too long so I split it in two. Just wanna say that wherever you think this is gonna go, it probably won't. Because this did not go where I thought it was gonna go LMAOO. Anyways a couple weeks ago I went on a giant writing spree IDK where that even came from. As a result I had like 10k written and this chapter was able to get done. I can't promise continuously regular updates, but for now this chapter is here, and the next two are actually partially written. Take that with a grain of salt lol. Halloween had always been one of her favorite holidays. She got free candy and an excuse to make strange, colorful concoctions when she cooked. That, and there was always something fun about getting all painted and dressed up for a night. Sure, she was a little old for dressing up, but being with her Auntie Angel had made her realize there were no age limits for having fun. The older woman dressed up every year and had done so since Wren could remember. One year she'd been a scary zombie. Makeup done all the way to the full body skin color. The next she'd gussied herself up like a beautiful princess right down to the ball gown. If she thought about it, she probably loved Halloween so much. Because of her auntie. So that was why as her lunch group talked about the holiday, she listened even though she didn't really care about what was being said. Amy had apparently found the absolute cutest angel costume at the costume store. The stoner guy, who she now knew was named Franklin, was going to be passing out candy for his parents. His plan was to just buy a scream mask and put it on for the trick-or-treaters. Another girl was borrowing a sexy cop outfit from her cousin. Maria was still deciding what she wanted to do and was trying to use everyone else as inspiration. Before she knew it, however, Wren found herself being asked. Now, it wasn't that Maria never talked to her when her other friends were around. If that were the case, Wren wouldn't have bothered hanging out with her. Maria genuinely was nice. This didn't mean that her friends were as nice. They wouldn't exactly ignore her, but none of them ever really listened when she spoke. This time, though, they actually looked at her like they were expecting an answer. That, of course, made her want to die. At a loss for words, she glanced down at the partially eaten sandwich in front of her. Have you chosen a costume yet? Maria asked. Blinking slowly, Wren took a nervous sip of her water and shrugged. Well, what did you go as last year? Maria prompted again. Thinking carefully, Wren eventually decided it didn't really matter. My auntie and I did matching costumes. We were ghosts with glow-in-the-dark contacts and stuff. Amy's eyes lit up when she said, oh my gosh that's so cool that you got glow-in-the-dark eyes. Where do you even get those? Wren had told her, and it had gone into a conversation about Maria doing an alien and Wren helping her get some glowing green contacts for it. From there Maria had insisted they figure out Wren's costume, and everyone began pitching in ideas. It was nice, if a bit weird. Sometimes she forgot that in social settings, you can interact with anyone, even if they're not really your friend. Thinking hard on it, she realized she had a hard time remembering the difference between friend and acquaintance, and realizing that it was okay to have both. Not everyone was going to like her. And not everyone would refuse to be her friend. She'd learned that through many instances of being disappointed and picked on compared with her instances of meeting nice people, like Maria. Like Jasper. By the end of that conversation, Wren had figured out that she was going dress as a traditional Halloween witch. It would be all glitter and glam, black and lace. It had to be loud and glittery because they were going to put lights in the skirt. It was outrageous, out of her comfort zone, and none of it mattered because all she would be doing was passing out candy. Every year she and her auntie passed out candy and took in the praises from the impressed little kids. It was goofy, fun, and Wren loved it. Suffice to say, Wren's day was bettered by that. The second reason why she was in such high spirits was much more embarrassing, in her opinion. After school she'd gone to the library with Jasper. He was nice. Still too aggravating for his own good, of course, but nice. He embarrassed the hell out of her, but he engaged her. He dragged things out of her she couldn't figure out herself. Like how to talk to him. How to be challenged. Jasper was incredibly sharp, but just as easygoing. He had an air about him that seemed untouchable, but he made up for an unexpected charm. He was thoughtful, noticing things she wished he didn't, was impressed he did. And he surprised her. That night after the beach. After the rain. After the most embarrassing shutdown of her life. They played chess. They'd played that stupid, insignificant game for 2 hours, and he was damn good, and he made her think, and he made her frustrated, and somehow she just felt she could still win. And he hardly said a word. They'd played, and he'd watched her, read her, openly. And she let him. She did the same, and maybe it scared her a little, what she saw. That clarity in his eyes that was so sharp it pierced through her. Like a mask lifted. Jasper watched her with eyes that had seen a million things. It felt like he could break her apart and build her back up. He was too attentive, too steady, too disciplined. It scared her because maybe he'd been doing this all along. Maybe he'd seen through her this whole time, and someone so perceptive like that, it scared her to death. But she didn't think he wanted to scare her, because he'd only ever been considerate of her. He listened, and maybe, just maybe, he was trying to understand her. Ren, for all she was worth, just didn't understand why. They'd played that game, though, and he'd been good, so had she. Then it stopped raining, and he went home. She saw him the next day, and it really felt like she had a friend. So, when Ren saw him that day, after school to work on their history project, she was happy. He brought her some cookies this time. Little brittle things that she thought kind of looked like old people crackers, but tasted like butter and almonds and deliciousness. And he'd laughed at her being so surprised. And they talked, a bit. Mostly about family. My auntie pretty much adopted me when I was 12, she told him after he'd asked how long she had lived with her. He'd hummed slightly, then staring at the ceiling he'd told her about his siblings. We're all adopted, he'd said. Ren didn't bother telling him she already knew that much. Our father, Carlisle, is a good man. She wondered if he knew he talked about him more like an equal than in reverence as a son. She also wondered if she was reading into it. Still taking note of some wording they needed to change up for a summary, Ren told him about her auntie. Auntie is probably the best woman I've ever met. She's kind of crazy sometimes, but honestly I think everyone is a little crazy. He'd laughed a bit at that, and it kind of had an edge to it, but she didn't comment. Jasper was just odd like that sometimes, it seemed. Most of the people she liked were odd. Rosalie is pretty darling, fierce as hell though, he'd said with fondness in his eyes. Emmett is big as a rock and kinda acts like one now and again, but his heart is just as vast as his personality, he told her with a smirk. That's kind of mean, she pointed out, still never looking at him. He'd shaken his head and moved on. Edward is a pain in the ass, he told her, eyes rolling. Never mind, I take back that last one, she'd told him, that was fucking mean. She really hadn't been thinking then, as she'd actually gotten lost in the work she was trying to finish. Jasper seemed to finish his before they met up every time, but she never could. When she was comfortable enough, she was fairly good at multitasking. But, she'd truly been pulled toward the passage of text she'd been referencing. That's how she ended up cussing like she did when she was alone. The realization left her mortified. He'd burst out laughing and she forgot to breathe. She knew why it was funny, of course she did. Ren stuttered and stumbled her way through life, looked like a little boy half the time, and did not seem like she should be allowed to cuss. So, her saying fuck was a few different kinds of funny. UHGHH, I'm sorry, please pretend I didn't say that, she said with her face in her hands. Wouldn't mind if you said it again, was not the reply she expected. Instead of processing that, she went straight into taking in a breath, compartmentalizing her feelings, and moving on within the next breath. That was what therapy had helped her learn how to do, after all. Her psychologist would have been proud, and should have been given a pat on the back for his accurate prescriptions. Then, she said, well, what about Alice? And Jasper's laughter bubbled off. What about her? He asked, suddenly subdued. Too late, Ren realized her mistake. One of the first things she'd ever learned about Jasper was that he and Alice used to date. True, that had come secondhand, but his reaction all but confirmed it. Feeling as if she was only going to keep messing up, Ren bit her tongue and tried to figure out what to do. Usually in situations like that, she remained quiet. Better to say nothing than worsen the problem. Somehow, that didn't seem to be the right thing to do though. Maybe it was because there was no one else around to distract them, or maybe it was because she was supposed to be his friend. Either way, Ren felt like she had to do something, so she did what she usually did when she needed something to feel better. She pulled out some candy. Without a word, she shrugged and offered him a roll of Smarties candy. Candy was neutral, and always brightened her mood. True, she'd never actually seen Jasper eat any, but still. Thank you, but I'm not really a fan of those, he told her. Something about him still seemed off, but she didn't comment. Sure, she was incredibly curious about what had happened with Alice. It was weird that he and his siblings seemed to all date, and she really wanted some clarity on that one. There were a lot of things about Jasper that were odd, the more time she spent around him. But it was really none of her business. More importantly, she'd realized how much she missed having friends. Overlooking such things wasn't really a good, healthy thing to do. She knew that, and yet she couldn't force herself to stop. There was a part of her that craved interaction and acceptance no matter what she did. So she ignored the obvious red flags, and hoped that she would never slip enough to let him realize what she really thought. "What kind of candy do you like, then?" Ren asked him finally. She'd offered him snacks here and there, but he never took any. She figured it might be because his dad was a doctor and had instilled good health habits in him, but then again she'd never met a teenager who wasn't willing to indulge at least sometimes. Ren just so happened to like to indulge at all times, and that was probably why Jasper looked like a model and she looked like Grimace from the McDonald's commercials. Honestly, she didn't have any regrets about it either. "I'm not too fond of candy," Jasper replied, confirming her suspicions. "Do you like sweets at all?" she asked. His answer didn't really tell her what she'd wanted to know. "I'm partial to sugar here and there." Rolling her eyes, Ren propped her head up in her hands and looked at him over her glasses. He, of course, met her gaze with perfect eye contact and she fought the urge to flinch. "So what, do you just throw away all of your Halloween candy?" The way his eyes glinted told her that he was going to tease her, and she hated that she could already recognize it. "I'm a bit too old for all that, darlin'. Don't tell me you still go out with all the other kids at night?" "The other kids? Fuck you," was what she wanted to say. "I hand out candy with my auntie. The bowl's there the whole time and there's always some left over," was what she saved herself with. Honestly, she was only so indignant because deep in her heart she knew she would totally still trick or treat if she could get away with it. Hell, she'd thought of putting a sheet over her head like a ghost and doing it anyways. Jasper looked like he knew she'd do it too. "Is that what you're doing this year?" was all he said, though she was thankful. "Yeah, what do you do?" She liked their current topic of conversation. It was safe, easy. "Usually nothing," he said. "Not even candy?" He looked away from her then, and Ren finally felt a little less tense. "No, we live too far out to get any kids coming up." Considering what she'd seen of Washington so far, she believed it. Some of the houses were situated smack in the middle of the woods. Finally finishing what she'd been working on, Ren slid it over to Jasper so that he could look it over. Most of their study sessions involved her working, and him checking her work. That had surprised her too. She was used to being the one to put in the most work on projects. The one who had to fact-check and pull the weight. Jasper didn't make her feel that way though. It was almost as if he knew all the answers before he even saw the question. She didn't have any other classes with him, but she'd seen him work on a few other subjects before. He never needed help, references, or anything she'd come to expect from another student. It seemed for as pretty as he was just as smart. Ren had always been told she was smart, but even she had to study and get things wrong sometimes. She needed to double-check, rework problems, and put in the work. Jasper though, he just breezed through. She'd had the passing thought that maybe he was one of those guys that just put whatever answer he could find, but from what she could tell that wasn't the case. It was humbling in more ways than one. It reminded her not to judge people and softened her to him all the more. She was so used to everyone being superficial, herself included. She'd forgotten that getting close to people meant new sides to them. And so, just being with Jasper had put her in a good mood. Even with the nerves, the embarrassment, and the difficulty she had trying to find her words, she still appreciated it. She just liked when he laughed and brought her little snacks. She liked that she didn't have to worry about leaving him behind academically. She liked spending time with him, and she liked that he seemed to like spending time with her too. When it got about time to make dinner, she'd been in a good mood. Good moods usually meant she made something that took a little more effort. That was why, with her music pumping and her day coming to an end, she decided she wanted to make a good pork roast with mashed potatoes, mac and cheese, and veggies. Each dish took prep, seasoning, and time in general. That was why as she cooked, time went by. That was why she didn't hear her auntie come home. That was why the simple letter hurt her twice as bad. She'd never been afraid of mail. Ren feared many, many things, but the Daily Post wasn't one of them. After all, scary things rarely came through the mail. She'd heard stories of disturbing things being sent through the post. Stalker messages. Body parts. All the usual extra creepy stuff that was in movies and crime TV shows, she'd heard of, but of course never expected for herself. After all, those things were so far away from the frame of her life, what did she have to fear from the mail? She got the answer to her question that evening. When she noticed that her aunt was home, Ren turned down her music, but didn't turn towards her quite yet. She was busy mashing potatoes, and hadn't wanted them to burn. "Hey auntie," she'd said. Seconds passed, and when she didn't get a reply, Ren realized something was wrong. Curious, she turned off the burner, put a lid on the pot, and turned around. Generally, her auntie was tired when she came home. Tired, but always ready with a hug and a smile for her niece. This time, there were neither. Angel was leaning against the counter, a stack of mail held loosely in her hands. Her brow was pulled tight, and she was frowning in a way that was just a little sad. Immediately worried that something had happened at work, Ren's stomach dropped. "What happened?" "Baby," her auntie started, "nothing bad happened. It's just, you got a letter." The knot in her stomach loosened, but the confusion set in. "Okay," she replied. Ren didn't get much mail, but when she did it was usually junk mail or something she'd ordered offline. Moving towards her aunt, Ren focused on the mail in an attempt to see what had her aunt so rattled. "Who's it from?" Her auntie got very tense for a moment, before she sighed deeply. "Look, I knew this was coming. I don't want you to be upset with me, but I didn't know how to talk to you about it. I've been real busy and I just didn't get the chance to figure it out. But I want you to know that everything is okay, and that she's okay. She's not mad," her aunt told her. Then she handed her the simple white envelope, and Ren looked down at it. The moment she read the sender's name, the bubble she'd been living in popped. She looked at it, not knowing what to do. She hadn't seen that name in 5 years. She hadn't thought she ever would again. But it was one she knew well. One she thought of often, when she remembered just how much the world sucked sometimes. And despite it all, just reading that name and staring at handwriting that was so familiar yet different brought an unparalleled joy. Before she knew it, she felt arms wrap themselves around her as she was pulled into a warm embrace. The welcoming softness of her auntie's hug brought her back to reality, and with a start Ren realized she'd been standing stock still in the kitchen, simply staring. It was with an even heavier heart that she realized that her face was wet, the salty smell of tears heavy in her nose. Her auntie was hugging her, softly rubbing her back. "It's okay baby, shush it's okay," she was repeating. Ren didn't know for how long. At once she felt stupid, like a little girl making a scene. She hated worrying her auntie more than anything, and had made it her job to keep out of her hair as much as possible. Standing in that kitchen was not helping. It made her feel like a failure. That, in turn, made her cry all the harder. Crying could be cathartic, sure, but what she was doing didn't feel all that relieving. By the times her sobs stopped, her chest hurt and her head throbbed. It felt as if a dam had broken within her, leaving nothing but wreckage in its wake. She felt empty, yet still torn raw. By the time she had gone to bed, she realized that she'd cried for more than a simple letter. Her tears had come from a lot of pent-up things she didn't want to face. She needed to let it out, and nowhere was safer than her auntie's arms. Still, she felt no better for it, not in that moment. And as the night wore on, the white envelope sat on her dresser still unopened. He'd come crave her proximity. Well, when it came to school at least. Jasper couldn't quite explain her reaction to his attempts at manipulating her emotions, but he was sure about one thing. Her emotional plane called to him. She experienced emotions rapidly, many often conflicting. This was fair considering her age and the human penchant for complex emotions in general. Despite it all, she still had a center of calm that soothed him amidst the emotional chaos that bred in high schools. He admittedly struggled with controlling himself on a good day, but being around individuals with such loud churning emotions made things twice as hard. Once he'd acclimated himself to her presence, he found that Ren helped immensely with that problem. Even among the masses, he found that she was always at the forefront of his senses, which made tuning everyone else out easier. It was for this reason that when he saw her in their history class, he noticed that something was wrong immediately. Not only was his usual punctual partner late, but he felt the absolute storm of her emotions before she'd even entered the room. Jasper felt the sadness, the anxiety, the anger, the hope. It was a strange mix, but it nearly suffocated him. It put him on edge, his own nerves setting aflame and making him weary of every person in the building. Making him more dangerous. When Ren walked in the room, though, all of his attention shifted to her. She looked haggard. He'd be lying if he said he hadn't noticed the slightly darkened skin beneath her eyes nearly every day, but the dark circles she sported then made her vacant stare all the more striking. Her curly hair had been pulled back haphazardly, looking like she hadn't even bothered to brush it. Her t-shirt was rumpled, her usual hoodie nowhere in sight. Now Jasper knew Ren wasn't a fashionista by any means, but she usually put more care into her appearance. More than that, she usually put more care into her surroundings. She didn't even bother to acknowledge their teacher speaking to her as she came in past the proper time. Nor did she so much as glance his way when she dropped into her seat. She looked and felt miserable. He of course tried to bend her emotions into a feeling of ease, comfort, and anything else he could do to be rid of her current state. But as par course, his gift only settled over her briefly before it was shoved aside. This only seemed to backfire, because once he realized his failure his mood only continued to sour. If he wasn't careful, he'd begin to project and start a riot within moments. Spilling a little blood wouldn't be so bad, the thought sent a shiver through him, and he tried to remember all the reasons that was wrong. He was spiraling. "Are you okay?" The words came, unbidden. He got a shrug in reply. A hot shot of irritation raced through him, the need to figure out and fix the problem strong. Ren was shy and anxious, but there was life to it that seemed absent now. "I'm serious, darlin', you don't look too well." If his tone was a little sharp, it couldn't be helped. Her breathing turned to a long pull, her eyes slipping shut. He counted 17 seconds before she opened them again. Still slumped over her desk with her eyes turned away from him, she finally spoke. "I'm just tired." "You're always tired, this ain't that," H shot back at her in an instant. They made it through the period with him studying her, gently prodding here and there. Seeming to realize that he wasn't going to leave her alone, she turned towards him. Her large brown eyes were downcast, and he could see the puffiness as well as the darkness. She'd been crying. "Look, I just need to figure some things out, I'll be fine," she said softly, her hands idly picking at her jeans. He could see fine. Goosebumps on her arms. She was obviously cold, but it was like she didn't seem to notice. It seemed like she wasn't noticing much of anything as people cleared out of the room around them. For as much as Jasper thrived through conflict, he hated beating around the bush. She often tried to avoid saying things, but teasing them out of her was satisfying. She'd be embarrassed, but ultimately fine. He could tell Ren had come to expect it, even, and was offering her voice more and more without provocation. This was different, though. She was obviously upset, and it was affecting him too much for him to not need a solution. Beyond that, he also found that he didn't like seeing her so upset. "Contrary to what you may believe, talking helps," he told her. There was a slight shake to her head, and he knew she was about to deny him again. Before she could, he reached out to force her to look at him. His fingers slipped under her chin. The soft skin warm against his hand. That shook her out of her stupor, if only a little. Wide, startled brown eyes met his own, her full lips parting in a soft gasp. She really did have such a pretty little face, and he stopped himself from sliding his hand down to her neck. He pulled back once he had her full attention, not following the train of thought that action would bring. "Ren, I'm serious. I can help if you let me." Her heart, fragile as it already was, all but jumped up her throat. Jasper's fingers were absolutely frigid against her skin, but she'd committed the feel of those long fingers to memory. Then she processed what he'd said, and reality came crashing back. Her stomach churned uncomfortably, her nerves rising to higher and higher levels the longer she looked him in the eyes. God! But Jasper had beautiful eyes. The odd golden color seemed darker than usual, piercing her to her core. He seemed so concerned about her, and it just made her feel like an idiot. She'd rolled out of the house that morning absolutely zombified from the night before. She didn't look great, she didn't feel great, and she hated the fact that he'd noticed. Maria had asked but had given her space when she'd brushed her off. Jasper didn't do that. He was eating up all of her space like he owned it, and she couldn't understand why he cared at all. He was genuinely nice to her, thoughtful, smart, beautiful. I can see you overthinking something, his said, his voice breaking the silence around them. Everyone had left the classroom except for their teacher and a lone student talking at the front. You can't see me thinking, she told him, horrified by the fact that he'd been right. I can see that something's bothering you, he replied smoothly. Once again swept back to the moment, she marveled at Jasper's ability to make her feel like an emotional ping-pong ball. He was just as good at ripping her from her anxiety as he was at causing it. It made her wonder if he'd be just as good at the talking thing, too. She felt incredibly stupid, yes, but maybe if she sounded her problems off of a third party. Maybe if she said it out loud, she'd be able to open the damn letter. Maybe he won't want to talk to me as much anymore either, was a thought that hung heavy on her mind as well. As it was, she couldn't make sense of herself. She felt dumb for letting such a small thing affect her. But she also felt scared, and she desperately wanted someone to tell her that it would be okay. Jasper probably wouldn't do that, but it would make her feel normal to just tell someone, and of all the people she'd been around, Ren realized that Jasper was the only one she wanted to tell. He had that air about him that drew you in. She wanted to trust him, and the one thing holding her back was the very thing he was asking to know. So, hoping for the best, Ren finally gave in. Fine, just not here, she said lowly. They should have left minutes ago, and by now their teacher was looking between them and the clock. His next period was already beginning to trickle in. All right then, Jasper said, walk with me. Gathering her things, Ren trailed after the blonde. She went to stop outside of the classroom, but Jasper continued walking. I actually need to go the opposite way for class, she called after him hesitantly. That stopped his stride, and he turned to wave her closer. You really want to go to class right now? You barely looked like you were going to make it through the last one, he told her. A stray thought passed through her mind, but she dismissed it as quickly as it came. He wouldn't, what do you mean? She asked carefully. A blonde brow rose, a challenge clear there. What, you never skip a class before, and he did. That's I mean it isn't, Ren stumbled, feeling her face grow warm. She didn't even know what she was trying to say, taken by surprise as she was. Jasper wanted to skip class. With her. To talk about her problems. When it came to him, there were always surprises. Well, Ren had a few of her own. Ooh, look at these bad kids SMH. At least Ren's finally treating him like a friend instead of a leper lol. Anyway, tell me what you think. Empathy warnings. Mentions of self-harm, mentions of suicide. This chapter actually isn't as harsh as you'd think, but just in case those are triggers for anyone, here's your soft warning. Getting out of the school was the easy part. While Ren seemed to struggle against his gift, he found that he could still project it around her. He enrobed them in a bubble of indifference, making it so that any who passed them would find them uninteresting and leave them be. To her credit, Ren didn't falter as she trailed after him. He thought she would fight him more on skipping class, but it was the best option he could see. She was very obviously upset, and he was sure she wouldn't have been able to garner anything useful from her classes in that state. Beyond that, her mood was putting him in a precocious position that was best moved away from the general populace. Which brought him to his next dilemma: getting her into Rose's car, while Jasper had access to his bike. Among other vehicles, he usually settled for riding in with Rose or one of his other siblings on school days. It was because of this that he had a copy of all of their car keys. This, of course, drove Rosalie up the wall. She was responsible for their cars and took pride in the job, but that pride ran a little too deep in Jasper's opinion. Now he could have taken Emmett's Jeep or Edward's Volvo, but he couldn't ever remember a time he'd been able to pass up irritating Rose. Though they were twins in name only, he still felt a brotherly bond that led him to do things that drove her crazy. Inciting her attitude was one of the perks of being in a stable coven again. Her fits could amuse him for days. It also helped that as they approached the cherry red BMW, Ren seemed more than impressed. That, in turn, made him wonder just how little she thought of him when he wasn't around, if she hadn't even noticed the luxury he and his family drove in with every day. "Careful getting in, darlin', Rose'll kill me if I get so much as a smudge on her car," he said after opening the passenger door for her to slide in. It was true, too. Rose would certainly try and kill him if he left even a fingerprint on her immaculate convertible. If she was strict with their treatment of their cars, then she was a drill sergeant when it came to her own. It was hard to believe, but if her own vanity extended beyond herself, then it certainly landed with her cars. Ren's wide-eyed stare met his own, her brow raised high. "This is," she started before seeming to think better of it, "we can't take your sister, Char." Maybe it said something about him that her telling him what he couldn't do made him want to show her exactly what he could do. Instead, he opened the door wider. "Rose can get a ride home with Emmett, she won't mind." It was sound logic, and a bold-faced lie. Rose would throw a fit, and just knowing he wouldn't be around to deal with the first wave of her anger almost brought a smile to his face. Only almost, because he was still hyper-aware of why they were out there in the first place. He could still feel the Ren's tight knot of negative emotions. He watched as she took her bottom lip between her teeth, his eyes zeroing in on the action. He could practically see the blood rushing to the abused skin as she decided what she wanted to do. Normally he would be a bit more covert with his staring, but this time he wanted her aware. He wanted her to feel the pressure of his gaze and give in quickly so they could handle whatever was weighing so heavily on her. "Fine," she eventually said, her eyes anywhere but on him. Getting into that car was one of the hardest things she'd done in her life. The seat itself was buttery soft, and when she tossed her half-zipped and hastily packed bag in the back, she could tell that every part of it was well taken care of. It was against her normal rationale, and far beyond what she knew her aunt's wishes would be. Still, Ren was tired. She was exhausted, really, and the truth hung heavy in her heart. She needed to do it. She needed to tell someone. Therapy had been one thing, but her therapist had been paid to help her. Ren wanted more than that. She wanted more than a business transaction meant to keep her alive. She wanted someone to listen out of more than just obligation. Her auntie knew and would listen, of course, but she had to. The older woman was accountable for her well-being, and it was that responsibility that kept Ren in the bubble that was slowly suffocating her. Angel had taken on so much responsibility with her decision to raise Ren. So much, that Ren was loath to give her any more. Especially since, in her opinion, the internal war she was currently struggling with wasn't worth her auntie's time in comparison to all the other things they had to deal with. It was bad enough that she'd gotten overwhelmed over a stupid letter she hadn't even opened. But for the first time in a long time, Ren realized that she needed to talk, and it was because Jasper didn't have to be there, wanted to listen. And Ren, damning any other feeling she had, wanted him to listen. She wanted to tell him, and maybe there was a small part of her that wanted him to know so that she could finally have an excuse for her mess of a personality. She wanted him to know why she was painfully awkward, and why she couldn't just function like a normal friend. She wanted him to understand. Evening knowing that he probably wouldn't because she didn't fully understand herself. "Where to?" Jasper's deep voice cut through the whirlwind of her mind. She thought for just a second before the answer came easily. "Would you mind taking me home?" It was where she felt most comfortable. More importantly, it was where her baking supplies were. If she was going to talk with him, she needed her distractions. "You sure that's a good idea? I can't see your aunt being too keen on you skipping class," he asked her, starting the car regardless. "She's not home," Ren said simply. Even if she was sure her auntie would be understanding after the fiasco she'd put on the night before. "Seems like she's gone a lot," Jasper commented. Ren's eyes drifted out of the window as she shrugged. "She works long shifts most days. I don't mind being alone." If she had bothered to look at him right then, she might have seen the way his amber eyes darkened in a way that was most definitely not human. The ride was quiet, but not uncomfortable. Ren wasn't sure if Jasper had foregone his usual teasing because he could tell how worn down she was, but she was grateful. She was even more so when they pulled into the familiar driveway. She entered her house on autopilot, Jasper trailing behind her silently. She'd made a beeline to the kitchen without a word. She moved by muscle memory, going from the spice cabinet to the pantry as she gathered her supplies. "Do you want anything? Like a drink or something?" she asked, still not quite looking at Jasper even as she moved around where he'd settled at her dining room table. "No thank you," he said, much as she'd expected. He never accepted anything she offered him, and honestly if she was in her normal frame of mind she'd have been bothered. It was an ongoing trend with him, and one she didn't quite like. Ren could admit that one of the few ways she knew how to bond was through food, and his constant rejection of her little offers unsettled her. The only thing that helped was that he always seemed to be giving her treats. Then again, the lack of balance in their exchanges was a different problem for her altogether. As it was, though, she had more pressing issues to attend to, and Jasper knew that just as well as she did. "So, what's bothering you?" he said, blunt but still somehow gentle. Even after filling herself with all that resolve, her heart still skipped a beat at the thought that it was finally time to talk. If her hand slipped from the container of flour and made it hit the counter a little too hard, well then Jasper was polite enough to pretend not to notice. Staring at the labeled container, Ren's brain bounced between a pineapple upside-down cake recipe and the past she didn't want to face. "I don't know where to start," she said softly, moving to pop the lid off the flour. She felt off, her body feeling as if she was pressurized from the inside out and just waiting to burst. Anxiety, but not like an anxiety attack, she thought, thankful that she at least didn't seem to be near a breakdown. She truly didn't know how she wanted to approach the situation, but Jasper, bless his heart, stated the obvious and made it simple where she couldn't. Isn't the beginning always the best place? Watching her flit around the kitchen was both maddening and soothing all at once. She moved with a confidence he rarely saw her with, her small hands quick and sure as she gathered what she needed. He could smell the gas from her oven as it heated, and though it wasn't exactly pleasant, it did help cut through cloud of her scent drowning him. He'd been in her house before, but he was sure it would take some getting used to being in an environment so thoroughly saturated with Ren. The stress of it was better than being in a high school full of humans, but only slightly. He heard her exhale softly, then he'd waited patiently for her to get situated, trying to give her time to work out what she wanted to say. It was a test in patience, but as she combined ingredients in a mixing bowl, he was rewarded for his efforts. "When I was 10, I went to live with my auntie," she started. "I hadn't exactly been in a good place before that. I wasn't great around people. Even worse than I am now, if you can believe it." Given that issues like hers usually had to start somewhere, he did believe it. He wanted to know more about that in all actuality, but he knew that they needed to stay on one track for the time being. He had planned to let her speak with as little interruption as possible, but he did decide to make one point. "A conversation for a different day?" he asked, letting her know that he wanted to hear about that part of her past as well. He had a feeling he wouldn't exactly like what she had to say, but he knew he needed to know regardless. He was realizing that he had a lot of things he needed when it came to her. He felt her emotions spike, the anxiety turning into something that made even him feel a little sick, but she just turned to him slightly, her full lips pulled down at the corners. "Maybe," she said, locking eyes with him for just a moment before turning back around to crack some eggs. "Like I said, I wasn't good with people. For a long time, I didn't actually talk to anyone at all. I wasn't just that I was quiet, I literally didn't speak." He frowned at that but listened on. "My auntie was worried, and she ended up putting me in therapy, and part of my therapy plan was getting more social interaction. I wasn't too fond of that idea, but looking back on it, I get why it was necessary. She tried to put me into a few different activities just trying to get me to branch out. We didn't have a lot of money at the time, so the easiest way to do that was just to take me to the local YMCA. They had a bunch of free classes a couple times a week." She paused for a moment, moving past him as she tossed the eggshells and a butter wrapper in the trash behind him. Just from that short snippet, a lot of things were beginning to make sense to him. Therapy. Why didn't I think of that before? He thought. It made a lot of sense the more he thought about it. From what he knew, mental health was beginning to become a more widespread concept than it had been in the previous century. More techniques were being developed in order to handle things like anxiety. If Ren was simply employing what she'd learned from her therapist to calm herself down, that would make a lot of what he felt from her more understandable. It was impossible to fully control one's own emotions, but there were ways to make it easier. With that still on his mind, Jasper sat up a bit straighter and noted that she looked just the slightest bit more at ease now that she was finally talking. "Do you need any help?" he asked, his manners telling him that it was only polite. He hadn't offered at first, as he'd seen how much she needed to just do something to occupy herself. There were times where he needed to do the same, though he had very different outlets. He was sure she didn't find sex or a good fight to be reasonable distractions. "Do you know how to cut a pineapple?" she replied. He just looked at her for a second, eyebrows raised. He'd asked but hadn't really expected her to want him to do anything. Let alone cut fruit. Can't be any different than cutting up anything else, right? He refrained from saying that if he'd ever actually gone out of his way to cut some fruit in the past 100 years, he couldn't remember it. He also thought it wise not to tell her the only thing he'd actually cut into in recent memory was living flesh. Jasper didn't think his very human, very timid mate would handle that well. Within the next few moments, he found a cutting board, knife, and sickly sweet-smelling pineapple in front of him. The fruit was ripe, and most likely at peak deliciousness for a human palate. To him, it smelled less than appetizing. Certain flavors still appealed to him, but he found that he could only really enjoy them through the scent and taste of another creature's flesh. "It's for a pineapple upside-down cake, so if you just slice it in rings and cut off the rind it should be fine," she told him, holding her fingers about a half-inch apart to show him how thick she wanted him to cut each ring. He got to slicing, the domesticity of the moment creating an odd feeling in him. She went back to her mixing bowl, a round pan now out for her to pour her concoction into. "Anyways," she started again, "she would take me every other day just to see if any of the classes would catch my attention. There was stuff like landscape painting, science labs, basketball, soccer, gymnastics. I hated it, honestly, but she only made me try each class once, and if I hated it, she wouldn't make me go back." He couldn't help but interject with, "You hated all of them, didn't you?" The light laugh she gave him unwound the tight knot of tension that he'd been holding on to, and he was thankful for it. Her laugh came with a brush of fondness and amusement that was a soothing balm. "Oh, for surely. I wouldn't talk to anyone, and almost all the kids and half of the instructors thought I was stupid. When they say kids can be cruel, they mean that shit, let me tell you." The curse slipped from her mouth easily, and he could sense the change in her countenance as she relaxed into what she was doing. As she relaxed around him, for all the stress she'd been under lately, he'd never seen her so at ease as she was in her kitchen, baking and talking to him. He'd noticed before that sometimes as she talked, her tone and sentence structure changed to something a little looser and vulgar. He'd been around long enough to know that it was a regional thing that spoke of where she'd grown up, though she seemed to have more of a problem showing it than he did. The discovery was one he held on to, knowing it would serve him well in the future. "You get picked on a lot?" he asked, the idea sparking unease in him, but at the same time he understood that kids would be kids. It was years ago, and so long as he was around no one would pick on her again. That much he knew. She shrugged, but didn't elaborate beyond saying, things happen. As far as the classes go, though, it wasn't so bad. All of the instructors were volunteers, so the quality and offerings varied. There was one class, though, it was there she faltered, and he felt the goodwill they'd begun to build waver, though she pushed on. It was a ballet class. He heard her take a deep breath in through her nose, then. The instructor was this really pretty lady named Melina Zakharov. She was a professional ballerina, but she was from a well-off family and all that, so she was used to doing a lot of charity work, I guess. She did a series of classes for about a month, and she'd bring her daughter, Taisia, with her to help instruct. I wasn't big on the ballet, but the first day they came I was in the class. Ty and I just hit it off, I guess. She was a lot more outgoing than I was, but the other kids disliked her almost as much as they disliked me, and it kind of brought us together, I think. I didn't really like to dance, but I went to every one of those ballet classes that month." Jasper could imagine an even tinier version of Ren, more rounded and twice as shy, stumbling around with a group of other kids trying to be graceful, and probably failing. "You learn anything?" he asked, trying to give her the benefit of the doubt. "Oh, absolutely not," she told him without skipping a beat, "but I did get something out of it." He could tell where she was going, and he met her halfway. "You got a friend." She came to get the pineapple from him, and he was able to see the small, sad smile on her face as she nodded. "Yeah, I did. Ty was honestly the first friend I ever made. I moved around a lot before I settled in with Auntie, and I never really got the chance to make friends, so when I met her, we bonded, really fast. Sleepovers, secrets, all the fun girl shit you know." He smiled back at her, trying to reassure her even as he asked, "So what happened?" She was quiet for a few more minutes, but he let her have the time as he watched her finally put her cake into the oven. By the time she was ready to talk again, her cake was baking and she was beginning to scrub dishes, so he got up to help her. She stiffened for a moment as he came up beside her, but when he took a spoon from her to dry it, she let him. Ty and I were good for the next couple of years, but then she kind of started having problems. "With you?" She shook her head, that profound sadness beginning to edge over her again. "No, more like with herself." Ty had always been a little sad. She had pretty bad self-esteem issues, among other things. I guess the crappy mental health was one of the things that brought us together. We understood each other. Jasper was beginning to unravel the problem, but it wasn't making it any easier. There were a lot of different implications to what she was saying, but he was wrong. Ty is a year older than me, and a little bit after her 13th birthday she started spiraling pretty badly. She got extremely depressed, and she started hurting herself. No one knew except me. It was then that Jasper began to understand the roiling mass of her emotions. The pain, the anger, the self-loathing. He was beginning to see where it all stemmed from. Ren was sensitive, and she'd blamed herself for her friend's issues. She'd seen the pain and taken it on for herself. As an empath, he understood that better than anyone. He was affected by the feelings of the general populace every day, but he also knew that such things only got harder coming from someone you cared about. It got to the point where she was calling me almost every other day, just depressed and bitter beyond reason. We'd talk about it and I would try my best to remind her things would be okay, but it was so hard, you know? He could tell she'd begun to wander from the present moment, eyes unfocused even as she rinsed a mixing bowl. She was lost in her memories. "You can't help someone who isn't ready to be helped," he told her, knowing he needn't have spoken at all, but wanting to ground her back to the present. She glanced at him, a contemplative look on her face. "That is very true. You been around a lot of depressed people?" "I can literally sense the emotions of every person I'm near," was the true answer, but what he said instead was, "Not necessarily. I'm just very good at reading people." This time, he could feel her exasperation when she said, "Yeah, I noticed that." He didn't point out that she wasn't exactly subtle with her own feelings. "You're right, though," she said. "You can't force someone to get help when they don't want it." She was so far in her own head that she couldn't see anything beyond it. She had just given up, I guess. I'd be lying if I said I really even understood the extent of what she was going through. I still don't. I didn't know how to help her, and it scared me a lot. She was hurting herself more and more, and I just got so afraid that I was going to lose her, but I also didn't want to break her trust. She told me all these things she wouldn't tell anyone else because she trusted me, but it got to the point where I was genuinely afraid that she'd. A deep breath was taken then, and Jasper could smell fresh salt from tears unshed, that she'd kill herself. Jasper had seen suicidal people. Hell, in his time he'd even helped a few off themselves, though his reasonings had less to do with mercy and more to do with them outliving their usefulness to Maria. Regardless of the specifics, Jasper was well aware of the state a person had to be in to want to end their own life. Whatever Tycia had been going through, it had to have been harsh for a 13-year-old to consider death as an option. The fact that his mate had been so close to that, had understood it even, made him incredibly angry. It also made him incredibly sad, because from what he knew of Ren, she didn't deserve to feel that way. She existed quietly, more afraid of the world than it would ever be of her. Unfortunately, he also knew that the world tended to prey the most on people like her. Beings like him tended to prey on those like her. It was weakness in its purest form, and looking at the girl that was meant to be his other half, he didn't understand. His life would never be one of ease. He'd made far too many mistakes and garnered too many enemies for that. Though he'd found a semblance of peace with E. Cullens, the fact remained that so long as he was a vampire, there would always be danger. A lot of the time, he was that danger. Still, Ren was there with him, and he knew that there was far more that she hadn't told him yet. She had to have strength to her to make it, even if she seemed damaged for it now. It made his thoughts scatter, his mind wondering what kind of joke the universe must be playing on him to tie him to a girl who he could see now so desperately needed someone to take care of her. Alice, at the very least, was formidable despite her appearance. He could only wonder if Ren would be the same, once turned. Would she have a gift to match his own? Would the change expand on that hidden strength? Only time would tell, but for now he'd listen to her and continue to wonder. Did she end up doing it? Jasper asked, voicing perhaps the most important question of the evening. Her eyes shut tight, and the wave of emotions that crashed over him almost caused him to cry. He was ready for a sob to break from her chest at any moment, the sorrow she was feeling almost crushing them both. But she didn't cry. No, she said, her voice steady despite her own turmoil, she didn't. She couldn't, because even though she asked me not to, I told. Then, Jasper could feel the shame bleeding through. I told my aunt, and she told Ty's parents. I didn't let Ty know I was going to tell, but one night I just couldn't do it anymore. She needed help, and I knew I couldn't be the one to help her. Therapy isn't for everyone, but it did help me. I knew that at the very least she needed to start talking to a professional, and I couldn't force her to do that. It was then that Jasper knew what he needed to do, and he crossed a boundary he hadn't dared to before. He pulled a measuring cup from her hands, noting how it startled her. Without bothering to dry either of their hands, he pulled her into his arms. You did the right thing, he told her. He'd hugged her just for a moment, feeling her immediate panic and not wanting to drive her too far, but it served its purpose of reassurance. She felt so much shame for betraying her friend's trust, and he knew then that she thought he'd think less of her for it. He didn't, and though she'd hardly reciprocated, the brief moment he'd held her was enough for the tiny sliver of fear she'd felt around him ease. He'd felt that fear more than once, and he'd thought it was because she was simply scared of him. Most people were, and he'd failed to realize that such fear could stem from somewhere else. She'd been so afraid of him shunning her for the damage done in a past relationship that hadn't even been her fault. Not many people hugged her. It was partially because she didn't want to be touched in general, and partly because she just didn't have many around her who cared enough to try. But as she talked about one of the most difficult parts of her life, he hugged her. And that gave her the strength to continue. Ty sent me a letter yesterday, she finally admitted, and that's what I've been so messed up over. I haven't talked to her since the day her parents found out what was going on. They agreed that she needed to get professional help, but Ty's parents and my auntie also agreed that it was best if we didn't see each other while she got the help she needed and I. That seems unnecessarily cruel, he interjected, startling her. At first, she didn't agree. The comment did make her think, though, and for the first time she realized that the reason she'd had so much trouble dealing with the situation was because it had hurt so much to know her only friend was out there suffering, and she could do nothing but hope she got the help she needed. But it had also been necessary, and Ren was self-aware enough to realize that. It might have been cruel, she told him, still lost in thought, but it was necessary. I wasn't in the greatest place myself. I'm not sure exactly how the conversation with Tycia's mom went, but I know at the end of the day my aunt had to decide what was best for me too. You obviously cared a lot, Jasper told her pointedly, so I don't see how keeping you away from her was supposed to help you. Isn't it good to have support systems in situations like that, anyway? Ren nodded, telling him, yeah, but that was kind of the problem too. Support systems are there for you to be able to rely on, and I wasn't exactly in the best mental place myself. My auntie was afraid that we'd only end up dragging each other down before either of us could get better. And there it was, the hardest part. Ren had tried so hard to look after Ty's well-being that she'd overstressed. At the time, she'd still been working on getting a handle on the worst of her social anxiety, and the added pressure didn't help with that. Ty had helped pull her out of her shell for sure, but sometimes caring too much could be harmful no matter how good the intentions. Ren was a pessimist by nature, and that combined with Ty's increasingly suicidal thoughts wouldn't bode well. Now she knew if faced with the same situation, she would be able to handle it better, but then, not so much. She told Jasper that. She let him in on a part of herself she hadn't shown anyone since Taisia Zakharov. It was a leap of faith for her, more than anything, but of course Jasper took it all with a grace she'd never have. It was a heady feeling, for once not feeling judged or looked down on for her own shortcomings. For the first time in years, it felt like she could breathe. It was with that clarity that she was able to sit down in front of Jasper and finally read that letter. She was even more grateful for his presence when after reading said letter, she had someone to look up at and share the relief and overwhelming sense of joy. She wants to come see me, she told him, truly smiling for the first time in over 24 hours. When he met her happy smile with a genuine one his own, she discovered an entirely different problem. Looking at him after the emotional roller coaster she'd been on made her feel raw, open, and just a little too incapable of controlling herself. So, in that moment, Ren Kit felt herself fall just a little bit for one Jasper Hale. This is based on a situation I went through when I was younger. Mental health is something very serious, and if you know anyone in a similar situation, just remember. There is no shame in doing what you have to do to save a life. Anyways. Jasper needs a stiff drink after their day, too bad he's a vamp LMAO. Ren just better hope Jasper doesn't start feeling that budding affection, who knows what it'll make him do. Flora meet fauna. I am sorry IDK why this took so long, so many months passed so fast. But Happy New Year. Please enjoy. Rosalie Hale was a lot of things. She knew what people said about her, the assumptions they made based on her appearance alone. She didn't mind, though. She knew her very presence was a lot to take in, and she thrived on the masses that fell to their knees in the face of her beauty and grace. Still, Rose was more than just a pretty face. For one, she was a damn good mechanic. Elbow deep in engine parts was the only time she allowed her beautiful physique to be marred. Grease, dirt, exhaust, and more would coat her body when she worked on her machines, but she didn't care. Beneath the hood of a car was where Rose felt the most in control. She could tear apart an engine and put it back together in a way that was better, stronger, and much more beautiful. The complex mechanics were soothing, and even if no one else understood her passion, she did. That was why she was so particular when it came to her cars. Every piece from the wheel rotors to the paint job were labors of love from her, and she knew when even the smallest piece was out of place. She had all the time in the world, but so long as she had that time she would make sure every part of her babies were just so. That was why, when she finally checked on her car after Jasper had so rudely stolen it, she was almost twice as mad to find her interior tainted with scent of human. She didn't know the scent intimately, she didn't know any human scent intimately, but she knew enough to know that the stench was the byproduct of the girl Jasper had been obsessing over. Dowdy and unremarkable, Rose had dismissed her without a second thought. What she hadn't dismissed was Jasper's change in behavior. She understood the pull of a mate. She had Emmett after all. What she didn't understand was the pointless dance Jasper seemed to have started with the girl. If she was really his mate, he would have taken her. After all, Jasper had the least self-control within their family. While Alice had always seemed to subdue him, Jasper was the most volatile of their coven. Yet here he was, pushing aside their opinions and causing problems over a human he didn't even seem to want. And now? Now he'd taken her car and dirtied it with an overly sugary scent. It smelled like human drenched in maple syrup. If that wasn't enough to tell her that he'd given the human a ride, the pencil case she found under her passenger seat was Jasper. She found herself screeching, moving through their home at inhuman speed to find him. He was leaned casually against the counter, seemingly unbothered by the rage she knew he could feel. "Who the hell told you that you could take my car?" His gaze was level, but the barest hint of a smirk turned the corner of his lips. She knew that look. "I needed to borrow it." He was nearly mocking her, and in that moment, she knew he'd taken her car on purpose. "You could have asked," she seethed, knowing their exchange was bringing the rest of their family out. She could feel Emmett's large hand at her shoulder the moment she moved to put herself closer in Jasper's space. She knew he was keeping her back for good reason, but she didn't relent. "You would have said no," Jasper told her, still smirking. "Of course I would have said no, I'm not letting you fuck your human toy in my car," Rose told him coldly. Sure, she knew he'd done no such thing. She hadn't been able to smell sex of any kind on him since the last time he and Alice had been together. But then, that was the point. He wanted to push her buttons? Fine, she would push his. "Rose, you best not misunderstand the situation here," Jasper said, the humor leaving him. Emmett's grip was tightening, almost ready to pull her away. From the very first time he'd seen her, Jasper had been touchy about Ren as a subject. He hardly talked about her, deflecting the very idea of her existence whenever any of them broached the subject. Only Edward knew the full truth of what was going on, and he would only tell them all to leave Jasper be. Rose didn't want to leave him be. She was sick of feeling like she was stepping around landmines with him, and more than a little mad at what he'd done to Emmett the day he'd first seen his so-called mate. She understood the pull, but his behavior thus far hadn't justified the violence, not in her eyes. Her vengefulness was one of the many attributes she'd never been able to shake. It also happened to be the trait that bonded them the most, and it was the knowledge that he knew what she could do and had so often encouraged it that she continued. What is there to misunderstand? She goaded. The fact that you've been keeping us all in the dark when we're supposed to be family? She felt his demeanor change, then. She felt the calm washing over her. She saw him soften and was reminded of something she'd found herself questioning more and more lately. Jasper cared. That alone soothed a different sort of anger within her that she'd covered with the more fickle rage over her car. Still, he hadn't pushed away all of her anger, only blanketed it, and she was far from done. So, calmed but still stinging with irritation, she turned. Edward caught her gaze. "Don't," he told her sternly, already knowing what she was going to say. He should have known better than to try and silence her when she felt she had more left to say. Rose had long since given up letting men keep her silent. "What I'm not misunderstanding is all that frustration, Jasper," she said softly, "all that charm, and you still can't get the girls you like out of their pants." If she'd had a working heart, it would have thundered as she watched Jasper's face go deceptively calm. Jasper liked to rile her up and often laughed when she flexed her claws around him, but she'd always known better than to scratch too deep. "Rosalie." This time it was Carlyle, shocked at her words. She was well practiced in their banter, so she knew well enough that she was walking dangerously close to the edge of Jasper's limit. Close, but not over. "What? It's not like we haven't all felt it," she said flippantly. Her words were true. The problem with living with a pathokentic was that when he got too emotional, they all got to experience it. The bigger problem was that his lust was strong. When he was with Alice, Rose would be lying if she said she didn't enjoy the experience. There was something to be said about what a little extra yearning could do for the bedroom. The shared lust made her romps with her husband even more fun. Jasper's sexual frustration, though, that had been a whole different experience. Who knew that you could have enough sex to populate a small town and still feel frustrated and unsatisfied? Thanks to Jasper, she and Emmett knew. Hell, everyone in the house did. The silence was enough of a testament to that. She watched Jasper's eyes darken, holding his gaze for just a second longer, then without another word, Rose left the room. In that moment, Rosalie truly was lucky that Jasper really did see her as a sister. The Major would have surely snapped her neck and burned her to cinders by now if he didn't. Rosalie's sharp words had not been the end to her vendetta. True, she'd left with the last word, but Jasper had let her. That's how things usually were with him. They bickered here and there, but he always kept things in check with either his powers or his actions. He always pulled back before he could let out all that chaos he held just below the surface, but then that was the unspoken deal between them all. The problem with having a coven such as theirs was not their vegetarianism, as many thought. It was the power imbalance. Most covens had a head, usually the maker of the others. The head of coven led, made the rules, and most importantly, held the power. Vampires, long-lived as they were, bowed to little other than power in general. Carlyle for sure was deceptively skilled, but so were his children. Rosalie wasn't deluded enough to think that she could beat Carlyle Indiana a fight, as he had far too much experience behind him. Esme was in much the same position as Rose. Emmett, though, had more brute strength than any of them combined. That strength was testament to his character, and one of the many reasons she loved him. Still, physically at least, he was much stronger than their father. Alice, though small and unassuming, was frightening when she wanted to be. The future could be the most terrifying thing of all, and Alice embraced that fully. It isn't easy to win against someone who knew your every move, sometimes before you did. Edward was much the same. He could hear every thought, every secret. There was nothing that could be hidden from him unless you could learn to hide it from yourself. Jasper, though, was perhaps the most dangerous of them all. He wore his power on his very skin, the bite scars shining like so many warnings to any who drew near. He could make you feel any way he wanted, as vulnerable as he wanted. Even without that, his battle experience made him a difficult opponent. Truly, Carlyle claimed control over a group of vampires that could lay him flat at any time if they so chose to. And yet they didn't. The Olympic Coven was bound by more than tradition or need. Were any of them to be on their own, they'd do just fine. No, they found themselves bound by more than just necessity. It was love. Rose had her moments, but she did love her family. She could ask for no better, even if she did find herself longing for things she could never have. That was why even if he was one of the most dangerous vampires on their side of the planet, Rose still pushed at Jasper. Maybe Carlisle and Esme thought her too bold. Maybe Edward thought her crazy. Sometimes they just couldn't understand that it was a sister's job to look out for the well-being of her brothers while also trying to drive them as crazy as possible. But Rose understood that. That was why Rose threw her attitude around with abandon, and more importantly, it was why even with Jasper's explicit warning not to, she sought out Ren Kit the very next day. Jasper had been on edge for months, his emotions eating away at their family in the most intimate way possible. And all for what? Rose wanted to know, and as her heels clicked through the halls of the insignificant little high school, she thought the pencil case she clutched in her hand was a perfect excuse. With the weight of Ty lifted from her shoulders, Ren found that she was once again free to worry about something else. That was what she was best at, after all, and it seemed she had a pretty blonde cowboy at the ready to drive her mad. Ren knew what a crush was. She knew what it was like to like someone, to look at them and think, hey, that person is pretty attractive. In fact, she'd even go so far as to say she'd experienced a few crushes herself, over the years. Or so she'd thought. See, she wasn't so sure she could call any of her fleeting thoughts about a cute neighbor boy or local cashier crushes now that she had the budding feelings for her newest friend swirling around her mind. The feelings bit was the defining factor. She'd been around people enough to understand that she did, in fact, have the capability to find others attractive. Her caveat was that she had the tendency to avoid those that did inspire such thoughts. Jasper didn't give her a chance to avoid those thoughts, though. He spoke directly to her, his southern timbre echoing in her mind even when he wasn't around. Her eyes were often drawn to the strong line of his jaw when they sat together in class, her mind pulled from the daydreams she usually found refuge in. His golden coloring seemed so at odds with the paleness of his kin, yet beautiful all the same. These things, despite her best efforts, intrigued her. More than that, Jasper as a whole intrigued her, and though she'd managed to find a new confidant in him, she found that she wanted him to find the same in her. She was starting to want a lot of things she wouldn't normally indulge in. Sighing, Ren closed her eyes as she straightened the last labeled beaker on the desk in front of her. Every other week it was Ren's responsibility to set up the labs for their AP chemistry class. It was a role she volunteered for willingly since she received an extra point on each lab for doing the setup. Besides that, she also genuinely liked science. It wasn't something that came naturally to her, but it did come easily. She'd always breezed through textbooks, as practical applications and explanations clicked well in her brain. At times, running through formulas could even be soothing to her chaotic brain, and she'd been known to stash a notebook or two in her room for writing sessions. It was one of the things she'd been able to do consistently for herself besides skateboarding. Hobbies had been an important process in her therapy, and she knew that incorporating them into her routine helped her a lot. Even so, she'd found that a task which had once brought her great joy seemed duller. After spending her previous evening with Jasper, nothing else could quite compare. So yes, it was safe to say that Ren had developed a true and fully realized crush. And acknowledging that on its own just about killed her. Just when she'd begun to get used to the idea of growing close with others again, her mind had to go and take it up a notch by making her go a step further. If she hadn't been glad that Ty was coming to see her before, she needed the other girl now more than ever. When they'd been tweens, Tycia had always made the impossible knot of feelings involved in human interaction seem so simple. Neither of them had always had the best idea of how to handle them, but Ty had always at least had a better idea than Ren. Even after the years that had passed, Ren found that there was also no one else she felt comfortable enough telling about her startling realization. The date of Ty's visit was a while off yet, but they'd set up a time to call during the weekend. And Jasper had been the one to suggest they reconnect via telephone first to begin with. Again, everything seemed to come back to him. She hadn't seen him since their last shared class, as they didn't study together on days she stayed late for lab prep, yet he still dominated her mind. I'm pathetic. The thought came unbidden, and yet another sigh escaped her before she could help it. The warm exhale fogged her glasses, this time, and Ren noticed something important. The temperature had dropped. The lab setup had taken her longer than usual, and when she glanced out the window, she noticed the sun had begun to set, and the clouds that had covered the sky had opened up. Frowning slightly, she realized that her original plan to skate home wasn't going to work. Plan B it is then, she thought, pulling out her phone to text her auntie for a ride, though she'd have to wait outside since they had to lock up the school so that the janitorial staff could go home. Ren didn't mind. She didn't mind having to wait, but she did feel bad knowing her auntie would most likely have to finish some of her work at home now. Still, she wouldn't be able to skate in the rain, and if she walked with the sun going down, her aunt wouldn't be too happy. Resigned to wait for the next hour or so, Ren made her way out of the school to sit on the steps. It had been a while since she had sat and just enjoyed a good rain shower in a while, anyways. Rosalie, upon realizing that the girl would be by herself setting up in the science lab, decided to simply observe. At first, there was an art to confrontation, and part of that art involved reconnaissance. Knowing your audience before tearing into them always gave the upper hand. Not that Rose had any intention of tearing into Jasper's little pet, of course. She simply liked to be ready. So she waited, finding it easy to trail the girl once Jasper left the school. Doing so while the other vampire was within sensing distance would be a grave mistake, she knew. When Jasper was away, though, it was fair game. In the end, though, watching Ren was rather boring. She seemed competent at her task, at the very least. She moved with purpose, each label applied quickly and without hesitation. She measured out the chemicals carefully, hands steady, and moved with a grace that was odd given the girl's general state. Even from her distance passing glances, Rose had been able to tell that the small girl reeked of insecurity. Shoulders hunched, figure buried beneath layers, and eyes hidden behind some god-awful glasses. Ren could have been a poster child for low self-esteem. Here, though, she seemed much looser. Eventually, the minutes ticked by, and Ren began to gather her things to leave. Rose had heard the moment it started raining but was unfazed as she moved to step outside of the entrance to wait. There was an awning above the school doors that provided shelter, and Rose chose to lean against that wall while she waited for the object of her current attention to exit. When Ren finally did, Rose expected her to head her way in order to stay dry, and was stunned into silence as she watched the girl willingly sit her fat ass on the thoroughly soaked front steps as the rain poured down onto her. She had on a hoodie, but no waterproof coat. She hadn't even bothered to put up the hood, the edges of her hair already starting to curl in response to the moisture. Rose watched her in silence for a few moments, looking for any sign of the anger she herself would have had. Rain, while none threatening to her health, was very threatening to her hair. If she'd been left to wait on a miserable school step as her outfit and tresses were ruined, she would have been beyond upset. As she gazed at the odd girl, though, she found nothing. The open picture Ren presented one of a curious sort of impartialness. Though they'd all known about Jasper's new mate for some time, not even she had dared to ignore Jasper's request that they give her space. It was one part in respect of the man, one part her natural disdain for humans. Still, the result was that Rosalie had never really gotten the chance to study her. So of course her first move was to open up the umbrella she kept stashed in her purse and then walk directly towards the huddled figure before her with just enough pace and weight distribution to kick up the puddled water around them, directly into Ren's unprotected torso. The bend in her spine snapped straight, and Rose heard her sharp gasp. What's it going to be then, little bird? She found herself wondering. If nothing else, Ren's name suited the delicate features of her face and seemingly flighty nature. She truly looked like some fragile woodland creature, and Rose could only wonder how Jasper would react when the beast that lived inside them all inevitably ate the little bird alive. That was their nature, after all. Emmett at least had a backbone to him, even before he'd been turned. His strength, while his greatest physical manifestation, also extended to his head and his heart. It was one of the many things she loved about him, and also how she'd known he'd be willing and able to survive the vast eternities by her side. It was what cemented her decision to have him turned when she'd found his life was coming to its end. She couldn't see any of that strength in Ren Kit, but she also didn't know her, so she decided to ruffle some feathers and see what happened. You're not mad that I splashed you? She pressed, wondering if the girl's attitude would change. She watched brown eyes shift, quickly looking away as her head tilted down. For a second, Ren's chin almost tucked into her chest and Rose wondered if she'd go into full withdraw mode and turn into a ball, but then she shook her head and sighed, the sound out of normal hearing range. I'm the one who chose to sit in the rain, she pointed out. It was a valid statement, and Rose had another one for her. You're also the one who chose to sit in my car. This time, it was the thundering of a heartbeat that Rose heard the clearest. Ren said dumbly, finally turning her face toward Rose with wide, horrified eyes. With the new position, Rose was treated to the full force of freckled cheeks, gigantic doe eyes, and a niggling realization as Ren presented her with an, admittedly impressive, kicked puppy look. There wasn't a speck of makeup on her ruddy, wet face, so the color to her cheeks was all natural as well. Rose couldn't help the many images of newly hatched chicks that flashed through her brain, their defenseless squalling giving her the same energy as the anxious human. It had the odd effect of instilling in her something she didn't often feel: pity. "You know," she said, bending slightly so that she was closer to eye level with Ren, "next time you need a ride home." The way she seemed to stop breathing was almost perfect, her responses far too easily won. "It's polite to ask first." "I'm so sorry. I thought he had perm," she burst out, but Rose didn't bother letting her finish before dropping her forgotten pencil case into her lap. That effectively silenced her, and Rose stood back up. "You should also learn to keep better track of your things," she told Ren. Okay. Thank you," the girl replied before turning back away. Rose had expected her to flee, eventually. Instead, Ren had begun to resettle in the downpour. It made her feel something she didn't quite understand, but before she could quite bring herself to leave she found herself saying, "You're pretty good at that." Though it had only been seconds, it seemed Ren had managed to zone out again, and Rose watched as the girl played with the rain. "Good at what?" Ren asked, her eyes still focused on her cupped palms, watching the poorly trapped water creep from between her fingers. She didn't even seem frustrated that the water she was trying to hold wouldn't stay put. "At letting things go," Rose said, her voice softer than she'd intended. "I never have been." Finally, Ren let the water drop, a sizable splash settling into her already soaked lap. Unfazed, she looked up through rain-slicked glasses, her face curious and free of the judgment Rose had long come to expect from everyone. "Would you change that, if you could?" Taken aback by the question, Rose had but a moment to sift through long-past feelings of righteous vengeance, and the deeper hurt it encompassed. "Would you?" Rose asked in lieu of an answer. The smile the small girl before her gave held a familiar sort of sadness, though it was free of the bitterness Rose knew she would have given it. "No," WRN said steadily, "we all survive in different ways." Later, when fingers wrap around her throat and she is gasping breaths she doesn't need in response to feelings brought from a very different time, she once again recalls Ren's words. "We all survive in different ways." Major Jasper Whitlock looks nothing like Royce King II, yet as he pins her to a tree and makes her swear she didn't lay so much as finger on his mate, Rose only sees the past. Once, in a rare moment where they'd been left alone, their mates off to other tasks, she'd told him about her fears. She told him about how, to this day, she still has nightmares sometimes, about what happened to her. Funny for a being that no longer sleeps, right? So, Jasper knew how she felt on more levels than one. He knew exactly how he was hurting her beyond anything physical, he just didn't care. Their dance was one of careful steps and well-drawn lines, and Rosalie had crossed one knowingly. This was her penance, and they both knew it. She'd known he'd sense his mate on her even if she'd never touched the girl, and she'd known how he'd react. She'd have probably reacted the same if another vampire had been left alone around a human Emmett. Still, she'd died to live her life free of the control of others, and even he couldn't take that from her. She was sure Jasper knew that too. Actions have consequences, though, and when she closes her eyes that night and terror takes her, her trauma brought too close to the surface for the day, Rose's only gratification is that Jasper has to experience all of it too. Her comfort comes both from the arms of her lover, and the waves of soothing emotion her chosen brother sends her way. Wow, vamps are fucking wild, huh? Anyways, sorry this was like, so Rose-centric. It wasn't planned to turn out that way, but it's just what came out of my fingers. More sexy cowboy and his baby bird in the next chapter. Once again, I have no idea when the next chapter will be, so I'm sorry, but I love you guys. The response to the story is what keeps it going, and I love knowing you guys are enjoying the story. Until next time, XOXOXXO. Teenagers, I want you to think of every conversation you've ever had with your BFF about a crush. Okay, now this chapter is brought to you by those feelings, but make it Twilight. Also, this isn't edited. I have a headache, sorry, for all of her fuss, lack of sleep, and even the unprecedented emotional release upon one of the only friends she had. The first phone call with Tycia was easy. Ren found that even with both distance of space and time between them, it felt as if no time had passed at all. Though she could practically feel her pulse skip in time with the dial tone, The moment she heard Ty's voice, hundreds of conversations buried in her memories evened out whatever else she had been feeling. Though she hadn't known what to say or where to begin, Ty's immediate squeal was all the introduction either of them needed. Those first seconds of awkwardness on her part were there, but a simple, "Hey, Ty," had brought them back to the two little girls they had long since outgrown. It was almost as if she could picture the other girl with her ever-fidgety little fingers combing through her deep auburn hair. It made Ren wonder if Ty looked the same, her image forever frozen the same way in Ren's mind. Ty's voice, once a whiny pitch, had smoothed into something that showed her maturity. It was a comfort, though, to still hear the mousy squeaks and cracks whenever she got particularly excited. Her voice was one of the things that had always bothered her, as others had often found her to be annoying. Hearing it now just made Ren smile. Somewhere between hours of chatter about everything and nothing, they fall back together. They started with the mundane, with stories of school and their arts. Taisia didn't dance anymore, but Ren baked more than ever. Ren skated every day, but Ty had taken to longboarding. Ty hated her private school. Ren admitted she didn't hate her high school. That, of course, led into exactly why she didn't hate it. Ren had found that in her life, all good things tended to come with a catch. It wasn't so much that she looked for the bad in everything, or even that she was particularly pessimistic. It was simply the way the dice had rolled for her. All good things must come to an end. Still, with all that went on in her mind, she was often blindsided when those ends came. That was an absolute in her life, just as one other constant was beginning. So how do you go from sitting on the benches at recess to actually wanting to go to school? Ty had asked, laughter on her breath. The question was light, but Ren had felt a heaviness settle over her body. At the time, she'd been halfway through frosting a batch of cupcakes she decided to bake while they talked. It had gotten late, and the excitement of reconnecting with her friend had kept her filled with restless energy. I don't think I really want to go to school," she had answered without thinking, her current cupcake seemingly done too quickly in her hands. "Then you're going for the people," Ty had burst in, quick as a whip. "I mean," Ren stuttered, finding that after a few blissful hours free, her mind immediately snapped back to one place. Jasper. Ren felt her face heating, but could hardly figure out what else to say before Ty then released an entirely too dramatic gasp, followed by, "Do you have a boyfriend?" Her reply this time was a firm, "No." "Then you like someone?" was Ty's rapid-fire reply, the other girl knowing better than to let Ren start heading into the land of denial. And that was the thing. Taisia knew exactly where Ren was headed, even after all the time that had passed. Just from a phone call, it felt like she was 12 years old again, running after Ty with a permanent blush on her face. Ty was quick-witted, unabashed, and somehow always knew how to get away with it. She was also really fucking nosy. "Okay. Look," Ren tried. "You said, okay. You admit it, I didn't." "Girl, you so did." "I did not." "You did not." They did, in fact, go back and forth like that for quite some time. To any onlookers, it probably seemed like a solid 10 minutes of pointless back and forth. The reality was that in that time, Ren finished frosting her cupcakes, made herself a cup of tea, and then made herself comfortable on the floor before finally admitting, "Okay, fine. Maybe." There were many times in her life where Ren felt older than she was. Most days, her tiredness ran soul deep and there was nothing she could do about that. Taisia had always had the special talent of helping with that, though. Sitting on her kitchen floor licking icing off of a spoon, bickering like a child with her girlfriend in the middle of the night and getting grilled about who she liked, it made her feel like the teenager she was. It felt almost normal. "So, am I gonna have to beat the details out of you, or are you gonna spill?" Ty asked. Wrinkling her nose, Ren wished her friend was there so that she could throw her spoon at the other girl. "You suck," she told her instead, followed with, "There isn't that much to tell." "Oh, but there is something to tell," Ty said. Sighing, Ren rolled her eyes, and told Ty about Jasper. She told her all about seeing him that first time, about being history partners, about being friends. She told Ty about how hard it had been to make friends to begin with, about why. She told Ty everything, because lately, Jasper had been everything. She talked, and Ty listened, laughed, poked and prodded. "Wait, so they're like a whole family of hot incest couples?" Maybe don't say it like that." Ren talked, and it felt good but it also felt odd. So they all wear the same colored contacts? I mean, I'm not 100% sure. That sounds like cult shit, so I've been hoping it's natural. Tai had a habit of voicing the things Ren wouldn't. His sister seems like a psycho bitch. I think mostly she's just heard about something, I dunno. Ren had talked to Maria before, bu never in depth about anything personal. While Ren cared for her, and she could tell Maria felt the same, they simply did not connect on a level where they wanted to be around each other all the time. They were more school friends and had not yet formed the level of trust she had with Tai, and also seemingly, Jasper. So it was with Taisia that Ren, for the first time, truly expressed how she felt about Jasper. She talked about the outings they'd been on, she talked about the things she noticed, she talked about her frustrations, and about how he drove her crazy and seemed to soothe her all at once. Ren talked, and with every word it seemed Tai grew more and more silent. It was towards the end, after she told Tai about how Jasper had comforted her during her last breakdown, that the silence seemed to grow the loudest. When she finished the story, for once Tai didn't have anything immediately to say, and it was then that Ren thought about everything she had said. It was weird, all of it. Girl, Tai started, you let him into your house alone? Now at the time, it hadn't seemed like that big of a deal, but in hindsight. I totally could have gotten murdered, she said just as soon as Tai confirmed with. You totally could have gotten murdered. While Tai hadn't been raised in the ghetto, she had spent enough time in and around it to know not to let random people into your home, especially without backup. It wasn't a move anyone would normally expect Ren to pull, and yet she'd done it. Now her auntie wouldn't mind Ren having people over, but the thing about that was that her auntie expected Ren to use her best judgment with such people. Ren hadn't used any judgment at all. She'd just been exhausted and sad, and had let him in. Well, at least now you know he's nice, Tai allotted. This didn't make Ren feel much better about her decision-making, but Tai's next statement did at least make her laugh. And he's hot, so if he had killed you at least it would have been sexy. When they both finally stopped laughing, Ren felt a little better about her crush, and also a little worse. It was one thing to have private thoughts about something not being right, it was another to have someone else confirm them. Why do you think he's being so nice? Ren finally asked, voicing the most important question of all. At the end of the day, even with all the inexplicable oddities around Jasper Hale, that was what haunted her the most. She wasn't particularly beautiful or interesting, and she had no money or special skills. She was nothing, no one. Tai's voice on the other end of the line was a welcome blanket over familiar thoughts. What, you don't think you deserve kindness just because? Ren found that she had began to twist the hairband on her opposite wrist, the skin pinked beneath. Everyone deserves kindness, just because, she deflected. Somehow, someway, Ren could tell that neither of them quite believed the earnest words. There is an emotion Jasper has found he feels but has rarely felt. He knows what it is to want something, to yearn for that which is just out of reach. Yes, Jasper knew what it was to want, but more importantly, he knew how to have. There were always the right words, the right actions, or the right feelings that could be crafted in order to get him what he wanted. When all else failed, he'd also come to appreciate the merits of brute force. With such a mindset, it was not so far a stretch to say that Jasper very rarely ever feels jealous. To be jealous, after all, implied that someone else had something he did not. In all of his years, there wasn't a single time he could recall not getting what he wanted, in the end. Alice was the obvious exception there, but even her he'd enjoyed for years before she'd pulled back. Even now, he knew a piece of her heart was still his. He wanted more, sure, but what did he really have to be jealous of? Once, Carlyle had told him, "Fate loves to humble the strongest of us." At the time, he had filed it away as one of the man's odd bits of profound information. Their coven father was like that, often spreading bits of wisdom. Even if he couldn't necessarily understand what Carlyle was going on about at the moment, Jasper had found that the elder vampire usually had a point. For him, that point came in the form of a young woman he'd never met. After dealing with Rose, Jasper had been left unsettled. One part of him felt satisfied that Rose finally understood how serious he was about Ren, but the other part was upset that he'd had to go that far. He didn't relish in her trauma, but they both knew what the outcome of their game would be. Sometimes they towed the edge, and sometimes they went over. This time they'd gone over, and as he stared at the ceiling and tried to hold his sister's terror at bay, He tried to distract himself with the person who had put him so out of sorts in the first place. He'd messaged Ren the moment he had realized Rose had been near her, but had yet to receive a reply. Normally she was almost always quick to respond. Slightly concerned, he sent her another message. Ren. While her reply did come normally, it was not one he expected. Sorry, on the phone with Ty right now. He read it once, then twice. The words didn't change, and while he was happy that it seemed she'd reconnected with her friend, he wasn't sure he understood. There had been times where she'd been busy or on the phone with her aunt before, and she had always messaged him back. Still, he reasoned that she had just gotten her friend back. He understood that they needed time, though a few simple messages shouldn't have been so distracting, and he couldn't help but wonder what they were talking about. He'd have asked, except she had seemingly made it clear that she didn't have time to talk with him right then. Since he'd met her, every calculated push had been met with good return, and perhaps he'd gotten used to that. Her reactions were often unexpected, sure, but she reacted nonetheless. He found that it had become a nice distraction whenever he was feeling particularly tense to just focus on figuring out his lil mate. Every word and question brought out something new, and it was a fun chase if nothing else. Jasper realized, then, that he liked her. In the grand scheme of things, that wasn't so startling. What was far more unsettling was that he liked his little mate, and was missing her. It was the first time he truly felt that way because it was the first time he felt he couldn't immediately access her, and it was that thought that he remained focused on for the rest of the night. The next morning when he arrived at school, it is the swirling thoughts from the night previous that still cloud his mind so that he does not notice what he is truly feeling until it's too late. Normally, he waited until their first class together to see Ren, but he found that the moment he stepped on campus he wanted to find her. She hadn't messaged him at all since the one, and he hadn't found a valid reason to say anything to her after sunrise without the risk of sounding more involved than she needed to know. He couldn't stop himself, though. As usual, the general mass of the student body was overwhelming. He normally stuck close to his family, practically barricaded by their calming presences. That morning, however, it took one single look at Rose for them to simply let him go his own way in the parking lot. Hundreds of scents assaulted him, but it was only one he really needed. He felt his fangs aching to drop as he sorted through veritable smorgasbord all around him. Every day was hell, the thrumming of life all around him calling to his darkest senses. That day was no different, but for once, his goal was. If he snapped and started slaughtering the student body, Ren would probably hate him. Besides his current personal wish to avoid that, it would also put his entire family in danger. These things ran through his head, reinforcing every step. Same method, different day. He found her by her locker, staring down at her phone with a soft smile on her face. "Hey there, darlin'," he called softly, delighting in the way she jumped and her cheeks immediately colored. He watched her brows furrow and her plush lips part, preparing to hear her tell him off for the nickname he knew she only hated because of how much she liked it. It was another thing he expected from her, the response the same but just as fun every time. "Don't." She was cut off by the sudden beep of her phone, and all at once Jasper felt the most peculiar thing happen. At first, he'd felt the happiness at his arrival radiate off of her, then the slivers of lust and embarrassment had shown through. Then, before she could finish her original sentence, her gaze dropped back down to her phone, and stayed there. "It's Ty. She doesn't start class for another hour," Ren told him, her fingers flying over her phone as she focused on whatever the other girl had sent her. The embarrassment and lust were gone, replaced by that radiating happiness again. It was warm and bright, and something he didn't feel enough from the young woman in front of him, this time. However, the happiness was not because of him, and as he watched the light glint off of her downturned glasses, he felt as that happiness began to bleed with something ugly. As she typed, the ease in her posture began to shift, her sweet scent began to twist into something altogether more syrupy, and he almost felt drunk off it as he stared at her. Her smile began to slip, and her fingers slowed down. All the while, Jasper felt her emotions begin to churn with that dark core once again returning, her anxiety a yawning hole beginning to suck away the happiness she'd managed. Jasper watched her, the emotions overwhelming as she began to feel an all-encompassing jealousy. Ren took in a sharp breath, standing up straighter and gripping her phone tight in her hand. He watched her eyes screw shut, and when she purposely held her breath, he found that he was able to let go of the tight grip he'd had on her emotions. He counted 30 seconds before her eyes reopened, dark depths blown wide. She slid her phone into her pocket, threw up her hood, and avoided making eye contact with him. Sorry about that, I just, felt a little upset for a moment there. I don't know what happened. He watched her fidget, once again embarrassed, but this time with nothing else eating at the calm she'd forced herself into. She was confused, and upset with herself, but not surprised. She didn't know what happened, or why she'd felt so violently jealous at such a moment. She didn't know that she wasn't feeling that way at all. The one who was jealous was Jasper. Hello. I am so sorry, once again, for the time that has passed. I work so much these days, and am just so tired and depressed any time I am not working lol. But, I have a bit of time now. I had surgery on the 7th, so I'm off work until August 7th. We'll see what I can get out before then. Anyways, I know it's short, but hey, I just type the words, the story does what it wants. Also, Simp Jasper, my beloved, late night realizations. This is your fair warning that despite my inability to write anything that is not slow burn, the biggest reason this and any of my stories exist is that author is forever horny on main. But make it sad IG. BC, that's what I do best. Having her emotions go haywire at inopportune moments was nothing new for Ren. She often found herself experiencing random bouts of sadness or anxiety, but they were less frequent than they used to be. She attributed that mostly to the healthy environment her aunt kept her in. Angel had moved hell and high water to ensure that Ren had gotten all the help and support she needed to feel comfortable in her skin enough not to be the nervous wreck she instinctually wanted to fold into. Even so, Ren knew she could be a bit of a spaz internally. It had made for some awkward moments in her life. These days, those moments mostly came in the form of heavy frowns and eye rolls from Maria whenever she was feeling particularly stressed and decided to mentally check out from a conversation. She never faulted the other girl for getting irritated, as the interruptions were usually caused by some random comment from someone at their lunch table or something else equally unnoteworthy. Ren just couldn't help but be overwhelmed by herself, sometimes. Jasper, though, he took it like a champ. He almost always seemed to know when to give her space or back off from certain conversation topics. When she did start to get weird, like needing to burrow into her clothes or start snapping at her wristbands, he never commented on it or made her feel odd for her movements. That was why, she reasoned, that she couldn't call him out on any of his weird shit either. Instead, all she could do was wonder about him. 1,000 questions burned in her mind, but she wasn't even sure she wanted the answers. Some nights, she found that it made her head spin. She was in the midst of one such night, her head absolutely pounding. Now, her headache could not be wholly attributed to her thoughts around Jasper. It was past midnight, and she normally would have tried to go to bed by then. If nothing else, she would have been in the kitchen trying to prep her tea to soothe herself into some rest. On that night, however, Ren was far too anxious to even attempt to sleep because her auntie had yet to return home. While Angel normally arrived home around 9 p.m. at the latest, she had warned Ren that she wouldn't be returning until late, because she had a date. What was even worse was that Ren knew that was just her aunt's polite way of saying she was going out for a one-night stand. The truth was that Angel Kid did not date. Angel had flings, she had dudes, she had friends, and she had her fun, but she had never kept a man around for any period of time that Ren could remember. Growing up, Ren had also heard many a woman in their neighborhood refer to her aunt as a trick. Most of those women were also the same ones who, at some point, had gotten their asses beat by her aunt in their youth. She had a sneaking suspicion that some of those ladies were still getting smackdowns and were simply mad because Angel had been absolute hot shit back in her day. Considering what she looked like when she got home from her dates, Ren thought her aunt still was hot shit. The woman was in her late 40s, but she looked about 10 years younger than she actually was. Once, she'd told Ren that she hardly had time for her job, let alone a man. Angel had worked hard to get out of the ghetto area she'd grown up in, and Ren sometimes felt like she and her father were the only reason the determined woman ever looked back. Ren also felt that she herself was another reason Angel didn't look for romance. As she got older, Ren was smart enough to put two and two together. When she was particularly stressed from work, her aunt went on dates that were definitely just booty calls to release some stress. Angel was always good about telling Ren when she'd leave for these dates, and especially about when she'd be back. If she didn't come back for the night, she would always text Ren so that she wouldn't worry. Ren still worried incessantly. She had no way of knowing if these people her aunt chose to meet with were trustworthy. She knew her aunt could handle herself, but still. Each and every time her aunt went out, Ren found that she would sit and stress until the woman returned. That stress was usually compounded by her inability to sit in silence without her own thoughts assaulting her, so when she finally received the text that her aunt would not be coming home for the night, Ren made a decision. Between her worry for her aunt, her concern over the amount of studying she'd done for an incoming exam, and her thoughts about Jasper, she was going crazy. She blasted her music at an entirely unreasonable volume to drown out her own thoughts. "I'm sorry, Ms. Jackson. Oh, I am for real never meant to make your daughter cry. I apologize a trillion times." The funky beat of the song nearly made the walls of her room vibrate, but there was hardly anyone home to care. Loud tunes soothed and distracted her, for a while. Usually turning the volume up so high helped her zone out, but she found that night she simply couldn't settle. It had been a long day to begin with. She'd slept terribly the night before, her time spent mostly scribbling down senseless junk into her notebooks to distract through her time awake. For a moment, she thought about doing the same. Running formulas would keep her mind busy, at the very least. As she gazed at the fluorescent numbers of her clock, however, Ren found that she was feeling far too restless for such a thing. Stressed, tired, and increasingly uncomfortable in her own bed, Ren found herself soon kicking off the covers she'd bundled herself in. Resting a hand on her stomach, she sighed and glanced out of her window into the darkness. There was perfect blackness just beyond, the dark cover of the forest offering no light pollution to cast a glow. It was an eerie feeling, almost, to know she was so truly alone. In Sacramento there was always almost some neighbor just on the other side of the wall, or some passerby on the street at some god-awful hour. Even with her aunt's pay raise, they hadn't been able to afford to move someone nice enough to offer true privacy, but she had it then, and as the realization that she was well and truly alone set in, so did another niggling thought. Ren was alone, it was late at night, her aunt wouldn't be home, and she didn't necessarily always have such luxuries available, and as Ren stared into nothing, she felt her body begin to heat slightly, a low tingle beginning in her lower stomach. Before she could really think about what she was doing, she found that her fingertips had made their way to the sliver of skin revealed between her large night shirt and sleep shorts. The feeling of touching her own skin wasn't normally something that excited her, but she found that every so often biology got the best of her. As she sat alone in her home, Ren began to realize that she was beginning to feel said biology. Normally, this would have embarrassed her, but with no one around, the decision to slide her hand farther down her body wasn't a long one, as her tired mind had zeroed in on an excuse quickly. She was alone because her aunt was out getting her stress relief, so what if she took the opportunity to do the same? Angel had never been particularly forthcoming when it came to the topic of sex, but the woman wasn't a prude either. Ren knew the mechanics, but more importantly, she knew enough about her own body to realize that the feelings she felt were natural. The first time she'd actually gathered the courage to explore the area between her legs had been a bit scary, sure, but there wasn't anything quite like the discovery of your clit to hyperfocus you. Somewhere between way too many steamy romances she should not have been reading, and a few desperate nights of trying to cool her burning body, Ren had figured out just what she needed to do in order to take the edge off of her teenage hormones. She'd also realized that she was rather loud. It was no surprise that she rarely indulged in the activity, given her usual life situations. For once, however, the setting was right, and so Ren decided that a quick orgasm was in order. There was nothing like the post-orgasmic rush of endorphins to force her brain into positive thinking, after all. Fuck it, she muttered into nothing, finally shucking off her sleep shorts, panties and all. Focusing on just the beat of the music around her, Ren closed her eyes and did her best to relax into her bed as she gently ran a fingertip between her folds. She wasn't a pussy expert by any means, but she knew that the slight dampness she was feeling wasn't enough. Leaning up slightly, she brought her hand up to her mouth to suck on index and middle fingers. She could taste the slight tang of her own juices, and wrinkled her nose but continued to dampen the digits. She felt nasty doing such a thing, but she knew playing with herself wouldn't be as comfortable without a little slickness, and the idea of spitting onto her hand was just a little grosser to her than sticking her fingers in her mouth. Besides, it wasn't like there was anyone around to see. When she felt her fingers were sufficiently slicked, she brought them back down and rubbed gently along her lower lips. Carefully, she let her legs fall open so that she had more room to maneuver. Beginning to feel her nipples tighten at the sensations, Ren sighed and moved in for her least favorite part. Initially, though Ren could definitely feel hot, she had trouble staying that way. See, Ren's problem was that even though rubbing circles around her clit would definitely build her up, the only thing that ever seemed to push her over the edge was the feeling of something settled snuggly in her hole. She also really fucking hated the idea of anything entering her. It was a fun little conundrum for a teen that really just wanted to come, but she figured out that if she got things wet enough beforehand, the breach wasn't as uncomfortable. That was why she had to make sure her fingers were well and truly coated before attempting to finish the job. The seconds ticked by, melting into nothingness as Ren continued to caress herself. The more she petted, the more she burned. For once, though, she welcomed the consuming feeling. She welcomed the sweat building on her brow and between her shoulder blades. She welcomed the raggedness of her breathing, and most importantly, she welcomed the mist that settled over her mind. She alternated between rubbing small circles around her clit and larger ones around her entrance, the sensitive skin sending shocks through her system. Every revolution around her little button made her cunt clench, and she rewarded her body's reaction with more every time. Soon, she found that she'd managed to dip her fingertip into the hungriest part of her. There was hardly a stretch with how worked up she'd gotten just from her own petting, but the feeling had her releasing a moan regardless. Heart thumping, she focused on nothing but the release she was chasing. Slowly, she built the heat in her lower stomach, inching her finger in with every liquid pulse. "It's okay, it's okay, it's okay," she whispered aloud, self-soothing in the face of her own touches. Her need for reassurance even during masturbation, of all things, was yet another reason she'd refrained from dating. She couldn't even touch herself without turning it into a therapy session, and she was the only one who ever needed to know that. Tears pricked the corners of her eyes as she continued to chant her mantra, her heart rate speeding as the pressure built. By the end of her session, she knew she'd be knuckle-deep and boneless, but it was a process. It was a familiar process, though, and she was content to let it play out. Get herself wet, play a little, and then right when she couldn't take it anymore she'd ride her own hand into the proverbial sunset. It was a simple routine, and she found herself on autopilot, right up until she introduced a second finger to feel a little more stretch. Ren, as a whole, was not a large woman. She may have had a heavier frame, but she wasn't large. She was short, and had small hands and feet to match. As such, her stubby little fingers could only reach so far. Normally, with a good enough angle, she could get in deep enough to cause fireworks. This involved a little core work from her, though. The right tilt of the hips, the correct bend of the wrist. Everything had to be just so in order for her to hit that sweet spot. As she searched for this, however, she found that something was off. She worked her hand, breath hitching with every shallow thrust. Still, she couldn't quite get the angle, and she found that she was growing more frustrated but was much farther away from release than she'd like. Groaning, she sat up and placed her feet flat on the bed, her knees up and spread. The position would give her more reach, and this was what she focused on right up until she slid her fingers back into her body and it was just barely not enough. She began to get frustrated in a less sexy way, and suddenly a thought came unbidden. Jasper wouldn't have had a problem reaching at all. The moment his being entered her mind, a few things happened that absolutely threw her for a loop. The first, and most expected, reaction was one of shame. She should not be thinking about her friends while jacking off, she knew. Yes, he was hot, but objectifying your buddies wasn't what led to healthy friendships, in her opinion. The second and most drastic thing to happen was that the moment his angelic face popped into her mind, Ren immediately gushed around her own fingers. She couldn't help the image that assaulted her of his pale hands between her darker thighs. Jasper dwarfed her, his longer fingers much thicker than her own. It would be so easy for him to stuff her full in seconds. Oh God, she breathed, the images turning into a movie behind her closed eyelids. She could picture it vividly, how her greedy little pussy would swallow down anything he'd be willing to give her, especially his BZZZT. Her eyes popped open instantly, and she snatched her hand out of her body as if her own vagina had suddenly grown teeth. For a second, all she could hear was the sound of her own blood rushing. Her head and pulse pounding with all the warmth currently at home in her womb. It took her another solid minute of starting wildly around her room before she realized that the sound had been her phone. She'd only even heard it because the device had been haphazardly thrown into her bed amidst the comforter. A sense of foreboding overcame her then. Her clock read 1:12 a.m., and she only knew so many people who were up that late. Praying silently, Ren wiped her less sullied hand on her own thigh, and then grabbed her phone. Shaking slightly, both from her recent activities and nerves, she prayed to any god she could think of that her aunt had simply been messaging to inform that she wasn't spending the night away from home after all. Ren had learned long ago that she was no favorite of the divine, though, and when she squinted at her phone without her glasses, she was given another reminder. Jasper's message simply read, "Are you awake?" Ren wasn't the brightest crayon in the box at times, but she was for sure never the dullest. That was how she knew her immediate response of, "No, sorry," followed by her phone's flight across the room was not, in fact, how she should have responded at all. She may or may not have avoided Jasper for the entirety of the next day. It wasn't hard, as even in the classes they had together there had been no partner work. Still, she could practically feel him burning holes through her with that honeyed gaze. It made her anxious, and also a little hot under the collar. Which made her more anxious? The mounting feelings of negativity followed her throughout the day, clouding her mind and making her seriously consider whether or not she was going crazy, again. She could honestly say that on her list of triggers to avoid, she never thought number one would be a far too attractive blonde. Her daddy would probably pop a blood vessel if he knew. Regardless, she was lost in her mess of thoughts when the root of her problems finally found her at her locker between classes. She knew that it was the one place she was always guaranteed to be at during certain times of the day, but she was beginning to hate the offending little storage space for its predictability. "So, what did I do that has you dodging me like a wounded bird?" His voice made her flinch, and even as he stared at her intently, Ren found that she truly had nothing to say. After all, what was she supposed to tell him? "Sorry, I've been avoiding you. I tried to rub one out the other night and thinking about you was what almost got me off, so I can't look you in the face now." Yeah, fat chance on that one. Still, standing there in silence made her feel almost as if she'd admitted it him anyways. Ren found that she was frustrated with herself for not even being able to maintain their friendship without her mind turning it into something perverse. Truth be told, it was another reason she tended to stay away from getting to know people. It was easy to get to know someone for a while and get lost in the glamour of finding someone who didn't treat her like shit. Taisia had been nice to her, and she'd made the girls such an integral part of her being that their separation had scarred her. She should be able to be friends with someone without falling off. The deep end. Sure, it didn't help that Jasper was so nice to look at, but she was better than that. Except she wasn't, evidently. "So you're ignoring me on top of avoiding me, huh?" "No, I just can't be around you because I'm too embarrassed, right?" Now, she thought silently, he would take offense to that, though, she sure would. She racked her brain for something reasonable to say instead, and once again came up with nothing. She had also run out of crap to rummage through in her locker, and that made her even tenser. Shaking her head and hoping he got the hint, Ren realized she needed more time before she could pretend to act normal around him. I need some space," she told him, mourning that she'd have to close her locker and eliminate her current shield from the world. Higher and higher her anxiety rose, and she found herself glancing at her phone and wondering what Tai would say. The other girl would know how to handle these feelings, and for a moment, Ren contemplated skipping her first period to call her friend up. It would be humiliating admitting what she'd done, but Tai had done worse. She had already admitted that she often fantasized about certain movie stars or other attractive people she'd seen in life, so really how bad would it be for Ren to admit her own thoughts? "Still pretty fucking nasty of you," her brain helpfully supplied. She grit her teeth, and picked up her phone to at the very least punch out a quick "so's" to her friend. To her horror, however, Jasper made his way around to her other side and leaned over her shoulder to see what she was doing. "You need space from me to text Taisia?" Panicking, Ren sidestepped and quickly closed her locker, maybe just a little too hard. When she looked at Jasper to see his response, it was the first time she'd ever seen him look angry. His posture was always ramrod straight, his stance making her back ache just by looking at it. Now that stance was almost intimidating as he stood with his arms crossed, brows furrowed, and frown on his face. She strategically ignored how the position also displayed the lean muscle beneath his long-sleeved shirt. Even worse, her locker slam had been loud enough to begin to draw attention to them, which was the absolute last thing she wanted. At this point, It was a known thing that she and Jasper were project partners. Not many batted an eye at seeing them in the library or exchanging words at school, which was great for her. She hated that so many people had stared simply because it was him, and she was new. After just getting to the point where she was a normal fixture of Forks High again, having that attention brought back to her sounded like a death sentence. She knew just from looking at him that she'd gone and fucked up, somehow, though. No. Look, Ren fought hard for something, anything to say that would end their exchange. Her stuttered words did not seem to placate the blonde before her, though, and she instead found herself stalling. Can we just talk about this, like, after school or something? She finally asked, turning from Jasper and yanking her hairband out. She began to busy herself with redoing her ponytail, needing anything to distract her from the sinking conclusion she was coming to. Though she wasn't looking at him, she knew that piercing gaze was still on her. We were supposed to meet in the library to study, he pointed out. If she could have avoided his gaze harder, she would have. Ren had cancelled their study session the night before, claiming she had other obligations. The lie had been frail then, but it was all too obvious now. Some friend she was. It was then that she knew she'd have to admit the truth, at least partially. But it couldn't be done in the hallway of their school, because she wasn't sure she'd be able to attend an institution where she'd been laughed at in the hallway by her crush. That was her reality, after all. She was going to have to tell Jasper that she liked him a little too much, therefore they needed to spend less time together. He would probably outright laugh at her little crush, as she was sure he was well used to admiration from his peers and would not understand why she could no longer be around him. He also would finally realize how odd she truly was, and would most likely no longer want to be her friend. She, in turn, would have liked to be somewhere not designed to suck the life out of her entire being while this played out. That was why she began the first step to fortify herself. I need some time to think about things, she said, knowing she sounded lame as hell. Do you want to meet me at the beach after school? Despite the overcast day, the beach was still a place she found she liked to go for a bit of calm. The crashing of the waves was soothing enough to help her think, but most importantly, there'd be no one around to watch her make a fool of herself. When Jasper asked, "What time?" it felt more like demand than a question. There would be no hiding from her feelings, this time. Again, I am so sorry for the sporadic updates, but I do hope you guys enjoy my random offerings. I've been sitting on this for a while because there's a second part, but I decided to split it into 2 chapters and give you guys what I have. Let me know what you think. Sharks in the water. I have no excuses. I am so sorry but so thankful for whoever is still reading this. I will say that one of the things that had me distracted from this was that I wrote a book. It's a paranormal romance. The Shift Key by Deani Spice. If y'all want to read it, it's on Kindle for free if you have Plus, or it's a few dollars on Amazon, but feel free to ignore me, I'm sorry. You can't go. Alice's voice is the first thing to greet him the moment Ren puts enough space between them so that he can no longer see her. Now why the hell not? Is what he found himself snapping, unintentionally showing more irritation towards the pixie-like vampire than he normally would. He was already agitated due to Ren's behavior, and Alice was playing with fire. Because we both know that after all this, the last thing you want is to scare Ren. If you show up to that beach, there's only one way for it to end. Ice water over kindling. Jasper could not help but falter at her words. It was never wise to ignore a seer. What's gonna happen if I do go? He asked, though now that she'd spoken, they both knew he'd listen. That didn't mean he didn't want to go, though, and so he knew those eyes of hers could still see the future she was trying to steer him away from. If he was going to stand up his already anxious mate, he needed to know why. Especially when he'd been so close to pulling some truth from between her stuttering lips. Alice put her hand on his arm then, placating even as he refused to react. She's not ready, and neither are you, she said simply. So, then you tell me what I need to say to not scare her. Help me be ready, he pressed, still not happy with her demand. There were 1,000 ways he could incite Ren's fear, but he didn't understand what she could possibly say to him in order to have Alice so fearful. Still, though, Alice shook her head, saying, I am helping you. I told you if you show up it won't end well. She will forgive you, but we both know you'll never forget. She will forgive you. Jasper desperately wanted to go. You'll never forget. But he already had enough sins on his head, and nature had guaranteed he still had plenty of time to be haunted by his mistakes. His goal, these days, was to create less of those. What am I supposed to do then? He finally relented. You could take a bite, anyways, his mind offered helpfully. Yellow eyes sparkled at him, large grin making Alice appear almost manic as she told him, I have a plan, but you're not going to like it. To say Ren had started to spiral was a bit of an understatement. The very predicament she put herself in was an indication enough that she wasn't making the greatest decisions. That spiral slide was how she found herself calling Ty in a panic before having to face Jasper. She'd holed herself up in her room, dialed her friend and proceeded to word vomit just how badly she wanted to jump off of a bridge. While Ren couldn't fathom what had come over her when she'd all but agreed to a confession, Ty had laughed long and hard. And then laughed even harder when Ren began to complain about her unreasonably sore breasts, aching back, and cramping. The cramping in her stomach that had started early in the day had only increased as the hours wore on. Ren was used to such twists and knots in her gut, though, and so it was easy for her to ignore. She'd been determined to dismiss the dampness between her legs as nothing more than normal discharge, too. At first. By the time she'd been able to drag herself home and slam her bathroom door shut, what she'd thought were symptoms of her anxiety had turned into sharp, throbbing pangs. These, too, were familiar, but for a far different reason. Her self-imposed ignorance to what her body had been telling her all week came to a swift end when she finally managed to yank her jeans down. Ren saw the stain of crimson against her underwear and felt her mood plummet impossibly lower. It wasn't made better that they were her favorite pair of extra soft boy shorts, too. Motherfucker, she swore, her entire week's behavior clicking into place. She'd been extra stressed, extra horny, extra moody, and doing nothing but making poorly thought-out decisions. Ren had, unfortunately, just started her period. For the first time in over 13 months. Now, Ren had actually had her first period 7 years prior, at the unfortunate age of 9. It had been unfortunate because at the time, she'd been with her daddy. While the man loved her to pieces, love didn't tell him what to do with a preteen who needed a bra and had cramps so severe they made her puke. It wasn't until Ren was 14 and already living with her aunt that she had been taken to the doctors and given options to not be in excruciating pain every month. She had chosen to get a Depo-Provera shot simply because the side effect was that it regulated her period so well that she didn't menstruate at all. She tried the pills the doctor had recommended first, but those had made her feel sick. Instead, she just had to go and get the shot every 3 months or so. It had been like clockwork until she and her aunt had moved. They'd moved, her Auntie Angel had gotten busy, Ren had gotten distracted with life. Things had happened, and neither of them had bothered to find her a new doctor. She was only realizing that because her current situation meant she was well beyond her window for her next shot. So, of course she'd started her period. And now, when all she wanted to do was die on the floor of her shower, she had to go meet her crush in public to blurt out all her feelings. Perfect. They find her on the beach, her feet bare and her toes buried in the rocky sand. By the overcast, Rose knew it must be freezing, but Ren didn't seem to mind the chill. She was the picture of serenity as she gazed out into the open water. Her scent, on the other hand, was ripe with turmoil and iron. The syrupy scent of her menstrual blood perfumed her, and Rose was sure the puny human wouldn't have survived the evening with her intended company. Humans, by nature, bled. It was common and unavoidable. Given where it came from, and the unnatural chemical scents of modern feminine products, with practice the vampire nose could get used to an extent. They all struggled when passing by a particularly heavy bleeder, Rose herself having been enticed by the nutrient-rich scent. Still, the Cullens HD trained hard for their self-control, and they made do. Jasper, though, hadn't had real blood or real sex in longer than Rose thought was sensible. If the little human was beginning to look like a juicy little snack to Rose, then she'd probably smell like a 4-course meal to their resident cowboy. Something told Rose that Ren wasn't exactly ready to be fucked out and sucked out, even if she was sure that could be fun with the right mindset. The problem was that Jasper definitely wouldn't be asking, and Rose had a feeling that consent was something huge for Ren. Consent was always important, of course. Rose stood by that. Unfortunately, as they settled into the sand by a very confused human, Rose knew she was standing by someone who also knew what it was like to have it taken from you. Not the blonde you were expecting, I'm sure. We're much better company, though, she said aloud. Though Jasper did want to come, Alice assured. Then why didn't he? Ren got out. She looked as if she was shrinking in on herself by the second, a garish oversized hoodie swallowing her whole. This one really doesn't know how to dress, she thought to herself, shooting Alice a look. The smaller woman grinned back, mouthing her words over Ren's head, I'm going to dress her up like a doll later. Rose completely understood the sentiment, but did not envy Alice's challenge. Still, for Alice, later, could mean in 10 days or 10 years, so for now they had other pressing issues. Because he's a man, Rose said carefully, and sometimes men don't understand boundaries. Ren's eyes flashed, but she didn't look away from the ocean. If anything, she seemed to grow stiffer. What do you mean by that? Alice was quick to jump in before Ren got the wrong idea. Nothing bad on Jasper. We just know he can be a little intense. He gets really excited when it comes to you, and from what he's been telling us, we figured we should come and have a little chat. We think he might be missing some important Ks. Ya know? Rose thought he was missing a few loose screws, but they weren't there to shit talk yet. Like? Ren asked. Rose didn't pull her punches when she said, like the fact that you like him, but he's invading the hell out of your personal space and you're not ready for that yet. This time, Ren's head whipped around to stare at Rose straight on, chubby cheeks blushing. He's a good friend, she tried to stall. He's a great lover too, if you give him a chance, Alice supplied cheerily. That took the color out of Ren's face, and Rose could have thrown Alice into the water right then and there. She loved her sister, but the woman was batshit crazy. She really thought subtly reminding an insecure teenager about her crush's previous sex life was a good idea. I dunno about all that, I was just, she seemed to get frustrated with herself as she spoke, grabbing her face with her hands. You were just going to confess your feelings to him and run away? Rose asked bluntly. You don't understand. Rose decided she was tired of looking at the human girl, and decided to watch the waves when she said, I understand more than you think. This time, Rose could feel eyes on her even if she didn't care to turn. Ren stared at her for 1 minute, 2, then. I'm not great with talking to people and I don't like to be touched. Women I do better with, but men, she said quietly. Sometimes men can take more than they deserve, Rose finished for her. Rose didn't like Jasper's human mate. It wasn't that she disliked her, either, she simply didn't care. Rose tried not to care about most things in the world as it faded away around her. But that pain on her face, hidden well beneath a differently crafted mask, was familiar. It didn't make them the same, and she didn't care to dwell on the cruelties of the world. Still, they were both there. They were both alive, in their own ways, despite that pain. That, Rose had to respect. When Ren took a breath, only to let it go seemingly with a few of her reservations, Rose listened. A long time ago, Ren said carefully, a man tried to hurt me. I get frustrated with how I feel sometimes, because of it. I don't trust people or myself, a lot of the time. I don't think Jasper's like that, but I need to let him know why I act like this, and I need to let him know that I'm having these fucked up feelings about him I know he doesn't deserve to be bombarded with. Rose usually liked being right. This time she didn't. Can I ask what happened to the man that hurt you? Ren looked at her from the corner of her eye, and seemingly made a few judgments of her own. When Ren finally said, he's dead. Now, she watched them both carefully for their reactions. Oh, nice, Alice said with a victorious little fist bump. Rose, on the other hand, wanted to know, how'd he die? It was a challenge she didn't expect answered. But life was filled with the unexpected, wasn't it? I killed him. Respect could be earned, and Rose's was usually done at the cost of blood. She couldn't help the smile that split her face when she said, I did the same to the men that raped me. She always felt a bit giddy when remembering enacting her revenge. Ren didn't mirror her joy, but there was a definite change to her posture. It wasn't exactly trust, but something like it. I don't know how to say these things to Jasper, Ren all but whispered. Rose watched as Alice carefully slid her hand through the sand, offering it to the human for comfort. Whether it was in naivety or desperation, Ren took it. There are things he doesn't know how to say to you either, but that's the beauty of time. If you give him a chance, though, I think he'll be more understanding than you're expecting, Alice soothed. She was right, of course, but she was forgetting something. You don't have to tell him anything, actually, Rose butt in. There is not a man in this world that is obligated to the inner workings of your heart. Perhaps it was the absolute surety of her statement that allowed Ren to believe her. Or mostly, Ren wanted to believe her. Rose could tell by the way the younger girl stared at her, those doe eyes betraying her emotions. She didn't need to be an empath to understand Ren Kid, and it astounded her how blind Jasper could be even with all the tools at his fingertips. Truly, Rose pitied the male species. I just don't have another excuse for my behavior. Have you ever thought that you don't need one? Alice pushed back softly. Rose's delicate snort was a little harsher, even if the words had brought warmth to her chest. Why do you think we came? Rose offered. I wasn't sure, Ren mumbled. Just seeing Rose's beauty up close had made her brain short-circuit. Obviously, she couldn't pretend to know the inner workings of their minds when hers hardly made any sense as it was. Look, Rose started, tone terse, you act like a wounded animal, you're going to get treated like one. That's the way the world works. You're not treating me like a wounded animal, Ren pointed out. She understood what Rose was trying to say, to an extent. Aren't we? You're telling me you really want to be here right now? With us? Rose asked. Ren's silence was telling. She could have left, sure, but there was something about them on either side of her that kept her anchored. It didn't feel like she could leave, even if they weren't threatening to stop her in any way. And yet now, the tone was somehow different. I actually feel better after talking to you two. I think I needed to just get that off my chest, Ren admitted. Rose wondered if Ren had ever told anyone what she just told them. Either way, the vampire doubted anyone else deserved to hear it. They wouldn't have understood, the way Rose and Alice could. Look, I know this was a lot, so how about we all tell each other one thing Jasper doesn't know? Just to say we did something outside of him to grow our friendship, Alice suggested, trying to break the ice. She didn't understand that sometimes the things she thought made sense could actually make things even more awkward. It was a dangerous suggestion, and one that would be hard for them to keep. Rose was more than interested, though, because knowing something that Major Asshole didn't, well, that sounded right up her alley. Besides, she wanted to see something, so she waved Alice on. I'll go first. Sometimes, when I'm alone, I get flashbacks to when I was in the the psyche ward. The walls and the beds and the clothes in there were all the same shade of this dreary grayish white, so when I get recollections, I can't wear anything white for the whole week, she explained, the bright smile never leaving her face. The smile just made it sadder. Really? Ren stared at her in shock, round eyes impossibly wide. Rose knew her expression was much more refined, of course, but she was also surprised. Deep inside, she was also disappointed in herself for never noticing. She knew she'd keep a better eye out for when Alice stopped wearing white. Those could be weeks for extra spa trips. Ren looked down, thinking hard, but surprisingly went next. I smoke weed sometimes. I haven't had any since I moved her, but it helps with my anxiety. I wasn't planning on telling Jasper that. I don't think he'd approve. Well, look at you, our little rebel, Rose laughed, delighted. While she herself couldn't get intoxicated, she knew humans could be fun when they got a little loose. She could only imagine what the uptight girl in front of her was like with her defenses lowered. Just for that, Rose decided to give them something real. Something that Jasper doesn't know, is that I think I'm starting to think you're pretty alright. From Rose, that was a glowing review. Yeah, I still have no excuses. If it makes y'all feel better, this was always the plan, so I held y'all hostage on that last cliffhanger. And it was always for this. Anyways, I'm not sure when the next chapter will be up, but hopefully soon. Please let me know what you think of this one, and to my faithful readers. Thank you, from the bottom of my slow-ass heart. Thank you. Given credits to original author in starting of the video, but if the original author wishes to reclaim copyright or remove this video, I kindly request before giving copyright strike. Please contact us using the information provided in the channel info. We respect and acknowledge authorship rights, and I will delete that specific video by myself. Thank you. Neurosis by Avarician Spice. When Ren was younger, her aunt would never let her have the remote when they sat down to watch TV together. Not because she had bad taste in shows, and not because the older woman simply didn't want her young niece messing up the TV. No, Angelica, Angel, Kid had always refused to leave the remote in her niece's possession for the simple reason that if she did, they'd be stuck watching whatever show was on in slow motion. Because the thing was that Ren, with every ounce of her little 6-year-old being, had believed that for a moment to truly be experienced, it had to go slow. It had to be slow so that you could memorize every detail, fully live every second, and be able to grab hold of it with no regrets. Even then her tiny mind had been vast within itself, far beyond anyone's comprehension, including her own, and she'd fixated on this tiny detail. So, with this quirk firmly in place, Ren had gone through her early years devoid of remote privileges all the way up until she was about 11, when she'd finally gotten a handle on some of her odder behaviors. While she'd never really stopped believing that truly pivotal moments happened slowly, even if they were only a few seconds, she'd let the notion fade into the back of her mind, hidden amidst the wreck that served as her train of thought. It stayed there for the next 5 years. In that time, Ren's life fell apart and came together as it had been doing for the years before, and like always, she took it in a stride. Her mama and papa ditching her with her Auntie Angel to go waste their life away amidst drugs and other unsightly things. All right. Staying with her auntie was better than the danger of living with a couple of meth addicts as far as she was concerned. Figuring out that her anxiety around people did not get better with age, perfectly okay considering she was a homebody anyways. A few close friends suited her fine, and everyone else could keep their drama to themselves. Being forced to skip a grade so that her school could make themselves look better by having a gifted student, whatever, it wasn't like what they were giving her would trip her up anyways. And maybe the idea of slightly more challenging material appealed to her never-still mind. If she didn't have something to keep herself occupied, her thoughts would spiral out of control and she'd fall back into the dark places she'd been trying hard for years to keep away from. Having to move from her hometown in California to some dreary town in Washington because of her auntie's job transfer? Fine by her. It wasn't like Sacramento had many happy memories for her anyways. In the end, that's what she ended up telling her auntie when the worried woman asked for the 5th time as she drove her to her first day of state-mandated hell at Forks High School. "I know, baby, I know, and I'm sorry about that. Maybe it'll be better here? I mean, I know you like this weather better at least," Angel responded. Her auntie really did try hard to make up for the things her brother and sister-in-law had put Ren through, and while she appreciated it, Ren could only wish that the woman would just stop. The past was the past, and even if it did sneak up on her sometimes, if she needed help dealing with it, she'd ask. And her auntie, amazing woman that she was, didn't need the extra stress of having to deal with Ren's demons as well as her own. With that in mind, Ren gave her aunt a small smile as they pulled up to the school. When the car pulled to a stop, they both sat in silence as her auntie stared straight ahead, and she eyed the energetic students darting around. She knew that wouldn't last long, though. She'd been lucky enough to be able to come at the start of the semester, and as soon as the joy of summer break wore off, everyone would be stuck in that ever-present teenage resentment for the schooling system that everyone she'd ever met seemed to harbor to some extent. "Baby girl?" her aunt questioned softly, breaking their quiet. After swallowing down the ball of anxiety that had begun to bubble up, Ren steeled herself and straightened her clothes. "It'll be fine, auntie, don't worry. I'll see you at home, okay?" She gained that extra bit of strength that she'd need to get through her first day at new school from the sudden ease of tension on her auntie's face. "All right. I love you, baby girl. I'll be home around 6, but text me when you get home." It was a 20-minute walk from the school to their new house, but even so Ren would be home about 2 hours before her aunt was, so she nodded. Then, with one more steady breath she was out of the car. Her aunt was driving away, and her glasses were fogging due to the contrast of the cool air and her own warm breath. "Fuck," she murmured. Forks was a relatively small town, which meant that their high school didn't exactly have the largest student body. That, in turn, meant that she was getting a few curious looks because obviously no one remembered her face from middle school or elementary or however many years they'd all been stuck together. Her only saving grace was that she hadn't come in the middle of the year. That just would have been a disaster, and she'd have had to turn her ass right back around and walk home before school even started. As it was, she was seriously considering it. But then again, she knew her auntie would be pissed, so she shoved her hands into her hoodie pocket and soldiered on. She had her schedule, her bag, and snacks to get her through until lunch, and then after, she'd be fine. And so she was. Because of her year skip, she'd be graduating that year, which made her a senior at 16. Of course she'd be 17 in a few months, but that was still a ways away. Even though her skip had only been a year, however, her teachers seemed to look at her with very high expectations. Math had been first, and while it had been one of her better classes because of the ease with which her mind worked with numbers, she could already tell that her teacher would attempt to challenge her to the best of his abilities. While she did appreciate it in a way, she was wary of having his attention on her. All in all, that class hadn't been too bad. She'd even managed to make friends with a tall, willowy girl who'd seen the small Naruto keychain she'd had on her bag for years. Obviously feeling that odd, nerd vibe that all anime junkies seemed to give off, Maria Rodriguez had latched onto her within moments. Even thought Ren wasn't one to normally make friends so easily, she felt okay with the girl's attentions. She didn't come off as someone who was gross in their perusal of all things anime and kawaii, rather she was much like Ren in that respect. She enjoyed animation in general as a simple pastime, and it helped that they both had an interest in mathematics. After checking their schedules together and realizing they had all but 2 classes in common, Ren was content to trail after her for the rest of the day, even if she did feel a little awkward. That was how, after an English class she knew right off the bat that she was going to hate, she found herself situated at the end of a lunch table next to Maria as the girl chattered away with her friends. Ren had intended to go find the school's library, or even find a quiet corner somewhere to sit, but in the spirit of trying, she'd let Maria drag her into what she liked to refer to as the second layer of hell. If high school was one whole hell, then the lunchroom was its inner layer. People were everywhere, the smells of way too many different foods permeated the air, and she could already hear people gossiping in the background. Actually, now that she was paying attention, the gossip was in the foreground. Maria's friends were Latera,